parent, educator want a principal who wasn't qualified to lead the school building and to lead instruction and to make sure that the school was moving forward in a good and positive way? The answer is they wouldn't. Why would any parent, why would any business leader, why would any legislator want a superintendent for a school district who had no previous experience in public education and whose agenda was well outside the mainstream in education? The answer is they wouldn't. And so I think the question before us as a Senate today is, why would any of us want, support, vote for a nominee to be Secretary of Education whose demonstrated lack of grasp of the basics of education makes her obviously unqualified? The answer is, I don't. We don't. We shouldn't. As we saw during her abbreviated Senate hearing, Ms. DeVos has no grasp of basic public education issues. She has zero direct experience. She hasn't taught in the public schools. She hasn't sent her kids to public schools. She hasn't been educated or trained in teaching in the public schools. She doesn't seem to understand, for example, that federal law provides basic protections for students with disabilities. She has no idea what the IDEA is and why it is a central part of protecting and supporting and serving students with intellectual disabilities. She refused to rule out privatizing public schools and refused to commit to enforcing federal laws that protect women and girls in schools from sexual assault. But that's not all. As if that weren't enough, Betsy DeVos has spent her entire career and millions, even tens of millions of dollars, methodically undermining the public school system in the United States. From privatizing and defunding public education to undermining accountability standards in Michigan and across the country. Betsy DeVos has turned Michigan into the biggest school choice experiment in the nation. And unfortunately for Michigan students and families, that experiment has gone terribly wrong. There's a lot of talk in education circles about two key issues: access and accountability. And what is stunning about Betsy DeVos's record in Michigan is that she worked tirelessly to ensure access to taxpayer dollars for the widest possible range of private and parochial schools, charters, and through vouchers, schools of all type, academies newly established to take advantage of taxpayer dollars and to siphon them into non-traditional or non-public schools. But without accountability. Without accountability, charters and choice can lead to tragic results, can literally lead to siphoning desperately needed dollars out of our public schools and into the pockets of those who would profit from experiments in public education. Why would we allow access to taxpayer dollars with no accountability for the performance? And when did it become something that the other party would champion, that we would have access to taxpayer dollars without accountability for results? I understand the drive, the desire, even the passion for experimentation in public education. I spent more than 20 years working with the I Have a Dream Foundation, and we served parents and students in some of the toughest, most struggling public schools in the entire United States. And I heard from parents that they wanted better schools for their kids. And I understand that in some communities, there is a passion for experimentation with charters and with choice. But to embrace that without accountability, to ensure that the outcomes are better, without making any serious effort to ensure that these diverted taxpayer dollars are not simply wasted or turned into a mill and a machine for profit, I think is the worst sort of taking advantage of the hopes and dreams of parents and students who are seeking progress. And it ends up undermining and defunding and devaluing traditional public schools all across our country. As my colleagues, my friend from the state of Washington and many others have pointed out, there are serious concerns with how Republicans have considered her nomination. Ms. DeVos was rushed into her confirmation hearing before she'd submitted the basic and appropriate ethics paperwork, meaning senators had no way of clearing her from potential conflicts of interest. Traditionally, this hasn't been much of a concern since we've often had secretaries of education with long public careers who had been subject to some transparency and some review previously. And I can't remember a time when we had a secretary of education who was a billionaire and thus subject to much broader potential conflicts of interest. And I frankly can't remember a time when we had a president who was a billionaire and refused to release his taxes or to address his manifest conflicts of interest. So frankly, the fact that the Senate Help Committee raced forward with Ms. DeVos's confirmation without addressing some of these basic issues is more concerning in this context than at any previous time. And that the members of this committee, who represent a broad range of views and experiences, and is exactly what the Senate is for, were limited to one round of 5 minutes for questions. Hardly sufficient for any nominee, let alone a controversial nominee with no public education experience other than undermining the underpinnings of the public school system. We can only conclude that there was something behind this effort to race Ms. DeVos forward. And we've seen here on the floor she has become so unpopular that the other party has had to delay the confirmation vote in order to ensure her confirmation. And it's my guess that later this morning we will see the President of the Senate cast a deciding vote, something that, although not unprecedented, is certainly unusual and suggests that other senators have heard from their states, as I have from mine, a chorus of opposition. In her confirmation hearing, Ms. DeVos struggled to articulate basic concepts central to current debates in public education. In trying to identify and reconcile the simple concepts of growth and proficiency, she showed neither growth nor proficiency. She showed neither a grasp of the basics, nor an ability to learn, nor a mastery of simple concepts central to how we make progress in public education. You know, here in the Senate and the Congress in recent years, after years of disagreement and fighting with the Every Student Succeeds Act, we'd reached a modicum of agreement. We'd reached a point of equilibrium and had hopefully turned to a point where we could work together in a bipartisan and balanced way on some of the pressing issues in higher education, in elementary education, in career and technical education. But instead, we see one of the more radical nominees ever for Secretary of Education, someone who brings, I am afraid, an agenda, a strong and forceful agenda, that if it is continued nationally, as it was in Michigan, I am concerned, predicts a difficult future, even for those who are most in need of support, of engagement, of quality schools, even those whom Ms. DeVos claims to have dedicated her education activism to advancing, I think will be deeply harmed. None of these reasons that I just laid out about the timing, about the length of the hearing, about the disclosures, about her performance in the confirmation hearing, none of them would necessarily taken alone be cause for grave concern and alarm. But taken in combination, they are fundamentally disqualifying. But don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it. I'm on 5 different committees. I've got lots of other confirmations I am challenged to be engaged in. I've got other issues going on that have made it hard for me to attend every single meeting and hearing about Ms. DeVos. But there are folks in my home state of Delaware who have watched every minute, who have followed it very closely, and who have, in an unprecedented wave of input, reached out to my office. Now, these numbers, if I were from a state like California or Texas or New York, might not seem striking, but from my little state of 900,000 constituents, the idea that more than 3,000 Delawareans have reached out to me urgently and directly is fairly striking. I've gotten more than 450 phone calls in opposition to Ms. DeVos. My office in Wilmington received a signed petition with 800 signatures from Delawareans asking me, urging me to vote no. Someone buttonholed me literally on the train this morning to make certain that I was going to vote no. And I've received more than 2,200 letters from Delawareans, letters from educators, from parents, from community and civic leaders of all different backgrounds, all up and down my state. And those 2,200 letters makes this one of the top issues that Delawareans have reached out to me on in this past year. As I said, that may not sound like a lot of input. If I were from California, New York, Oklahoma, Washington State, 3,000 would be relatively few. But in my state, that is a loud and clear message. And so let me be just as loud and clear in my reply. I hear you, and I will today vote against Betsy DeVos for Secretary of Education. Let me take a minute and share with you some of the concerns I've heard from Delawareans constituents who followed her confirmation hearing closely, who followed the record of its progress from committee to floor closely, and who raised the alarm and who've shared that with me. One educator, a career teacher, somebody who is very agitated about the record she showed in Michigan and what it might mean for our state in Delaware, said concisely, "Why should we welcome a billionaire president who nominates a billionaire friend, who sees children not so much as children to be educated and supported and served, but as tokens to be used as an experiment in privatization and profit made off our public school system?" That educator said he was terrified. Jen, a middle school teacher at Reading Middle School in Appoquinimink School District, tells me that her first thought, and I quote, after watching Ms. DeVos' Senate hearing closely, was that students deserve better than her. Jen goes on to say that students deserve a national leader in education who has real experience working in public schools, someone who knows the strengths and challenges that each student brings to the classroom. Jen said, as a teacher, I need someone who will fight for all students, low income, gifted, talented, and especially our students with disabilities. Jen said, I work in a classroom filled with students like these, students of every background and skill level and need, and they deserve someone better. Sherry wrote to me from Lewis, Delaware. She's a retired lifetime educator and district supervisor and coordinator. And just a few years ago, she retired to Lewis after spending her life advancing public education. And she wrote that until now, she, quote, never felt it necessary to write my senators to oppose a presidential nomination. But here's why this time is different. And as Sherry writes, Betsy DeVos is a proponent of school vouchers which siphon dollars off from public schools. She does not have a degree in education. She has no experience in public education and hasn't shown a willingness to listen to and learn from practitioners and experts in the field. Mr. President, Sherry is exactly right. Our kids deserve better. That's why, Mr. President, when it comes to Betsy DeVos' nomination to serve as Secretary of Education, I'm not just voting no, I'm voting no way. And it is important to me that everybody here know that my constituents in my state have spoken with nearly a unanimous voice. A very, very few have conveyed any support whatsoever for Ms. DeVos, and an overwhelming voice of thousands have expressed concern, agitation, even alarm at the idea that this person with this record would be handed the reins of the Federal Department of Education with likely disastrous results. For this most foundational experiment that is at the core of American democracy, that is essential to our being a country where equality of opportunity, the freedom to pursue our own skills and gifts and have them enlightened, educated, uplifted, is at the very core of what it means to be American. Public schools in which any child of any background has a free and fair opportunity to pursue their God-given talents and to rise through our society and contribute at the highest levels, isn't something to be played with, isn't something to be experimented with casually, is something to be taken deeply seriously. We have challenges in our public schools. We have challenges in our society, and they're reflected in our schools. But if our schools are not strong, if our schools are not educating our children, we have no hope of becoming a more just, a more equal, a more constructive, a more coherent, and a more inspiring society. Our public schools are at the very foundation of what it means to be America. And to put in charge of our Department of Education someone who doesn't share that view pains me deeply, concerns my constituents, and alarms many of us who have spent year after year trying to support, to improve, and to advance public education in the United States. For all these reasons, Mr. President, it is my intention to vote no, in fact, no way, today on Ms. DeVos. And with that, I yield the floor. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll. Mr. Alexander. Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I ask the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, again, I am on the floor, and I want to thank all of our staff and clerks and everyone who has been here throughout the last 20 hours and speaking from their hearts about the issue of public education, why it's so important to them, and why they want a Secretary of Education that has that value and promotes that value and has the vision of that value, which is really why so many people in this country have spoken up and sent us letters and held rallies and inundated our phones. And I want to thank all those people who've done that. It's made an impact here, and it made a difference. And I think it's woken each one of us up to what we care about in this country and what we value and what we want. Like many people, I received so many letters from my constituents, over 48,000 letters. That's just letters, not phone calls that I got. And I want to share some of them with you because they come from people's hearts. They're not form letters. They're not something that they got from somebody else and forwarded. These are personal. And I think it's important that we hear these people. I want to thank Marie Carlson from Federal Way. She sent me a letter and she said, "Dear Senator Murray, thank you for your continuing efforts at trying to prevent Betsy DeVos from becoming the head of Department of Education. I have a child who just started his schooling in our public school system, and from everything I've read or listened to about this woman, she has no business in education at all. She has no knowledge of the laws and protections guaranteed to our children, no comprehension of what our educators deal with on a daily basis, and would regress and otherwise destroy our educational system if she were allowed to become the head of the department. I fear for my child's education, his safety, and his ability to compete in a global community in the future. I stand with you and thank you again for your efforts." I want to thank Marie for writing in and like so many people across the country, watched the hearing that Ms. DeVos came to and spoke to our committee. We were only allowed 5 minutes each, which I really regret because I think it is important that we see who is going to be leading this agency, and our ability to not ask her questions with full information really gave just a shallow picture of who she was. But like many people, my constituents and those across the country watched and were just shocked that somebody who had been nominated to head the Department of Education had such little experience and knowledge and understanding of the agency that they had been tapped to lead. I heard from Ms. Ina Howell in Seattle, and she wrote to me and she said, "I am writing to express opposition to the nomination of Ms. Betsy DeVos as Education Secretary. Mrs. DeVos does not have any experience in the field of education and, as a result, will not effectively lead the Department of Education in maintaining and improving public education in the country. She did not seem to possess a basic understanding of key education policies, including the responsibilities of the IDEA Act. She did not understand the difference between student proficiency and student growth measures. She did not understand simple facts and figures like the percent increase in student debt from 2008 to 2016. She failed to adequately answer questions on equal protection for LGBT students and their civil rights, confronting campus sexual assault, and the regulation of the for-profit higher education industry." This is Mrs. Ina Howell, and she happens to be with the National Alliance of Black School Educators, expressing deep concerns that the nominee doesn't have the basic issues and knowledge that she should have in running this agency, nor the passion for them, which is so important as the leading spokesperson in the country. I heard from Dana Hayden from Paulsbo, Washington, and she said, "Dear Senator Patty Murray, I've been an educator in our state since 1984. I have seen your positive efforts for the citizens of Washington firsthand. Last night, we found out that our family will be welcoming our first grandchild in July, a girl. I am so joyful, yet quite worried about the world she's coming into. Then I saw you on the news. You give me hope. I wonder what kind of school experience the next generation will have if DeVos is allowed to decimate our educational system the way Trump is decimating our nation with orders." These are people who have not written in before. They are writing long letters, many of them pages long, speaking from their heart about the value of public education, what it means to them and their grandchildren, that they know that this country was built on a system of public education that assured every child would be provided a school in their community to go to so that they could have the opportunity that their parents and grandparents and great-grandparents had. Mr. President, I could read through so many of these, and here's one from Miles Eardley from Kent, Washington, and he says, "My name is Miles Eardley. I'm the principal of Horizon Elementary in Kent. As a strong supporter of education, I ask that you vehemently oppose the confirmation of Betsy DeVos as Secretary of the U.S. Department of Education. Educators and students deserve a secretary who can commit to supporting every student in all public schools, and a leader that will work tirelessly to promote a public education system that provides each child with the optimum conditions for teaching and learning. Betsy DeVos's past work in education and her performance at the recent confirmation hearing demonstrated neither a depth of experience nor knowledge base in education policy and on critical issues facing the community. As a principal, I have spoken with teachers and parents and students and community members across the political spectrum, and there is widespread agreement that Betsy DeVos is just not the right person for the job." This is Miles Eardley, a principal, and he watched the hearings like so many people did and was just so concerned that we had in front of us a nominee for the Secretary of Education that didn't share that core value of public education for all students. Ms. Gabrielle Gersten from Seattle, Washington. As a college student, the idea of Betsy DeVos becoming the Secretary of Education concerns me for multiple reasons. She obviously has been fortunate enough to go through school and a higher education without a worry about money. But that's not the case for most college students. I myself, she says, am lucky enough that my mom saved money for me to attend college, but many of my friends are working hard on their own to pay for college education themselves. Zeroing out the funds for Title I is worrisome because every state should be held to the same standard to give children in poverty access to an education. An education nation is a stronger nation. Not everyone can afford to go to private school or have the opportunity to attend one, whether that be the money or finding even a way to get to that school. She has goals, but they are not as easy to achieve for everyone, and I don't think she understands that. Additionally, Title IX is very important to me as a female college student and the rest of my peers. She needs to support Title IX and keep universities accountable to it. Mr. President, I couldn't agree more. Title IX is critically important in our higher education system. We have worked on a bipartisan basis to assure that Title IX is enforced. And to have a Secretary of Education who came before our committee, did not understand Title IX, didn't have the commitment to Title IX, sends shockwaves through students across this country and their parents who have pushed and pushed for us to make sure that Title IX is overseen in a way that makes sure that our students at schools have the support they need from our highest education person in this country. I can go on forever. I know that several other senators are going to be here on the floor shortly, but let me just say this. I've had the opportunity to be out here on the floor, to hear from so many senators who gave their personal stories about what education meant to them. Young people growing up in poverty knew that that school was there for them, that they knew that they had teachers and friends, not everyone perfect, certainly not every school perfect. Certainly all of us strive for better every day who've been involved in public education, but that school was there for them. And the thought that we have a Secretary of Education nominee who doesn't share that basic value, who wants to change the system to privatize it, who has said herself that she wants to end public education, that privatizing schools and some kind of corporation running our schools is just not what our country is about, what we want, not even leaning in that direction. They want our country to lean in the other direction, to strengthen all of our public schools, to have taxpayers across the country invest in every student, and that those schools be held accountable, and that we, as their elected representatives, hold them accountable. That is not the vision that this nominee has presented to us, and it's a vision that I have worked passionately for all my life, and really that is why I'm here to oppose this. And again, I want to thank everybody who's written in and called and been passionate about public education in this country, and I encourage them to keep using their voices to fight for that passion. It is well worth the fight. With that, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President,
Senate Majority Leader.
we had a quorum call.
The Senate is in a quorum call.
I ask consent that further proceedings on the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, now is the time to put country before party. That was an observation by the Democratic leader just yesterday here on the Senate floor. Our friend from New York makes a good point, and I'm hopeful that it's a principle his own caucus will follow in the days to come. We're no longer in the midst of a contentious presidential election. We have a new president, and that president has now put forth an exceptional Supreme Court nominee and a number of well-qualified cabinet nominees. And yet, more than 2 weeks into his term, President Trump has the fewest cabinet secretaries confirmed at this point than any other president since George Washington. The president deserves to have his cabinet in place. The American people deserve that as well. I would remind our Democratic colleagues of the things they themselves have said when the shoe was on the other foot. Here's what their last vice presidential candidate, our colleague from Virginia, had to say. I think we owe deference to a president for choices to executive positions. So yes, now is the time, as the Democratic leader said, to put country before party. One way to do so is by ending the unprecedented delay we've seen by Democrats on the president's cabinet appointments. Our colleagues will have an opportunity to chart a different path later this afternoon and the rest of the week as we vote to confirm more nominees. This afternoon, we'll vote on the president's nominee for Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos. I look forward to confirming her to this important position so that she can get to work on behalf of America's students and schools. As I said yesterday, this well-qualified candidate has earned the support of several education groups and nearly 24 governors from across the nation. She understands that teachers, students, parents, school boards, and state and local governments, not Washington bureaucrats, are best suited to make education decisions for our kids. And I know she's committed to improving our education system so that every child has a brighter future. After we confirm Ms. DeVos, the Senate will turn to another well-qualified cabinet nominee, our own colleague, Senator Jeff Sessions of Alabama. We all know Senator Sessions, and we know him to be a man of his word. We know he's a man who believes in the rule of law. We know him as someone who is willing to work with anyone, regardless of party, like when he teamed up on legislation with Democratic colleagues like Senator Durbin and our late colleague, Ted Kennedy. I would remind Democratic colleagues that Republicans did not filibuster when a newly elected President Obama put forward his own Attorney General nominee, Eric Holder. In fact, the nominee who will soon be before us, Senator Sessions, crossed the aisle to vote for Eric Holder. This, despite the fact that the Holder nomination in our party and the Republican conference here in the Senate was one steeped in considerable controversy. What a contrast with the way the Democrats are now treating our colleague's own nomination now. They're looking to waste even more time for its own sake today. It's been unfortunate to hear the attacks that some on the far left have directed at our friend over the past few weeks. But I'm pleased the American people have had the opportunity to learn the truth about Senator Sessions and to see for themselves how qualified he is to lead the Justice Department. We can expect that Senator Sessions in his new role will continue fighting to protect the rights and freedoms of all Americans as he also defends the safety and security of our nation. Tomorrow I'll have more to say about Senator Sessions and the impact he's had on each of us here in the Senate. But for now, I'd encourage colleagues to finally come together and show him and each of those remaining nominees the fair consideration that they deserve.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President,
Democratic leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Okay. It's not my microphone, so it's different. Lefty versus righty microphones, Mr. President. Okay, now, I've just listened to my friend the Majority Leader, Mr. President, and the Majority Whip on the floor. They're able legislators, but they're sort of misleading the public as to the motivation. They've tried to, of our motivation, they've tried to paint every Democratic request as leftover resentment from the election. Sour grapes, the Majority Leader said a few weeks ago. They can say it day after day after day, but it'll never be true. All we Democrats are insisting on is careful consideration of nominees who we believe almost universally are below par. These nominees are going to have tremendous effect on the American people. Every mother and father in America should worry about Betsy DeVos's lack of dedication, almost negative feelings about public education. She heaps abuse on public education. 90% of our children are in public schools. Of course there should be discussion about her. She shouldn't be the nominee. Yeah, I understand our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. It's a new president. My guess, Mr. President, if you went in their cloakroom and heard their whispers, our Republican colleagues were saying, I wish he could have come up with someone else. Because Betsy DeVos is the negative trifecta. Negative on competence. She doesn't even understand the basic aspects of education. Negative on philosophy. She disdains public education, where 90% of our kids are. And negative on ethics. Her conflicts of interest are legion, and she hasn't, unlike some other of the cabinet nominees, tried to erase them. So, of course, there should be a tremendous amount of discussion. Of course, Democrats ought to bring to light who Betsy DeVos is. And so when she does her acts as secretary, when she does things that hurt public education as secretary, the American people know what's happening and can stand up against it. You know, Mr. President, I have to tell you, it's not Democrats who are bitter about the election. It's the American people who are bitter about the nomination of Betsy DeVos, and that's why millions and millions of calls, almost unprecedented on a cabinet nomination, have poured into this Capitol, into Democratic and Republican offices alike. That is why the distinguished chairman of this committee, who is a dear friend, I have such respect and admiration for him, we've spent time together socially, but he was put in the awkward position of having to rush through a nominee, 5 minutes of questions. That's it for each senator. 5 at night, no second rounds. There was no rationale for that other than he was afraid of what she would say or might not say. And sure enough, when she testified, those fears were actualized because Betsy DeVos couldn't answer the most fundamental questions about public education. She couldn't get her paperwork in on time. What kind of nominee is that? How is somebody who's going to run the Department of Education with tens of thousands of employees unable to get their paperwork to clear the ethics organizations? How is she unable to get her paperwork in on time? Every nominee of President Obama did. And we didn't hear from them until they did. The rush a few extra days, some hours last night, so we might examine a nominee who has tremendous power over the future of millions of American kids and their families? Oh, no. If anything, we should be spending more time on Betsy DeVos, not less. What should be happening is she should go back for a second hearing, now that her paperwork is in. What should happen is she should be asked more questions because she was so unable to answer so many rudiments last time. What should happen is there should be more time, not less, on debating this nominee, not because we want to be dilatory, but because we want a nominee who at least meets some basic tests. And she does not. And that is why there will be every Democrat voting against her and 2 Republicans who showed tremendous courage. Again, I've been around here a while. I know the pressures. And that's why I have such respect for the senators from Alaska and Maine who voted against Betsy DeVos, not for political considerations, not in frustration that they lost the election, but because they knew how bad she would be for public education, because their states are largely rural. And in rural America, there is not much choice, which has been Betsy DeVos's watchword, although the charter schools she has set up have been, by and large, a failure. But they don't have that choice. So someone who decries public education, who disdains public education, is not good for their states, and I would dare say is not good for the states of a lot of senators on the other side of the aisle who feel compelled out of party loyalty to vote for her. In fact, Mr. President, when you talk about parties demanding things, it's the Republican side demanding a vote for an unqualified candidate, not the Democrats delaying her at a peak, because we're not. So, I hope, against hope, that another Republican will have the courage of the senators from Alaska and Maine and join us. And then what can happen is the president will get to make the nomination. We Democrats aren't going to pick the Secretary of Education, but it'll be a qualified nomination because they will have learned their lesson in the White House that they can't rush through these nominations with such little vetting. Now, I'd like to say a word, we'll be saying more later, on Senator Sessions, who will be coming forward after we vote on Ms. DeVos at noon today. Now, the nominee for Attorney General has huge importance, far greater importance than the nominee would have had 3-4 weeks ago. And we need a lot of discussion on that. What we've seen is a president who belittles judges when they don't agree with him. What we've seen is a president who is willing to shake the roots of the Constitution and a fundamental premise, no religious test, that's embodied in our Constitution within his first few weeks in office. So we certainly need an attorney general who will stand up to that president. We've seen other attorneys general do it, most notably in the Clinton administration. Senator Sessions, I ride with him on the bike in the gym, but he is not, if you can say one thing about him, he's not independent of Donald Trump. He supported Donald Trump from the very beginning. Even when Donald Trump didn't look like he was going to be much of a candidate, and if you had to pick someone who would not stand up to a president when the president goes too far, well, let's put it the other way. If you had to pick someone who would stand up to a president when the president goes too far, on picking on the judiciary, on avoiding the tenets, breaking the tenets of the Constitution, whatever the legal case shows, you wouldn't pick Jeff Sessions. And his record is clearly troubling. We'll hear a lot more about it later. He is probably the most anti-immigrant member of this body, Democrat or Republican. And Many of us on this side believe immigrants are an asset to America, not a liability. Many on the other side of the aisle probably do too. When it comes to voting rights, so important, so fundamental, and under attack right now, again, Jeff Sessions has not been stalwart. He has had a record that leaves much, much to be desired. And on the issue of civil rights as well, Senator Sessions' record is not a record that I admire, that I think anyone who believes in civil rights could admire. We just had an acting attorney general stand up to the president. That's going to be a real test in this administration, because there seems so little regard for an independent judiciary and even for the Constitution itself. That is probably the most important quality of this new Attorney General. And I have to say, as much as I agree with Jeff Sessions on an issue like trade, he's the wrong choice for Attorney General. He would be at any time because of his record on immigration, civil rights, and voting rights, but particularly wrong now because we need someone who has some degree of independence from the president. So, Mr. President, I'm going to yield the floor. I hope one of our Republican colleagues will step up to the plate in a few hours. But even if they don't, we Democrats are very proud of what we have done here, because the nominee is so unqualified, and the American people now know it. And that is an important tenet of this democracy, for an informed public to understand who's running the government. And I hope that my colleagues will listen to our arguments for the sake of America, not for any partisan sake, about the Attorney General in these very troubled times when it comes to an independent judiciary and the Constitution of the United States. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me, first of all, begin by thanking Senator Murray for her leadership in terms of leading us to scrutinize this nominee, Betsy DeVos. It seems to me the more we dig into this, the more we look at it, the worse it gets. And so I rise today in strong opposition to the confirmation of Betsy DeVos as Secretary of Education. Ms. DeVos is nominated to lead our nation's public education system, yet she has worked for decades to privatize it and even to create profit-making centers. She wants to siphon public funds to private schools. She has led a multi-million-dollar lobbying campaign to fund private, religious, and for-profit schools with public education dollars. We can all agree that we want our nation's schools to be the very best they can be. We want our children to have all the opportunities we can provide. But that really is the issue. That is why Democrats have held the floor all night long to do everything in our power to convince the Senate to reject this nomination. I believe in the public school system. I want all of our children to have opportunities. That is the fundamental principle of our American school system. Everyone should be able to get a great education. Ms. DeVos wants to dismantle our public schools. She would drain resources from the children and teachers who need it the most. Mr. President, I can't say it strongly enough. A vote for Ms. DeVos is a vote to destroy our public school system. My constituents agree. We have received over 63,000 emails and over 2,000 telephone calls in the last month alone, opposing this nomination. These are record-breaking numbers from my office for a cabinet nominee. Many of those calls and letters are from public school parents and teachers, men and women who are dedicated to our students and our public education system. They understand that Betsy DeVos is not qualified to lead our nation's public education system. Betsy DeVos is the first nominee in history for Secretary of Education with no experience in education or public administration. She's not a teacher. She's not a school administrator. She didn't attend public schools. Her children didn't attend public schools. She has never held a government position, let alone one in education. In fact, she has open disdain for government. Ms. DeVos' complete lack of experience and profound lack of understanding of educational policy were on full display during her confirmation hearing. Under questioning, it was clear that Ms. DeVos was completely uninformed about the ongoing debate in education policy between proficiency and growth. This issue is critical. It is well documented. There is a correlation between test scores and student socioeconomic status and race. So evaluating schools based on average test scores tends to penalize schools with large numbers of low-income and racial minority students, even if those schools produce significant student growth on math and reading test scores. Proficiency or growth is one of the most basic education policy questions. And yet the president's nominee for education, the Secretary of Education, doesn't understand the issue. Maybe this is because she has been single-mindedly focused on feeding private for-profit charter schools with public dollars, and the religious and other private schools through vouchers. And so her knowledge about education is limited to her pet issue. Valerie Sayal, who taught in public schools in New Mexico for 13 years, observed that Ms. DeVos has not bothered to do her homework for the hearing. It is clear that Ms. DeVos does not have the breadth or depth in education policy or finance to be the Secretary of Education. Mr. President, Senator Hassan has a son who has cerebral palsy. She told us a moving story about the good education he received in the New Hampshire public schools, despite his disability, because of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or the IDEA. Senator Hassan asked if Ms. DeVos would require schools using vouchers to comply with that law. Ms. DeVos initially responded that she believes the decision should be left to the states. When Ms. DeVos was informed that it's federal law, that it's not up to the states, she responded she must have been, quote, confused. Confused? Ms. DeVos bragged she's been an education advocate for 30 years. The IDEA was passed over 25 years ago in 1990. Ms. DeVos was not confused. She plainly did not know what the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act is. It's very disturbing that she appears not to know how public schools educate and accommodate kids with special needs. Does she not know what an individual education plan is? She didn't know, as she said in a hearing to be Secretary of Education, that millions of public school children with disabilities have a federal right to a free and appropriate education. It is just as troublesome that Ms. DeVos did not know that children with disabilities can lose their federal right to an equal education under state voucher programs. Voucher programs she spent years advocating for. She did not know that voucher programs can require students with disabilities to sign away their IDEA rights. And most troubling of all, she would not commit to making sure voucher programs comply with the law. I am also quite concerned that Ms. DeVos fails to appreciate the important role that tribal cultures play in educating Native American children. This nation has a solemn trust and treaty responsibility to provide quality education to Native students, both through the public school system and the Federal Bureau of Indian Education. Her testimony has proven that she is uneducated about these students as well. Many states have significant tribal populations. My home state of New Mexico, it's about 10%. And as Vice Chair of the Indian Affairs Committee, my job is to make sure that any education secretary is committed to respecting tribal sovereignty and self-determination. Ms. DeVos has given me no assurance she understands, cares about, or is prepared to address the needs of Native American students. Nothing in her hearing or written answers convinced me that she will respect tribal cultures or tribal sovereignty or the right to self-determination. In fact, her lobby organization, American Federation for Children, supports the expansion of vouchers into Indian country, diverting money from tribal schools to private schools. I cannot support taking money away from schools run by tribes and losing that self-determination effort that tribes are making. The National Indian Education Association has said, and I quote here, "Federal funding should not be moving over to a private school system. Move out of our tribally run school system into a system that does not require consultation and does not require active engagement of Native communities," end quote. I couldn't agree more on that, and she just shows a basic lack of understanding of tribal sovereignty and self-determination. Betsy DeVos seems to be driven by her personal religious views. I respect the strength of her Dutch Calvinist religious beliefs, but her imposing her religious beliefs should have no place in funding public education, which serves children of all beliefs. In 2001, she talked about whether Christian schools should continue relying on contributions instead of vouchers. And Ms. DeVos said, and I'm quoting here, "There are not enough philanthropic dollars in America to fund what is currently the need in education. Our desire is to confront the culture in ways that will continue to advance God's kingdom," end quote. I support her right to devote her philanthropic dollars to her church and other religious efforts, but I oppose her view of using public dollars to advance her view of God's kingdom in public schools. Separation of church and state is a fundamental principle in our democracy to protect people and communities from religious coercion by the government. And I'm concerned that Ms. DeVos does not have the necessary respect for other people's religious beliefs, and that her policies could disregard the importance of tribal perspectives on education. We need assurance that every public school student, no matter their religion, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation or identity, ability or disability, will be respected, protected, and included. At the highest levels in Washington, D.C., that is the job of the Secretary of Education. Ms. DeVos has not shown over the many decades she has lobbied on education that she agrees with this basic proposition. Mr. President, I support making good quality public school options available. There are many great public charter and magnet schools around the country. We have some good ones in New Mexico. But these public schools should meet the same accountability standards as other public schools. Standards for student achievement, teacher performance, and fiscal responsibility. I also support the option of private and religious schools. We have great private and religious schools in our country, but public dollars must go to public schools, not private or religious schools, and certainly not private for-profit schools. The first objective of any for-profit venture is to make money. That cannot be the first objective of a school using public funds. The first and foremost objective of public education funds should be education of students. And when public dollars are used, their use must be fully accountable and transparent to the public. Betsy DeVos would not commit that private for-profit charter schools and voucher schools should have the same accountability standards as public schools. Why didn't she make this commitment? Likely because the private charter schools in Michigan funded by public dollars that she has championed for decades do not have to meet the same accountability standards as public schools. This is wrong. These same schools, her work for decades, have not shown appreciable gains in Michigan over the years. In fact, Michigan test scores have gone down over time. These schools have not shown significant improvement over public schools in Michigan. Finally, Mr. President, I'm not convinced that Ms. DeVos has been transparent in her responses to the American public. She did not make her disclosures available to the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee at the time of her confirmation hearing. This is unprecedented, and the committee had no opportunity to look into her many financial conflicts. Since then, she has entered into an agreement with the Office of Government Ethics, and while she will divest from approximately 100 investments that pose a conflict, we do not know if she is divested from all of her conflicts. Ms. DeVos benefits from 3 trusts. She has not disclosed the assets in 2 of those trusts. The complexity and enormity of Ms. DeVos's $5 billion holdings is mind-boggling. We know from one trust that at least 100 conflicts required divestment. Without transparency in other trusts, the public does not know if she has any more conflicts. Mr. President, I also want to raise the issue of Ms. DeVos's unwillingness to address her PAC's unpaid $5.3 million fine in the state of Ohio for violating campaign finance laws. This situation is troubling on a number of levels. First, Ms. DeVos led a multi-million-dollar political effort to influence elections throughout our nation. Second, while doing so, Ms. DeVos's Political Action Committee willfully ignored campaign finance laws and warnings from state election officials. She racked up an unprecedented $5.3 million fine in Ohio. And third, rather than acknowledging that she broke the law and owning up to her responsibility to pay it, her PAC simply folded up shop and walked away. Mr. President, as Secretary of Education, Ms. DeVos will be responsible for overseeing college loans for millions of students, yet she refuses to acknowledge or pay her own debts. Does she believe that the law doesn't apply to her? I've written to Ms. DeVos and the Help Committee several times demanding answers about this. Her responses were evasive. She refuses to pay the fine, hiding behind the corporate veil while still paying lawyers to fight it. This is hypocrisy on the top of disregard of the law. We have never had a cabinet nominee who led a dark money PAC, which broke the law and flouted the judicial system. This is absolutely, totally unprecedented. Mr. President, for all these reasons, I must vote no on the confirmation of Ms. DeVos as Secretary of the Department of Education. Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
President.
Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The Senate isn't a quorum call.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, it's pretty clear. It's pretty simple. There never has been a nominee for Secretary of Education as unqualified as Betsy DeVos. That's clear to pretty much every member of this body. Not that every member of this body is going to stand up and vote the way that probably their conscience suggests they do, whether they like her ideology or not, whether they like her hundreds of millions of dollars they've contributed to all kinds of political campaigns or not. They clearly understand this nominee from her performance and her lack of depth of knowledge of education that she's simply not qualified. As many have said on this floor, based on her confirmation hearing, it appears she has a complete lack of knowledge as to what the Department of Education actually does. She didn't seem to understand the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which requires public schools to provide free and appropriate education to all students with disabilities. I think that when I first ran for Congress some years ago, I assume it's the same for the presiding officer. I know it's the same for the ranking Democrat from Washington State who sits here in this chamber and who has led the opposition to Betsy DeVos. From my first days in Congress, every time I met with school boards, every time I met with teachers, every time I met with school administrators, with principals, they would talk to me about IDEA. They'd talk to me about school districts and the costs and their obligation and duty and desire to serve these students. Yet the designee for Secretary of Education sort of put her hands up when there was discussions in the Committee of Individuals with Disability Education Act. It's astonishing that a nominee for Secretary of Education would demonstrate complete ignorance on something as crucial and important to public school education, to education as a whole, on this. But it isn't her hearing performance alone that should disqualify her, it's her record. No experience with public schools at all. The President of the United States has nominated for Secretary of Education someone with no experience in public schools at all. Not as a teacher, not as administrator, not as a student, not even as a parent. Nothing. Her only experience in education is a wealthy donor inheriting millions and tens of millions of dollars herself. Her only experience in education is a wealthy donor who spent millions of dollars advocating for-profit, not charter schools like KIPP and Breakthrough in my state, but for-profit charters in her state. The same policy that has ripped off taxpayers and failed students in Ohio. It betrays students and it undermines and fleeces taxpayers. It's obvious if she and her family hadn't donated $200 million to Republicans and to conservative causes, there's no chance someone this unqualified would ever have been nominated for a position as exalted, as crucial, as important as Secretary of Education. $200 million apparently is a price for the cabinet slot. So much for the president's campaign promise of draining the swamp. We see nominee after nominee, appointee after appointee coming from Wall Street. And now we see a $200 million contributor has also earned a cabinet slot. Because of her crusade, more than 80% of Michigan's charter schools are operated for profit. She helped design one of the least effective charter school systems in the country in Detroit. I know this, and this matters to me because I know a lot about what's happened with for-profit charter schools in Ohio. For-profit charters have failed in Ohio. They've led to a charter school sector, again, taking out KIPP and Breakthrough and the good charters that we've seen in Ohio. We've seen a charter school sector that has wasted taxpayers' money, that has funneled it to unaccountable for-profit companies and been plagued by scandal after scandal. I take that personally in Ohio because I know how students have been betrayed by this for-profit sector, and I know how taxpayers have been fleeced in my state in this for-profit sector, and I know the devastation it leaves behind in less money, fewer dollars for public schools. People call my state, regrettably, the wild, wild west of charter schools. What a name to earn. Ohio is the wild, wild west of for-profit charter schools. Our students suffer as a result. Students in public schools, students in for-profit charter schools, students in not-for-profit charter schools as a result. The last thing we need to do is take the wild, wild west model in Ohio, or even worse, the for-profit charter school structure and model in Michigan, and replicate it at a national level. Public schools, this is important to remember. Of all the students in the country, K through 12, public schools educate 90% of them. 90% of the students in this country. Betsy DeVos called traditional public education a dead end. Dead end for whom? She called traditional public education a dead end. Think of what we've done in this country. From 1789, when George Washington took the oath of office, up until now, public education has built this country. It's given all kinds of people opportunity, given all kinds of people a chance to get ahead, educated our children. We should be proud of our public school system, and we may confirm in the vote today a nominee who called public education, traditional public education, a dead end, someone who's never worked in a public school, never gone to a public school, never been a parent of somebody in a public school. She said she doesn't think that all schools that receive taxpayer dollars, whether they're public or for-profit charter, should be held to the same standards of accountability. To me, one of the most telling moments of the committee is she would not commit to the same accountability standards for-profit charters as she did public schools. You know why? Because she knows her for-profit charters that she's so proud of that they don't live up to the same standards, that they're simply not as good. That's why she doesn't want accountability measures applied equally to for-profit charters as public education has. In Michigan, she fought a rescue plan for Detroit public schools that would have finally provided accountability for charter schools. No, she's against that. Why have lower standards for-profit charter schools? Maybe that's because, I don't know about her investments. I don't think she's disclosed everything to the committee, but neither did Secretary-designee Mnuchin, neither did Secretary-designee Price, neither did Secretary-designee, and I can go on and on and on. But she doesn't want the same accountability for profit charters because it might hurt some of her investor friends. She funneled think of this, $25,000, mostly inherited money, every day to legislators in Michigan until this accountability proposal was defeated. Average, probably not $25,000 every single day, but over time averaged $25,000 a day to legislators in Michigan so she could have her way. Talk about draining the swamp, Mr. President, really. Yet she can't seem to come up, and this I take personally too, with the $5 million she owes to Ohio taxpayers for violating state election laws. What's that about? Well, she came into Ohio with a political act.
All right, guys, looks like we are cutting away from the Senate floor. Stand by. Looks like they are sending us another feed instead. Stand by. We are going to be getting another feed. That's right, this is just outside the White House.
Property of our citizens. We're elected. Really, every citizen in this country goes to we appreciate the job that you're protecting our citizens. So we have offered our assistance in any way based upon the rule of law. We're about the rule of law and protecting our citizens. Any way to assist the administration in being so and following the rule of law, we're going to commit ourselves to doing. So we have his back on those issues, basically, and it's following the rule of law and doing our business.
Trump spoke to U.S. service members. This is a press conference outside the White House. It's unclear who exactly is speaking right now, but we did want to bring you this live feed.
Can you get closer to the mic, please? We left a letter for the president to talk specifically about that. He's taking a look at it, and we talked about it in our meeting. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Press.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
You're welcome with me.
Take a picture.
Thanks, man. You bet. Thank you, guys.
All right, so we have a clearer idea. Donald Trump meeting with the National Sheriff's Association. Here is tape playback of his meeting now.
I'll tell you, they don't have such an easy one.
Mr. President, how far are you willing to take your travel ban fight?
We're going to take it through the system. It's very important. It's very important for the country. regardless of me or whoever succeeds at a later date. I mean, we have to have security in our country. We have to have the ability. When you take some place like Syria, you take all of the different people pouring around. And if you remember, ISIS said, we are going to infiltrate the United States and other countries through the migration. And then we're not allowed to be tough on the people coming in? Explain that one. So we'll see what happens. We have a big court case. We're well represented. And we're going to see what happens.
Is it going to go to the Supreme Court, you think?
Good. I mean, we'll see. Hopefully it doesn't have to. It's common sense. You know, some things are law, and I'm all in favor of that. And some things are common sense. This is common sense.
Mr. President, if it's unreported or underreported, unreported is the kind of phrase you used yesterday, but if it's underreported, why do you think the media is not reporting or Americans?
Well, I happen to think, I don't have to think, I have to know, because I'm reported on possibly more than anybody in the world. I don't think you'll say anything about that. I happen to know how dishonest the media is. I happen to know that stories about me that should be good or bad, you know, I don't mind a bad story if it's true, but I don't like bad stories. Stories that should be a positive story, when they make them totally negative, I understand the total dishonesty of the media better than anybody. And I let people know it. I mean, the media is a very, very dishonest arm, and we'll see what happens. Not everybody, and I have to say that. I always preface it by saying, not everybody. But there's tremendous dishonesty, pure outright dishonesty from the media. Let's go into the White House. Let's go into the Oval Office.
Okay, guys, looks like we've lost that feed. We're going to take you now to the Homeland Security Secretary testifying at a hearing regarding border security.
The country. We've seen what's happened in Europe. So I commend you for what you're trying to do. I think it's essential. And I think, again, a 90-day pause is, if that saves American lives, then it's certainly a pause worth taking. But if you could perhaps clarify exactly where the 7 countries came from, whether you think any should be added to that, or should any be subtracted from that, from that list of 7?
The countries, of course, the 7 countries identified came as a result of not only the previous administration's actions, but as I understand it, congressional action. So I think that was a good start point. They are countries. You know, two of the 7, of course, are still listed as state sponsors of terrorism. So we don't trust them at all because they are state sponsors of terrorism. And they don't cooperate with us to the degree that certainly President Trump, and now certainly I'm confident that what we get from those countries, which is very little cooperation, to really determine who are the people that want to come here. First issue. Second issue, among the other 5 are nearly failed states in many respects. I'd argue with the exception of Iraq, where we have a very solid presence there, and I've served there quite some time, and we'll take a look at all of these countries going forward as to whether they remain on the pause list. But you know, the other 4 countries, we don't even have embassies there. So I'm at a total loss to understand how we can vet, you know, people from various countries when at least 4 of those countries won't even have an embassy. So I think the pause made, you know, an awful lot of sense. Going forward, we would hope that there are countries that will come off the list, but the countries are a list that came from the last administration, certainly from the last Congress. There are, by the way, and I simply don't know where this rumor came from, but I read something where there were an additional 12 countries being considered to be put on the list. That's not true. Good friends of mine from various countries that were on the list called and said, I said, no, it's not true. We are right now contemplating no other countries because even though some of these other countries are questionable in terms of their internal organization, police, that kind of thing. We're satisfied that most other countries have enough that they can provide the information that we're looking for to start to make the determination to send people here. But I would offer to you, Congressman, that we are looking at some additions. We may just focus on certain countries, not additional countries, but additional vetting schemes, vetting processes that will go further to satisfy me and presumably the President that we know who we're dealing with, we know what their backgrounds are, and if they don't want to cooperate with the additional vetting, just like if they don't want to cooperate now, then they don't come to the United States. There's no right to come here, and if they don't want to cooperate, so be it. But there are no other countries right now being contemplated, being put on any type of a travel pause. But I would offer to you that some of those countries, some other countries out there can be improved, and we hope to work with them to help them improve, just like we hope to work with 1, 2, 3, whatever of the countries, of the 7 countries, to help them improve their vetting to satisfy us so that we can, open our doors to their citizens.
Thank you, Secretary. Also, let me take this opportunity to welcome back Kevin Carroll, who was my counsel for a number of years on this committee, and I'm confident that you'll be very well served by Kevin.
Well, I kind of trust him, Congressman, so but we'll see.
Now, he's not a Marine, though,
I know.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to join my colleagues, Secretary Kelly, and express my appreciation for your service to this nation and the love and affection that you have for your country by evidence of the most dynamic service you gave in the United States military. And particularly, I want to thank you for the dialogue that you have engaged with, I know, many of the members since you've come on. Please accept my assessment as separate and apart from the great efforts that you've taken to try and steer this ship in the way it should be steered, which is really to stand guard for the security of the American people. But I must begin my remarks by recounting a number of issues that when I conclude, I will have to offer an assessment. Although this is a Homeland Security Committee, the Yemen military action evidenced an action that warrants review. Tragically, we lost a Navy SEAL. The target was not captured, now taunts and provokes the President of the United States. The basis of it was Obama's administration was not bold enough, so we did it. An executive order that threw into hysteria the lives of the forlorn, the desperate, and those who sought to come to this country. And, of course, the selection of Mr. Bannon to the National Security Council with evidence that the President didn't know what that meant. Fiery rhetoric of a campaign should not be the governing standard for this nation, and I believe this administration is off its wheels and needs to get back on its wheels. I raised this question about the countries, Syria, Iran, Iraq, and Yemen, and Libya, are countries that are on the list, Somalia and Sudan. Mr. Secretary, do you have evidence of anyone who has come to this country in the last 5 years or before that committed a terrorist act from these particular countries?
We have evidence that citizens of those countries have done terrorist acts in Europe.
That's correct. And I apologize, Mr. Secretary, I have a short period of time. You're absolutely right. Even some of those individuals who are here in the United States left to go to the fight. But there is no evidence that any of these persons, and many of those who are here, were self-radicalized here in the United States. That evidence I do have. So no one from these countries have committed an act on the soil of the United States. Is that correct?
I think that that's correct, but I would offer the Congresswoman that I'm not going to base my protection, my view of protecting the American people on hoping that they will never come here and
I understand.
commit
but
an act.
The basis of this executive order was supposed to be on facts and evidence that was before us at that time. Let me wonder why you think Saudi Arabia was not included at.
again, I would go back to the kind of some of the original comments. This is all about, this travel pause is all about countries that are not cooperative or can't be cooperative because of the conditions within their country to provide us, to provide the president, to provide me now, a confidence that the people that we're dealing with are the people who who say they are. Saudi Arabia, by contrast, we may not like some aspects of how they live their lives within their culture, but they do have very.
So
I know
thank
that,
you, thank you very much.
Let me finish, if I could.
I'll let you finish. I just want to get to my next question.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
But the issue is places like Saudi Arabia do have very, very good police forces, intelligence forces, so we know when someone comes here from Saudi Arabia who they are and what they've been up to.
Thank you. You have a 120-day delay on the refugee resettlements. One of the most desperate groups of people and populations. Certainly, America has been known for her refuge for refugees. What excuse do you give for this little one not being able to come into the United States, or this little one not being able to come into the United States, or this family not being able to be reunited? And what do you say to those individuals whose papers will be expired, who have been waiting on the list for 12 years, who've been vetted, who are standing at the airport? What is the purpose for refugees who, again, you stated at the beginning of this testimony that you have no evidence that anyone from these countries perpetrated a terrorist act on this soil? Would you answer that, Mr. Secretary?
Well, I can't see the pictures you're holding up, but I'm assuming they're, again, I can't see them from this distance.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm assuming they're pictures of families or little girls or something like that. The point is, this is right now a pause as we recock and start to look and evaluate how well these various countries can vet people.
I think we'll be causing a great deal of suffering, and I'd ask the administration to review its posture. I thank you for your testimony, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The Mike Rogers from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Kelly, Secretary Kelly, it's good to have you here. I've enjoyed the many years of working with you through my role in the Armed Services Committee. Never thought I'd be working with you on this committee too, but I'm glad that we've got your leadership here. President Trump and you have both indicated your commitment to securing the southwest border. And as you stated in answering Chairman McCall's question, that requires a combination of things. But over the last 10 years, we've seen a multi-billion-dollar failure in SBI Net. We've seen the neutering of the Secure Fence Act and a hodgepodge of equipment investments, most of which really haven't worked well together. So I'm really interested in specifically how you see that securing of that border coming together, with what technologies, what kind of wall. I'm imagining that you're talking about a virtual wall that would have fencing supported by technology and personnel, but could you be more specific about how you envision it?
Yes, Congressman. As I mentioned earlier, I mean, the men and women on the border right now, and this includes very much the local law enforcement, not just DHS personnel, they could tell you, and have told me, down in that South Texas sector, they can tell you where they want, exactly where they want a barrier, a wall built right now. So if in a world of finite time, resources, that kind of thing, we would like, 20 miles of wall built here. If you have more time, more money, there's another place over here. So they know, and we're going to rely on them for their recommendations. As we build the wall out to whatever length it ultimately becomes, as we build the wall out, we will certainly back that up with personnel, patrolling, that kind of thing, and technology. Aerostats work very well, sensors on the ground. One of the things I was informed when I went down to the sector was that some of the sensors are really kind of 1980s technology. They have their own complications with them. There's better equipment out on the market today, so we're going to take a long, hard look at that kind of thing. But I think as in those places, ultimately we can't get to build a wall quickly. We can certainly look to controlling that part of the border initially, at least, with aerostats and responsive patrolling and that kind of thing. And what they tell me out there is that, you know, it's very predictable how the drug traffickers, that's one group, and how the people traffickers, that's another group, how they do their business, and most of the time it's as close as they can be to to either a quick getaway from the border, if you will, or to get into a urban area pretty quickly, and they just meld in. So that's where the CVP professionals, men and women, have told me it's really in those places, and they're very, very upfront. Sir, I can tell you where to put the wall right now.
What's your timeline, do you think, that you'll have it secured?
Well, I mean, it's hard to say. It depends actually, you know, on funding and all the rest of it, but I'd like to see that we would be well underway within 2 years. You know, one of the things, just as a comment, we have 650 miles of barrier now on the border that we maintain. I was just told this morning that there's some wall being built in the San Diego sector that was financed and under construction before this administration took over. So it would appear to me that the former administration had a sense that physical barriers made sense as well. But this is going to take some time, but there's places I think we can right away get at this problem, Congressman.
Great. Well, another thing that the President has suggested is that we want South Americans, in particular Mexico, to help pay for this securing of the southwest border. It's my understanding we have over $30 billion a year that are sent in remittances out of this country to South American countries, mostly to Mexico. I intend to introduce legislation entitled the Border Funding Act of 2017 that would put a 2% tax on those remittances, such as Western Union and MoneyGram remittances. That would generate close to $1 billion a year. That's one method. Have you heard other suggestions as to how we're going to pay for this securing of the border? Because keep in mind, this additional layers of security you're talking about are on top of the cost that we're already spending.
I have not. You know, clearly, the White House is working this, and the State Department would fall to them at least initially to start to work with countries, Mexico, to come to some accommodation. But have not heard any specifics, Congressman.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Kelly, I want to welcome you before the committee, and thank you for your testimony. And I certainly want to thank you for your decades of service to our nation. And I certainly have enjoyed working with you in my role in the Armed Services Committee, whether it's meetings that you and I have had in my office or the testimony you provided before the committee. I appreciate your work, and I certainly look forward to working with you on this committee as well, particularly on issues relating to cybersecurity, which you and I share an interest in, which I consider to be the top national security challenge of our age. But like many of my fellow colleagues, I'm going to begin my questions with the President's executive orders. So you may be aware that a number of top national security officials from the Clinton, Bush, and Obama administrations filed a brief with the Ninth Circuit Court yesterday. And, Mr. Chairman, I ask that that brief be entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the brief pretty clearly outlines my chief concerns with the EO, namely that it was not based on specific credible evidence of a threat, and that it puts our troops in harm's way. So to begin with, was the refugee ban based on specific new evidence of a threat to the homeland?
The ban, once again, Congressman, was based on countries that we don't have any real confidence in right now, that they can help us vet people to come to the United States. Countries that are in, clearly disarray. And we know, as an example, in the Syrian case, there are thousands of, and I can't get too into it in this open session, there are thousands of fighters who are available and have, we have pretty good confidence, have the kind of papers that could get them passed into Western Europe and certainly by extension into the United States. So the threat is real. And this pause, and that's what it is a pause, will give me, working with CIA, DOD, and Justice, not to mention State Department, give us an opportunity to step back and decide what additional vetting we might add to what we already have, which is minimal in my view, and then come out of that and say, okay, these are the new rules. It may be that some of these countries remain on a list for some time because they are in such chaos. But again, I go back to sworn to protect the nation, and hope is not an option when it comes, from my perspective at least, when it comes down to that.
I understand that, and the point is, though, the ban was put in place not based on any new credible threat and intelligence to a direct threat to the United States. And just to quote,
well, Congressman, I would say, if I could,
let me just finish, if I could.
If I could give you the full answer, it is based on the fact that we know that there are thousands of fighters coming out of the caliphate fight that have papers that could could bring them to certainly Western Europe and the United States.
Thank you. And to quote from the brief, we all agree that the United States faces real threats from terrorist networks and must take all prudent and effective steps to combat them, including the appropriate vetting of travelers to the United States. We are all nevertheless unaware of any specific threat that would justify the travel ban established by the executive order issued on January 27, 2017. We view the order as one that will ultimately undermine the national security of the United States rather than making us safer. In our professional opinion, this order cannot be justified on national security or foreign policy grounds. It does not perform its declared task of protecting the nation from foreign terrorist entry into the United States. So they would disagree. Again, there's already strong vetting in place right now, and that vetting has kept us safe. But let me move on to another question. Last Friday, the New York Times reported, the headline was "Travel Ban Drives Wedge Between Iraqi Soldiers and Americans." Mr. Chairman, I ask that the story be inserted into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
So based on your experience in Iraq, do you believe that the ban will improve the safety and security of U.S. forces there?
I believe the travel pause from all of those countries will give us time to evaluate those countries and the information they can provide us, which will ultimately lead to safety for the American people.
Well, thank you, Mr. Secretary. I would just say that we have strong measures in place to keep the country safe, and putting the ban in place, in my opinion, ultimately would do more harm than good. We could have done this a more effective way by, if we need to enhance vetting, fine. If there's credible intelligence that we need to act upon, fine. But I think in the long run, this ban will do more harm than good, both to our security, but also to our troops in the field. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Kelly, General, thanks for being here. Thanks for your service to the United States Marine Corps. As Chairman of Western Hemisphere Subcommittee, you and I had a chance to work together when you were at Southern Command, and I appreciate your work. Ask you a series of yes or no questions. Is President Trump's executive order a Muslim ban?
No.
Would you agree with this statement? Because we cannot properly vet those from Syria because of the lack of information coming out of the country, because they're in the midst of a civil war, do you believe that this is necessary in order to ensure America's safety?
Yes.
We've had a series of hearings in this committee and on Capitol Hill with regard to Syrian refugees. And your predecessors and those appointed by President Trump's predecessors came to the Hill and made some very interesting statements. I'd like to read some of those in my time. General John Brennan, Director of the Central Intelligence Agency, said this, 11/18/2015. I think it makes it even more incumbent on the security and intelligence professionals to make sure that we're able to look at individuals who are coming into this country with an eye toward what it is that we might know about individuals or ways that terrorist organizations might try to secret people into these networks, into these refugee flows. Would you agree with that statement?
That the terrorists are attempting to gain access to the United States, passing themselves off potentially as refugees. I do believe that they have got that in mind.
Yes, sir. Your predecessor, Secretary Johnson, said this, 10/21/2015. It is true that we are not going to know a whole lot about the Syrians that come forth in this process. That is definitely a challenge. We know that organizations like ISIL might try to exploit the Syrian refugee resettlement program. The good news is that we are better at vetting than we were 8 years ago. The bad news is that there is no risk-free process. He went on to say, 10/8/2015, I guess that was a little earlier, but the Syrian refugees are a population of people that we're not going to know a whole lot about. They testified over and over that Syria is in a civil war, and that the records, A, were never very good to begin with, B, have been destroyed, have been stolen, have been commingled. In fact, you can go to Turkey and change your identity with a new passport based on what we know. Director of National Counterterrorism Center in this committee on 10/8/2015 said this, Nicholas Rasmussen, the intelligent picture we have had of the Syrian conflict zone, isn't what we'd like it to be. You can only review refugees' submitted background data against what you have. How this is different than Iraq is we had people in Iraq, we were working with the Iraqi government. We don't know a whole lot about the Syrians. General Clapper, retired general and director of national intelligence, said this, as Syrian refugees descend on Europe, one of the obvious issues that we worry about, and in turn as we bring refugees into this country, is exactly what is their background. We don't obviously put it past the likes of ISIL to infiltrate operatives among these refugees. That is a huge concern of ours. Director of FBI, James Comey, said this, we can only query against that which we have collected. And so if someone has not made a ripple in the pond in Syria on a way that would get their identity or interest reflected in our databases, we can only query our databases until the cows come home, but nothing will show up because we have no record of that person. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue at hand that President Trump has recognized is that we don't have a whole lot of information on people from the war-torn areas. And ISIL has said they will infiltrate the refugee resettlement program and the migration into Europe. This is the pause for 90 days so that our intelligence folks can try to get this right. It turns off the Syrian refugee program until the president says we can properly vet those whom we're going to allow to live amongst us. This is good policy to keep America safe. It's not a Muslim travel ban. It targets an area of the world that is torn with civil war and has elements, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, Abu Sayyaf, that are intent on doing Americans harm. I support this. General Kelly, thank you. I look forward to your continued leadership at the department. I look forward to working with you here. With that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Richmond.
General, let me just ask you a couple yes or no questions. Is Steve Bannon, advisor to the President, a Department of Homeland Security employee?
No.
Are you a standing member of the National Security Council?
I am.
Has an advisor to the President ever been a standing member of the National Security Council?
I don't know specifically, but I would imagine that there has been advisors to the President. In reality, we're all advisors to the President, but I believe it would be hard for me to believe that there hasn't been some that have been advisors.
Well, let me just state for the record that while I understand the Secretary of Homeland Security has not traditionally been a standing member of the National Security Council, I do want to go on record saying that I find it appalling, disgraceful, and dangerous that Steve Bannon, a white supremacist and the architect of the ban, is on the National Security Council. I feel this inclusion weakens our nation's security and makes your job even more complicated. Now, let me just spend 1 second again on the order because some of my colleagues asked about Saudi Arabia, and you indicated that we as a country was comfortable with the vetting that is done from on the Saudi Arabia side. In the ban, it mentions 9/11. 15 of the 19 terrorists involved in 9/11 came from Saudi Arabia, and that doesn't give us any concern?
Of course it does, but again, that's some years ago, and that's exactly why President Trump has decided to take a pause in countries we know are very, very high risk in terms of not only terrorists or potential terrorists, but very high risk in terms of they don't have really any databases we can work with, police, FBI, that kind of thing, where Saudi Arabia does have a functioning police and intelligence services that we can work with. So at least we know that people that are coming out of that country are A, who they say they are, B, why they're coming to the United States for whatever reason, tourists or otherwise. But it's pretty hard. It's impossible to get into someone's head. But I believe if we put someone like Saudi Arabia on the list, given their very good intelligence, very good police work, and all that kind of thing, then you could make the argument this is about religion, and it's not.
Well, you say it's not about a religion, but the president in a TV interview said that he would prioritize and even exempt persecuted Christians. How does that work if we have a pause? How do we unpause it for persecuted Christians?
Again, we have both myself and Secretary Tillerson have authority within the executive orders to make case by case, and I certainly did in the early hours to make case by case exemptions. A couple of Iraqis, as an example. I mean, the first lawsuit that was brought against the pause, one of the EOs, the two people that were wronged allegedly had long been admitted into the United States. So we have a case by case on this, and let in some Iraqi generals, some other people, dual citizens, of course. So there is a way to on a case by case basis. The little girls that the Congresswoman referenced. I mean, these are people that we said, okay, let's let them in. So there is a way to do that.
Well, and I'm glad that there is a way to do that, but I guess what I'm specifically asking is whether you or the Secretary of State are going to take the directive that the President stated, which is he favored preference for persecuted Christians. So are we going to put persecuted Christians over everyone else as he suggested, is my question. Do you intend on implementing it like that or executing it like that?
We will look at every individual case that we're presented for exemption and make a decision not based on only religion, but on persecution and those kind of things.
So we won't put religion as a priority over other religions? We won't pick a religion and put it as a priority over another religion?
The way we're implementing this, we will not use religion, but persecution for sure. Why someone is being persecuted, but there's no, no Muslims, but all Christians. Nothing like that, Congressman.
Okay. The former Director of Homeland Security placed our voting apparatus as critical infrastructure. So my last question is, one, do you plan on taking that designation away? And then the second part of that question would be, because it is designated critical infrastructure, the fact that the President believes 3 million to 5 million people voted illegally, and I guess he assumes they didn't vote for him, how do we proceed? And if the number is 3 to 5 million, it really could change some states like Michigan and Pennsylvania. He may well not be a president. He may be a so-called president, or in his terms, a fake president. So are we going to institute that investigation and follow it to its logical conclusion, or why should we have the confidence that these 3 to 5 million people didn't steal an election if, in fact, they did vote illegally?
Mr. Chairman, we're a minute past the 5 minutes. Okay to answer that question?
Yes, sir.
I think the Jay Johnson, good friend of mine, in his final days, determined that the voting system was critical infrastructure. I believe we should help all of the states, provide them as much help as we can to make sure that their systems are protected in future elections. So I would argue that, yes, we should keep that in place. Everything after that, I can't find the question, just the statement. So.
I'm past my time, Mr. Chairman.
And I think the Secretary reminds us that we have a 5-minute rule. I think in the interest of all the members here to get a question in, let's try to adhere to that as much as possible. Mr. Bartoletta is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Kelly, the federal judge who paused the executive order on January 27th stated from the bench that no one from the 7 countries named in the order has been arrested for terrorist activities in the United States since 9/11. Reading from an Associated Press article in the Seattle Times, he asked the Justice Department lawyer how many arrests of foreign nationals from the countries have occurred since 9/11. When the lawyer said she didn't know, the judge answered his own question. He said, "Let me tell you, the answer to that is none, the best I can tell. You are here arguing on behalf of someone that says we have to protect the United States from these individuals coming from these countries, and there's no support for that." I can't help but note that, at least in one instance, he is right. The young man who stabbed a number of people at Ohio State this past November was in the United States through the refugee program. He came here from Somalia, one of the 7 countries we're talking about. But in this one case, the judge was right. He was not arrested because he was killed at the scene by police. Now, I have here a study by a professor from the University of North Carolina, which finds that in all the arrests made for terror-related activities in the United States since 9/11, almost a quarter of them have direct family ties to those 7 countries. In your opinion, Mr. Secretary, are these critics correct? Have there been no problems at all with people from these 7 countries?
I think, Congressman, the first thing I'd say is people like me are paid to do, in my case, protect the nation in the home game, protect the homeland. Hope is not a course of action for people like me, and police officers, and sheriffs, and members of CVP, people like that. Hope, we can never rely on, gee, I hope nothing bad happens. In the case, and I have nothing but respect for judges, but in their world, it's a very academic, very almost in a vacuum discussion. And of course, in their courtrooms, they're protected by people like me. So they can have those discussions. And if something happens bad from letting people in, they don't come to the judge to ask him about his ruling. They come to people like me. There are bad people in the world. They come from all over the world. Some of them are homegrown, and people like me are doing the best we can to get after the problem. So again, I have nothing but respect for our judges, but they live in a different world than I do. I'm paid to worst case it. He's paid to, in a very academic environment, make a call, and I don't criticize him for that. That's his job. But I'm the one that is charged with protecting the nation, the homeland, and I intend to do that and never hope that some people coming from some part of the world are coming here for the right reasons.
Thank you. Secretary Kelly, one of the principal reasons I ran for Congress was my frustration with the federal government for refusing to enforce our existing immigration laws. My city of Hazleton, which I was mayor of, was overrun by illegal aliens who brought with them gangs, drugs, identity theft, fraud, other crimes that I had to deal with. No one was speaking for the victims of these crimes. I always heard that, we have to have compassion for the person that comes here illegally, but I had to sit with people who lost loved ones who were victims, and I have compassion for them. So I commend the Trump administration for recognizing these crime victims, the victims. As you know, the executive order of January 25th, enhancing public safety in the interior of the United States, establishes an Office of Victims of Crimes committed by removable aliens. Can you please speak to when this office will be set up and what services it would provide?
the office is being set up kind of as we speak, and I've just even though it.
Okay, everyone, looks like we've lost the signal. Stay with us. We're going to work to get that back for you. Stand by. In the meantime, I do want to give you guys a live look at Boston, Massachusetts, where the Patriots Parade will be kicking off in just a few minutes. Okay, guys, looks like we have that feedback from the Kelly testimony. We're going to take you there again now.
Has been homegrown violent extremists. Would you agree with all your predecessors that that's the most immediate and pressing danger that we have?
I don't think I'd say the most, because there are others that are equally as dangerous and just about as likely as homegrown terrorism.
Fair enough. As a general, you're familiar with the chain of command more than I think anyone in this room, given your years of experience. Looking at what happened with the chaos surrounding the executive order, What would you do going forward differently yourself to impact that process so there was a very clear chain of command with communications, not just within government, but also on the private side with the airlines and everyone else that's a traveler?
For the record, again, if you talk to the men and women of CVP, there was no chaos as they received people from various countries. You know, in the first 24 hours of the executive order, from aviation coming in by air, about 325 or 30,000 people, over half of whom were foreigners, most of whom get in without any problem, and then a small number, relatively small number, were held up for additional vetting. And the vast, I think all of them, but a very small number get in pretty short order. So that if you ask the CVP people that will work in the counters, they don't know what you're talking about when you're talking about chaos. Now, if you then look out to where the demonstrators were, and with all due respect, some public officials, there was chaos, but that was due to other factors.
We had some airlines allowing people entry, and some airlines didn't.
Yeah, that came after, actually in the last few days. It was very quick. The airlines were very cooperative, as they always are. They're great partners. And when they were told, don't board these people, they didn't. Now, we've got a little bit of a difference.
Are you satisfied with that chain of command then that took place during that period?
The chain of command is from the President to me to CVP in this case. I'm satisfied with that chain of command.
Just quickly, is that what happened in this case? Was that the chain of command?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and let me offer my gratitude for your service to our nation. As the chairman of the Oversight and Management Efficiency Subcommittee on this committee, I've been concerned about an employee survey that DHS once again ranked dead last by its employees as the worst place to work in the federal government. Now, as you know, there are 5 core missions at DHS, 2 of which are to secure and manage our borders. And through the previous administration's countless internal directives, in my opinion, the border became less secure, and immigration agents literally could be fired for attempting to enforce federal immigration laws. I'm just wondering, the question is at this point, do you think the previous administration's actions, coupled with the mainstream media's demonization of securing our border and what it means, sometimes turning people away that want to come across the border, has had an adverse impact on the attitude of your now employees?
I believe that. And if I could just make a comment, Congressman, the frustration, and I'm very new at this job, but I'm really good at interacting with people and really good at leading them. And when I talk to the members, particularly where the rubber meets the road, or as I've learned down on the Rio Grande the other day, where the hull meets the water, and you talk to them about why they've been frustrated. Great Americans, magnificent men and public servants, in uniform, sometimes out of uniform, they would tell you that, you know, sir, hard to do a job and not allowed to do it until a couple of the EOs came out. And their particular frustration is when they see people who are, in fact, here illegally, who have committed some crimes and then are let go. So I think their morale has suffered because of the job they were hired to do, and then in their sense, they're kind of hobbled or you know, hands tied behind their back, that kind of thing. And now they feel more positive about things. I bet if you watch the morale issue, you'll be surprised going forward.
Well, thank you, Mr. Secretary, and I guarantee you we're going to be watching. I do want to make a statement in regard to the gentlelady from Texas regarding the attacks of refugees, and I just want to just quickly point out a Somali who planned to blow up a Christmas tree lighting ceremony in Oregon, an Iraq refugee who set off a bomb in a Social Security office in Arizona, a Somali refugee who went on a stabbing spree in St. Cloud, and, of course, the one that Mr. Barletta referenced, a Somali refugee with the successful attack in Ohio. And as a person who has worn the uniform, sir, I want to remind us both of the 2 Iraqis convicted on charges that they had assisted al-Qaeda in Iraq and may have killed American service members who lied on their immigration paperwork. And while it might be inconvenient for some people to be stopped at the airport, I don't have the photographs of the families who, mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters and children who never saw their parents come home from the war zone or from someplace out in their community where they were attacked by some of these people. And so if we're going to bring up anecdotes, I imagine we can bring up some of the blown up pictures of blown up parts of individuals and innocent civilians who were victimized by these people. And I hope we don't have to be reduced to that level. Mr. Secretary.
Would the gentleman yield?
No, I have another question for the Secretary. I appreciate it. Mr. Secretary, just looking at some of the comments from, and I'm looking at a report from November 17th on NPR from the Border Patrol Union head who said law enforcement has been handcuffed and the criminals are being let go, and another CNS News report from the 27th of June of 2014 where agents were forced without documentations to accept the claims of immigrants and treat them as minors and turn them over to HHS within 72 hours, pretty much feeling full well that they have been involved in gang activities, were above the age of a minority, were above the age of 18, but without documentation were forced to do it, and these folks then enter into the interior. And then the other concerns of dangerous drugs like heroin, health circumstances like polio, leprosy, smallpox, the infiltration of al-Qaeda, et cetera. I'm wondering if you can tell us tangibly today, starting right now or before, what has changed in those policies that led the head of the union to say that they were being handcuffed while criminals were being let go? What has changed already for Border Patrol under your leadership and under the new administration?
The 10-second answer, because that's all I have, is they are now the various policies and whatnot that did restrict them, and I hear this all the time, that did restrict them have now been lifted, and they're out there doing their job. But one of the things in 6 seconds or less we really need to do is really reinforce, surge, if you will, the number of immigration courts and judges and that kind of thing to really get after the numbers of illegal aliens. Because we can pick them up all day long, but if the process takes a year or 2 or 5 or 10, it's pretty hard to deter people coming up from South America. Good people overwhelmingly, if they know once they get here they're in. So, but they feel better about things now that the EO has lifted the restrictions and the policy restrictions. The laws are there; they're good laws. That now they're being executed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the ranking member. Mr. Secretary, we thank you for being here today, and thank you for your service to this nation. It goes without saying that you've been a great American with respect to your service in the Marines and all the way up. So I want to congratulate you on this opportunity to serve as well. There's been a lot of discussion today in reference to the Muslim ban on these 7 countries that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are citing incidents now of refugees from those countries, but the data we have says that there hasn't been anyone from those 7 countries that have made terrorist attacks. Countries that are not on that list, sir, are Lebanon, where we've had 159 Americans killed by their citizens, Egypt, 162, United Arab Emirates, 314, and Saudi Arabia, 2,369. So I would think that there might be reason to add other countries to that list. In terms of staffing for Customs and Border Protection, the President's executive order on border security directs hiring of an additional 5,000 Border Patrol agents, but gives no specifics. What is the time frame for
hiring these additional agents.
Okay, Congressman, a lot there.
Okay, guys, we're going to cut out of this border security hearing. We'll play it for you a little bit later this afternoon, but right now we want to take you to Boston because it looks like this parade is just getting started. Joining me now for our parade coverage, Ron Hoon, big football fan.
Yes. I don't know. I know we had a survey that said 22% of America, the greatest number of this survey, 22% said the Patriots were the most hated team. I believe the Dallas Cowboys were second at 19%, but I was not buying into that. I was rooting for the Patriots.
I do think a lot of people hate the Patriots.
Yeah.
You and I have had this conversation in previous years here
Yes.
on News Now
Yes.
about how a lot
Yes.
of people hate the Patriots.
Right.
There's a lot of, animosity towards Tom Brady, Bill Belichick. People think they're cheaters. I mean,
Right.
there's a lot of haters out there.
Don't you think that Tom Brady swung a lot of people into his corner by the fact that right at the end of the game he was so emotional? It came out later that he had dedicated the game to his mom.
Oh.
She's been in this cancer fight, and I don't know if you actually saw her off stage afterwards, but she was wearing a bandana over her head. Looks like she's lost her hair to chemo, and he was so overcome that he looked like he basically was brought to tears afterwards. It was really sweet. So I don't know. I don't know if that changes people's opinion about Tom Brady or not. What I appreciate about him and what I appreciate about Bill Belichick is that combination of coach and player, number one, they have stayed loyal to each other, to the team, and to the city in an era where a lot of players are always about, where's the bigger, better deal?
Right.
I'm out of here. It's
Right.
like Larry Fitzgerald.
Even the people that you think would be so loyal to a team end up
Yes.
surprising you. Like, I don't know, Kevin Durant, Oklahoma City Thunder. I know it's a different
yes,
sport,
right.
but,
Yeah, and when LeBron left and went to Miami, of course, he saw the light and came back to Cleveland. But here's Larry Fitzgerald saying, no matter what, I want to close out my career.
Here in Arizona.
Here in Arizona. So, anyway, I love the fact that they are loyal to each other, the team, and the city in an era where that often doesn't happen.
Right.
But more than anything else, just the quality of actual football play. It's what they've been able to accomplish over the last 17 years is something we may never see another duo like this, where a coach and a player can accomplish so much. And watch the hits that Brady took during the Super Bowl and still have whatever it took to come back and actually win that game in overtime. Incredible.
I mean, it was one of those legendary Super Bowls, that's for sure. Again, you guys are looking at a live look at the Patriots Victory Parade that's scheduled to start any minute now in Boston. Obviously, it is New England in February. Not the most pleasant weather there. In fact, the official forecast says it's 33 degrees right now and snowing in Boston. So not exactly ideal parade weather, but what do you expect from New England, right?
Yeah, exactly. So this is a great shot. Right across to the right there is the Boston Common, which basically is their version of Central Park. It's right in the heart of the city. And, it's the perfect spot to gather. Look, there you can see a little bit more of the park over to the right.
Right.
And it's covered in snow. It's, I actually spent a Christmas there in Boston once. It was pretty cool.
Huh. I used to live in New England. My first reporter job
Where was that?
was in Western Massachusetts, Springfield, Massachusetts. So
I didn't even know that about you.
You didn't know that? Yeah.
How long were you there?
I was there for like 6-7 months,
Mm-hmm.
and then came back to California.
Home of the NBA Hall of Fame.
I know, that's true.
The game actually invented there.
Basketball.
Yep.
Invented in Springfield, Massachusetts. Well,
How did you like
there's some
living
rumors
there?
that it was invented in Canada, actually.
No. And we stole it from the Canadians?
You know.
Wow.
But it was a colder part of the country.
Yeah. So that bugged you. Were you there over the winter?
Part of the winter, yes.
Yeah.
It was chilly, but I do remember everyone being Patriots fans.
Yeah. Yeah, they love their team, and why not? I mean, with the track record that they have, I think more and more people are buying into the thought that Tom Brady is the greatest quarterback of all time.
I saw a lot of tweets saying something to that effect over the last couple of days, referring to him as the GOAT. GOAT, G-O-A-T, greatest of all time. It's a term commonly reserved for Michael Jordan. But as far as football is concerned, a lot of people out there, big Tom Brady fans, especially after such an epic comeback this Sunday.
Well, the thing about it is, if you love the game of football, which
you do,
I do, you appreciate, and I think you really value the sort of the historical sweep of it, in that you think about some of the great quarterbacks who, think about Joe Montana, for example.
Oh no.
They went our lights.
Someone took our lights away.
Hey, Rudy.
Maybe if we speak loudly enough, they will hear us discuss how our lights have been turned off.
They're coming right back up.
Okay.
Watch this. 3, 2, 1, and...
Half. Quarter.
Oh,
10th.
there we are.
Okay, there we go.
Whoa. Anyway, I remember during those great playoff runs when it was in the AFC, it was always Peyton Manning versus Tom Brady. And I knew that that day would someday come to an end. It already has. Peyton Manning's already hung it up. And Tom Brady will at some point. And these have been two of the classics. I mean,
here's my question for you, Ron.
Yeah.
Going into Sunday, though, this isn't really a question as much as it is a leading comment. Going into Sunday, though, you didn't really look at this game as being something that would be legendary, did you?
No. But if somebody had asked me to bet on that game, a friendly $1 wager with a coworker, I wouldn't have known which way to go, because I had said, as we were talking ahead of time about the game, I really thought it. Oh, look at that! They're just wiping that lens.
So much snow.
Yeah, I really thought it did revolve around whether or not the Atlanta Falcons defense was going to be able to get in there and mess Tom Brady up, and that's all that happened in the first half.
Right. I do see a viewer comment that says the Super Bowl was like the election.
Yeah, I did. I saw a meme that said something like, what did it say? But the Falcons won the popular vote. Anyway. Yeah, but in the end, I think what happened was that by the fourth quarter, that amazing defense of Atlanta, they were getting pretty tired. All of a sudden, Tom Brady was picking them apart. And when you looked at the cutaway shots of the Falcons on the sideline, including their owner, Arthur Blank, sorry, I'm losing my voice, you felt for them, because they could sense we're playing against one of the most incredible quarterbacks of all time, and he's going to take this away from us. And that's what happened.
Do you think this was the victory the Patriots needed following all of that Deflategate drama last year?
Yeah. I think it was an extreme motivator for the entire team. And so, I do think it was pretty much exactly what they needed. And notice how, ever since then, there hasn't been a lot of talk about it.
Deflategate?
Yeah.
I mean,
now we're on to Jerseygate.
Right. So Tom Brady's jersey missing. Someone stole his victory jersey, the jersey he played in Houston.
Yeah. That's actually, I cannot believe that the actual jersey could be worth $500,000, but we had a story on that this morning, that a collector, a memorabilia expert, thought it could go for anywhere between $300,000 and $500,000. Wow.
That's really expensive.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. But you know what? People love football. This
Yeah.
is a historic game,
Right.
and people who have money are willing to pay it.
Well, and the thing is, because it was the first game to ever go into overtime, and who knows? Players are always subject to injury. What if that was Tom Brady's last Super Bowl? That jersey is going to be incredibly valuable. So,
The question is, where did it go, Ron?
I
Where
know.
did it go?
well, that's why they got the Texas Rangers on the case. It's amazing. I mean, at first when I heard the Texas Rangers, it's a jersey. Give me a break. But then when the story came out today and they said a value of $500,000, that's like Bonnie and Clyde pulling a bank heist and getting away with $500,000 worth of cash. Somebody's
But here's
got
the thing,
it and they
whoever
can't
has it,
sell it.
I was just going to say, because everyone knows it's a stolen item and it's missing, even if it's worth $500,000, you're not going to get any money out of it. So might as well just anonymously turn it in somehow and move on with your life.
Yeah. Oh, we see the snowflakes flying there.
And
Great
by the
images.
way, viewers who are tuning in, if you guys have any thoughts that you want to share with Ron or me, feel free to leave a comment on YouTube or on Facebook. You can also tweet us.
Yep.
You can find Ron at RonHoonFox10. You can find me, SamiaFox10, that's S-A-M-I-A. And we will read some of your tweets and thoughts on air.
Samia, ever since you and I started talking about our Twitter pages here a few weeks ago, boy, I've been getting a lot of followers from around the world.
Wow.
So I think one of the questions that we should ask is, does this kind of remove the stain of Deflategate? You know?
Has Brady redeemed himself?
Has he redeemed himself? Was this enough to, to move on from it? I think so. But, to quote President Trump in one of his tweets today, the haters are going crazy. There are plenty of people, obviously, who don't like the Patriots.
Right. Trump is not one of them, though. Trump is a Patriots fan.
He's a huge Patriots fan. And somebody posted, where did I see that? Somewhere on Twitter. It was a side-by-side photo of President Obama watching the Super Bowl. And he was just sitting on a couch with, looks like 4 or 5 other people around. And then President Trump sitting at that huge party at Mar-a-Lago,
Right.
with a huge crowd around him, that kind of thing. Once the presidency's over, things kind of mellow out. You just go back to sitting on a couch with some buddies. So the word that we have as of about 10 minutes ago was that the parade did get underway, but it's still got a ways to go before they get. This is more toward the end of the parade route right here. There along the Boston Common.
Looks like we're all coughing.
I'll be curious to see if they hit 1 million. The weather is clearly not bothering people. It's Boston, right? They're used to
Right,
it.
I guess they're used to it, and maybe 33 is relatively warm for them. That is the question. So again, if you guys want to share your thoughts on the big Super Bowl game Sunday night, let us know. You can tweet us. We'll read your thoughts here on air. We'd love to get some fan perspective. Are you a Patriots fan? Were you hoping that the Falcons would win? I see some of you saying the Super Bowl was fixed.
Whoa. That's a thing now? That's a new conspiracy.
Meanwhile, I want to read this comment from Facebook viewer Grace Dunn, who says, the Super Bowl is over. The election is over. You don't like outcomes of either. Grow up and get over it.
So I guess they're going to be showing up in the duck boats. We got all excited because we saw a couple emergency vehicles come down earlier. But they're going to be in the duck boats.
Cod has a question for you, Ron.
Okay, I hope I can talk.
Who's your pick for MVP?
Well, it was already announced.
Who's your MVP?
Oh, I got it. It depends if you go with the philosophy that the best player on the best team, which is what a lot of people say it ought to be. Well, this is the best team. They won it. I don't know how you couldn't go with Tom Brady. Matt Ryan had an incredible year. But I actually think if you were simply going to say, truly, which team had a player that was so valuable to them that if he didn't play, they wouldn't win. And what we learned from Deflategate was that when Tom Brady went out, Jimmy Garoppolo did a fine job, and they were 3-1 in those first 4 games. Some people were saying, is it time to sit Tom Brady during that streak? But if that was the criteria, then I think you would end up going with Dak Prescott, the quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys.
Again, those of you just joining us, we are streaming the Patriots Victory Parade. It has yet to start. We are going to cut away from this momentarily here on News Now. Take you to the Senate floor where they're about to vote on Betsy DeVos, which is a pretty big deal considering there were Democratic senators there all night on the Senate floor.
Right.
Discussing and debating why she was not qualified.
Yeah.
The vote is about to kick off. We're going to go to this in a little bit. We'll take you back to the Victory Parade.
When we spot Tom Brady.
When we spot any activity. How about that?
Yeah, exactly.
And Ron, we'll give your voice a rest for a little bit.
Okay.
Drink some water.
Choices of schools. Are you surprised that the Republican president has appointed an education secretary, nominated one, I should say, who wants to reverse the trend to a national school board and restore local control? I'm supporting her because she wants to do that, because she's led the most effective...
Senators used 4.5 minutes.
Thank you. She's led the most effective public school reform movement over the last 30 years and of her commitment to help low-income children. I would say to my Democratic colleagues, We confirmed President Obama's first education secretary in 7 days on the day he was inaugurated. His second one in 3 weeks, just as we will Betsy DeVos today. You may disagree with the new president, but the people elected him. And I urge you to give the new Republican president the opportunity to choose his own education secretary, just like we did the Democratic president 8 years ago and a year ago, even though we disagreed just as much with their view of federal policy on local schools as you do with her policy and President Trump's policy on school choice.
2.5
minutes.
minutes.
President, I urge a yes vote.
Mr. President.
The senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we close this debate on Betsy DeVos, this debate should really be about public education. I support public education. Education is the closest thing to magic in America. Let me say that again. Education is the closest thing to magic in America. I have experienced that magic as a kid growing up in a single-parent household, mired in poverty, disillusioned about life. I nearly flunked out as a freshman. I thank God for public education. But far too many kids, too many millions of kids today do not have a quality educational choice in their communities. And what does that mean? There is a high correlation between incarceration, high unemployment, and lower lifetime incomes for those students who do not have quality public education. This nation, the greatest nation on earth, has afforded a kid who almost dropped out of high school to become a United States Senator. Why? Because I found a path that included public education and quality public education. So what does it look like in some of our cities? Let me give you an example in Detroit. In English, only 9% of African American kids meet standards for English. 13% of white kids meet standards or exceed standards in English. 12.5% of Hispanic kids meet or exceed standards in English in Detroit. We need to make sure that every child in every zip code has a quality choice. The Secretary of Education cannot privatize education. That would take an act of Congress. So yes, we should have a passionate debate about education, and yes, we should make sure that the focus of that debate is on the kid.
The senator's time has expired. Pursuant Rule 4, Paragraph 2, the hour of 12 noon having arrived, and the Senate having been in continuous session since yesterday, the Senate will suspend for a prayer from the Senate chaplain.
Let us pray. God of mercy and light, we are in your hands, and we rejoice because of the power of your presence. Do with us what seems good in your sight. Lord, in the welter and variety of decision-making, with its alternating and fluctuating intricacies, give our lawmakers a deeper appreciation for a conscience void of offense toward you or humanity. Today, show mercy to the members of this legislative body. Let your sovereign hand be over them, and your Holy Spirit ever be with them, directing all their thoughts, words, and works for your glory. Lord, prosper the labors of their hands, enabling them in due season to reap a bountiful harvest if they faint not. We pray in your merciful name. Amen.
All post-cloture time having expired, the question occurs on the DeVos nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cochran, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Corker, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Mr. Donnelly, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Mrs. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Flake, Mr. Franken, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hatch, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Heitkamp, Mr. Heller, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Isaacson, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McCain, Mrs. McCaskill, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott, Mr. Sessions, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Alexander, Bozeman, Cornyn, Grassley, Isaacson, Perdue, Rubio, Sass, Scott, and Tillis. Mr. Flake? Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand? No. Mr. Young? Aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Franken, Gillibrand, Markey, Murray, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Warren, and Whitehouse. Mr. Brown? No. Mr. Casey? No. Ms. Klobuchar? No. Mr. King? No. Ms. Stabenow? No. Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. Reed? No. Mr. Hatch? Aye. Mr. Udall? No. Mr. Tester? No. Mrs. Capito? Aye. Mr. Bennett? No. Mr. Roberts? Aye. Mr. Van Hollen? No. Mr. Hoven? Aye. Mr. Sanders? No. Mr. Merkley? No. Mr. Murphy? No. Mr. Carper? No. Mr. Crapo? Aye. Mr. McConnell? Aye. Mr. Cochran? Aye. Mr. Donnelly? No. Mr. Rounds? Aye. Mr. Booker? No. Ms. Hassan? No. Mr. Cotton? Aye. Mr. Kane? No. Mrs. Ernst? Aye. Mr. Heinrich? No. Mr. Toomey? Aye. Mr. Warner? No. Mr. Moran? Aye. Ms. Murkowski? No. Ms. Collins? No. Mr. Wyden? No. Mrs. McCaskill? No. Mr. Langford? Aye. Ms. Hirono? No. Mr. Risch? Aye. Mr. Leahy? No. Mr. Inhofe? Aye. Mr. Graham? Aye. Mrs. Fisher? Aye. Mr. Paul? Aye. Mr. Gardner? Aye. Mrs. Feinstein? No. Mr. Sullivan? Aye. Mr. Cruz? Aye. Mr. Lee? Aye. Mr. Shelby? Aye. Mr. McCain? Aye. Mr. Cassidy? Aye. Ms. Harris? No.
For those of you wondering what the count is currently, it's about 37 people voting yes, 38 people voting yes, 41 voting no. Let's continue to watch.
Mr. Nelson? No. Mr. Cardin? No. Ms. Cantwell? No. Mr. Menendez? No. Mr. Portman? Aye. Mr. Manchin? No. Ms. Heitkamp? No. Mr. Heller? Aye. Mr. Barrasso? Aye. Mr. Enzi? Aye. Mr. Corker? Aye. Mr. Blunt? Aye. Mr. Wicker? Aye.
Right now we have 45 yes votes, 49 no votes.
Mr. Blumenthal? No. Mr. Sessions? Aye. Mr. Burr? Aye. Mr. Johnson? Aye. Mr. Thune? Aye. Mr. Daines? Aye.
All right, guys, that is 50-50. It's a tie, meaning VP Mike Pence is going to have to get in the mix.
Okay, so keeping an eye open for. Is that him that just walked? Let me see. Do I have my glasses? So it ended just the way we thought it was going to. And do you know the last time that they had to rely on a vice president? It's somewhat historic in nature. I mean, it happens almost never. You think about the hundreds and hundreds of votes they take every year. It's almost a decade ago. You go back to 2008, and it was Dick Cheney who was vice president back then, and he had to cast a vote on a budget measure. So they were trying to get a budget through, and they were at loggerheads.
On this
here.
vote, the
So,
yeas are 50.
You know, when you consider that
nays are
only
50.
4 of the 15, oh, here we go.
Senate being equally divided, the vice president votes in the affirmative, and the nomination is confirmed.
President.
Majority Leader.
I move to reconsider the vote on the nomination.
Question is on the motion to reconsider.
I move to table the motion to reconsider.
Question is on the motion to table. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And the motion to table is agreed to.
I ask unanimous consent the mandatory quorum call be waived.
Without objection.
Read one.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Jeff Sessions to be Attorney General.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nominations of Jeff Sessions of Alabama to be Attorney General shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Okay, guys, we're going to cut away from the Senate because we want to take you back to New England. Looks like we finally have that feed from the Patriots Victory Parade. Lots of football and politics today, Ron.
Yes, very nice, Samia. You know, the old axiom in the news now business where it all happens at once. We've been waiting.
We've been waiting for both, and then everything just comes at you.
Yeah. So interesting. The vote wrapped up in the Senate. It went exactly according to script, 51-50. Now they're going to try to move on to Jeff Sessions. So this would be 2 big wins for President Trump today. But in the meantime, talking about big wins, this is one of the biggest of all time out of 51 Super Bowls. The fact that for the first time, that still kind of blows my mind, for the first time in 51 years, it actually went to OT. And here they come. Here come the world champion, the New England Patriots. This parade has actually been going on for quite a while. Talk about a parade where it's like if you blink and you miss the one float or the one marching band at a parade somewhere and then it's over.
Right.
I mean, this is it. Here comes the team and there goes the team. They're working their way through the crowd very slowly. They're in Boston as the crowd literally just throngs toward them, surrounded, of course, by police officers. And what a joyful day in the city of Boston, and really in all New England. You know, it's interesting. Teams sometimes make a conscious choice to name themselves after a state or a region rather than a city. And
For more fan support, I think.
yeah, I think it works.
Right, because all of New England can have that Patriots pride versus just the Boston Patriots.
Sure.
You know, people in Connecticut, New Hampshire.
Sure. Now, the funny thing is, the Phoenix Suns have always been the Phoenix Suns, and I live in Mesa, and
You're still a fan.
I'm still a fan. They don't need to call them the Arizona Suns. But you know, when the Cardinals first came here, SK,
Yeah.
little known fact, they were originally the Phoenix Cardinals.
Oh.
They were not the Arizona Cardinals.
Interesting.
And they made that move to try to reach out to the entire state. Not that they have any problem selling season tickets. It's one of the hottest tickets in town, that's for sure. But in New England, I mean, you're encompassing 6 states, right? You got Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, Massachusetts, Rhode Island,
Connecticut.
and Connecticut.
Yeah.
And the whole region loves them.
Look at that parade.
Now, I thought I'd read somewhere that Tom Brady was going to be in that first vehicle, but I don't. Is that him?
I don't see him.
I don't either.
I do see some trophies.
Is that Robert Kraft there to the left?
I think so.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. He's like, touch it, but don't pull it away from me. Ha ha ha.
All right, Ron. So my question for you.
Yeah.
Your favorite moment of Sunday night's game.
Oh.
What was the defining moment?
It had to be Edelman's catch of Tom Brady's pass. You know, where he literally grabbed it by his fingertips. And that was such a crucial play. And it's probably not going to go down as the greatest play in Super Bowl history. That, I think most people would agree, was actually played right here in the Valley when the Patriots lost the New York Giants and David Tyree caught it on the side of his helmet. That was so incredible. But this one was right up there.
Do you ever miss a Super Bowl? You're a big football fan, Ron.
Have I ever missed a Super Bowl? I'm sure when I was a kid I probably did.
I mean,
But,
in recent years.
In recent years, no. You know, and what's interesting is I am not a huge fan of all the falderall around the game. Sometimes I think there's almost like too much chitter-chatter about the halftime show, or who's going to be doing this,
Right.
who's going to be doing that. But I liked Lady Gaga's. I really did. I thought she did phenomenally. And, you know, but the focus needs to be on the game. I thought the commercials were sort of subpar this year. But anyway,
Look at that crowd.
look at that.
Wow.
They are all dancing up a storm.
I'm going to turn up the audio just so we can hear it for a second. Let's see if we can hear the crowd. So much cheering there in Boston. So many fans braving the cold, braving the snow. They don't care. They just want a glimpse. They
Yep.
just want a glimpse at their favorite football team.
Yeah, they're probably working up a good sweat underneath those parkas, dancing around like that. Pretty cool images. Trying to see who's in the front of that one.
Wow, look at all the players having fun, dancing on the float. It's just one big party in Boston, Ron.
It really is. And boy, they deserve it. I think a lot of people thought we never would have another dynasty, if you really want to call it that, after the Green Bay Packers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let's not forget, they won 4. And then eventually, under Terry Bradshaw, just in that 70s time frame. Then they did go on to win the Super Bowl a few years ago with the bus, Jerome Bettis.
Oh, look at all the confetti.
That's a great shot.
How much do you think it costs to clean up after a parade?
You know, I'm going to say about $38,560.
How precise, Ron.
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but oh, it's so cool. So cool here in the middle of a bleak February day, a Tuesday, a random Tuesday in New England, that the whole city can come together like this.
Mm-hmm.
Kids get out of school. I mean, Tom Brady declared it a citywide holiday. I love that he did that.
And here's a photo I can show our viewers in just a second. Courtesy of our Fox station in Boston. It's a picture of Tom Brady holding up the Lombardi Trophy at the Patriots Victory Parade.
Nice.
Let's go ahead and show our viewers that really quickly. Here's that photo for you.
Nice.
So Brady's there. And there he is. There he is right now.
Oh, sure.
Isn't that great? Just caught a football.
Wow. Yeah, so he took the heavy coat off. That first layer's come off.
But that's it. We've spotted Tom Brady. Look at that, Ron. The number of people that have gathered in Boston.
Estimates going into the day were up to 1 million. The thing is, the parade route itself, I think, goes about an hour long traveling, whatever they are, 2 or 3 or 4 miles an hour. So this is one street corner right there at the Park Street Church, corner of the world famous Boston Trails.
The duck boats?
Yep. So that's a... we don't have them here.
No, you guys had them in Seattle, though.
Yes, they're very popular in Seattle, popular in Boston, popular any place that...
has water.
You want to take a tour that's half on the ground and half on the water.
Yeah, I mean, duck boats don't, I guess, make much sense here in Arizona.
Yeah. I guess they wouldn't have them in L.A. I don't even think I've seen them in San Francisco, now that I think about it.
Hey! Raindrops, drop top, smoking, no cooking up.
Had to cancel a pep rally, right? Because no one showed up?
Falcons didn't have enough people. Now, give them credit. On game day, they showed up too, and they got loud for a while. But, of course, Pats fans had the last laugh in the end, and they were very loud. And Falcons fans were nowhere to be found after the game. They're kind of walking around, if you saw them, a bit like zombies.
I'm sure.
What just happened?
They were stunned.
Like, we were kind of through the first,
first half.
part of the game there. And then things got a lot better, a whole lot better.
Some family members of the players.
As we said, takes a village. A lot of support there. And all ages represented on these boats as well. A lot of kids, I'm sure their first time on a duck boat. You just want to drink it in. You want to listen to it, you want to watch it, you want to absorb it sometimes.
Yeah, we want to let this breathe a little bit and just let our viewers at home experience this with us.
These little ones haven't stopped waving since they left.
No, the arms will be hurting tomorrow, right?
We got a big party truck coming right after this. Another blast of confetti.
And I believe up next is going to be the receivers.
Yeah, it's going to be Amendola. It's going to be
Edelman,
Chris Hogan. And how about Chris Hogan as an addition to this team this year? What a compliment to Julian Edelman, taking some of the heat off of him. And Danny Amendola fought back from injury, had some key receptions, scored that touchdown in the Super Bowl. A big lift getting him back in time for the playoffs and getting him in there for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Hogan had the best game of his career at the AFC Championship game. What a game that was for him, and what a year it's been for his family. His fiance is pregnant. They are expecting twins. And I read earlier in the week that on the days that he was off, he would drive to New York where she's in medical residency just to check on her. And I just thought that was so sweet. And he said family comes first, football comes second. And what a neat guy he is.
Chris Hogan, too. He came from Buffalo. And not a lot of winning going on up there, but he came to New England, and he found the Holy Grail. Well, we got some linebackers here. Rob Ninkovich is on. Jay McClellan. Dante Hightower.
The crowd is singing, they're dancing.
It's a good old party in Boston. Boston style. Well, they plussed it up over the years. You got the duck boats. We've had that. But they're putting out a little more music in behind it.
A little more confetti.
The crowd electrified. There's Jermaine Wiggins right there. Wiggy, of course, of Snow Bowl fame. How on earth he made that many catches in the Snow Bowl back in 2001, no one will ever understand. Jermaine Wiggins, Patriots tight end of the past. very much the present as the team brings a lot of the alumni back. They're very involved. Tom Karen touched on that earlier. It's great to see because you see it with all the teams when they win. You remember those who played before you, who set the standard before you. May not have been as successful as you, but as much a part of the Patriot tradition, the Patriot family, they helped build that.
They helped build the franchise.
So now we have what's called a little bit of a lull, and we're still waiting on those receivers. But I think they're coming because I think I can spot Edelman's beard from 150 yards on a good day.
Do you hear the crowd chanting, "We want 6, we want 6"? Yes, we do.
Oh, I heard 5 more early on. I mean, folks, let's be realistic here. I'm with you. I think that's great. And quite honestly, probably a possibility, but I'm not going to put the pressure on it. There you see the route. And here in Government Center and City Hall Plaza, it's all packed. Packed back to the Tees Hop, headed down towards the plaza area. People are trying to get a glimpse. People are going on people's shoulders. The phones are on every time something comes by.
Yes.
You know, it was interesting. I read a tweet by Peter Abraham of the Boston Globe who said, "I feel so good for all those 3-year-olds who finally have a championship to celebrate. They've waited so long."
It becomes tradition, right?
I'll tell you.
And you think many NFL fans across the country
They just want one.
They just want one. They've never experienced this.
Yeah. All right, so we've got another flatbed coming up. And then you know what that means. Flatbeds are filled with football players. And then a series of duck boats. So they're rounding the corner, headed for home here. As we are coming to you live from City Hall Plaza. Right here on Fox 25.
And again, this is the end of the route. So these are the most patient Patriot fans right here because they showed up hours and hours ago.
And listen to that as it comes towards us.
And this is the moment they've been waiting for. He has been so animated along this parade route, having so much fun out there.
Julian Edelman, and last year he had a shirt on. This year he buttoned down.
I was hoping he was going to have the shirt off again this year.
Julian Edelman has been a fan favorite. They talk about a guy who was a quarterback in college, coming out of Kent State, little known, late round draft pick, comes into the Patriots. They switch him to receiver. He picks it up. Wes Welker, eventually his career ends with the Patriots, and because of Julian Edelman's emergence. And a possession receiver, a guy who can get open quick over the middle and make things happen, but always churning out yard after yard, what they call yaks, yards after the catch. So important, critical for moving a series of plays down the field. He's able to pick up those first downs and keep the drive alive.
And he and Tom Brady have that unique relationship on and off the field. They are so close. Tom calls him one of his
Chris
best
Long
friends.
in the brown hat right there.
There he is.
We had him on our post-game show. Came from St. Louis, free agent. Said, I didn't care about the money. I cared about winning.
He just
and
wanted
winning
to
it all.
experience this. This is what he came for.
He said he could not have drawn it up any better. He said everything has worked out perfectly.
He has a huge smile on his face. So great to see him.
Of course, his dad, the great Howie Long. Imagine that. They have to have 2 separate safes in their house. Or maybe they put them together.
And what do they feed them growing
like father,
up?
like son.
Right? But
more duck boats rolling along, more family members.
You almost feel like it's the beginning of the parade, even though it's the end, because they are just as excited as they were when we saw them when this thing first kicked off. Parents holding up their children, putting them on their shoulders so that they can get a glimpse of their
Look at
favorite
this little one. They got a tiny
players.
Little baby. I mean, he can't be more than what?
Oh, he's got to be
less than a year. Here.
Oh, yeah. A year and a half, maybe.
2.5 feet tall. I don't know. That'd be even extreme. The duck boats continue to roll through City Hall Plaza. Patriots rolling rally, 2017 style. Scott Zolak coming into the picture right here. Zoe, a former quarterback with the Patriots.
I'm curious, how does this compare to 2015 when you were out in that parade?
Well, obviously, weather-wise, we had our mix of snow today, but on the ground in 2015 was where it was at that point. It'd been second blizzard of 3 that were coming. They sandwiched it in. They had to make the route a little bit shorter. They got some of the snow out of Dodge, moved it to other places in the city, and the rally, and it was much colder. But this will warm your heart seeing this right here.
Yeah, no complaints tonight.
Scott Zolak, of course, cheering him on, start to finish.
Yes.
Guy's got unlimited energy. And there's a Super Bowl ring being shown off as well. Now the Brady chance is starting up. He's long since passed, but
right.
He's always top of mind, right? Just an incredible day, and I know a lot of kids are out of school today, and teachers, go easy on them. Come on. I wonder how many teachers are actually here who banged out sick. What do you think?
History right here.
Do you think there were a lot of substitutes coming in today?
Oh, I'm sure. I know my boys did not want to go. They said, Mom, we don't want to go to preschool. We want to watch. We want to watch.
Your kids are preschool level. Wow. Impressed. Those are some football fans. And they're not going anywhere. Folks are hanging, waiting.
And now they're chanting, we want six. We want 6.
As they pass by, the final duck boat passes by. And a series of buses will follow now as the players are going to go to the end of the route, which isn't far from here, just around the corner, get off those buses, and then be headed back to the off-season as far as being able to get some rest. A lot of them will probably do some endorsement deals, of course, which is part of the deal, you know?
And there's a chance we may hear from some of them.
All right. Yeah, we may hear from them. We're waiting to see. You know, it's always a tricky situation. Sometimes the players will hang and talk. Sometimes they'll just want to get going. A lot of these guys don't live in the area. Some do. Tom Brady, we know, does, obviously. But a lot of them want to get away. We talked with Rob Ninkovich, the linebacker for the Patriots, after the game the other night. He came on with us with Chris Long, and he had mentioned, you know, what's next for him is to heal up. But what he said, priority right now for me is my wife and I are going to Key West, and we're going to take a long vacation and just kind of debrief and relax
and be a family.
Yeah, and
because
just
they do spend so much time away from their families, training and practicing. And
like I said, it's a good problem to have when you're the last team standing.
Right.
You know, you work the hard line all the way through and longer than most, and other guys have been on vacation for weeks now. But they'd all trade places with you in a second.
And we know Coach Belichick's already thinking about next season. He said yesterday when he's 5-6 weeks behind, right?
Well, absolutely. I have a feeling he probably was doing something today to game plan for next season before he even got on the duck boats today.
I bet you're right.
But it has been another outstanding turnout by the Patriots, and really, more importantly today, this is about the fans. These people who came out in all kinds of weather. I mean, now it's raining very lightly, which is good, so they can move away and warm up and get something to eat and reminisce about the experience they just had, because they love to talk to one another. They've been chanting with one another, and it feels like family out here.
They have become family, and just what a special experience for all of us to be right in the middle of this, to be able to share this with our viewers at home who weren't able to come down here. It has just been an incredible day.
You know, you look over here in City Hall Plaza in the past, up there, right above that sign that was where, you know, Larry Bird came out and addressed the crowd with the Celtics. You didn't have rolling rallies. And so you stood right under there, and you looked up, and they came out.
Very far away. You didn't get an up-close glimpse.
Exactly. So the rolling rally, you know, in part is designed to make it more
intimate.
Of a situation where it's an intimate gathering between you. And there's Tom Brady right now, so they're still moving along downstream, as we say. But how much more intimate is that than staring up, looking up as if you're looking at the Pope in St. Peter's Square? You know what I mean?
It is incredible. And, you know, Tom Brady was throwing footballs back and forth earlier.
Yeah.
We saw that. It was just so fun.
And the trophies, you know, were spoiled rotten. I mean, you got 5, you can scatter them about.
Right.
I mean, the Krauts had 2 in a boat. You know, next time they might want to take one of those and drop it towards the end, you know. Give the guys in the back a little love. You can spread it around. It's okay. Just another day in Boston, post-football season. never gets old.
The culmination of a fantastic season.
They were the cheerleaders. I was wondering where they were. A lot of local girls. And here they come. Something happened with their duck boat because they are far behind. They got to catch up.
The crowd is starting to disperse, but everyone, huge smiles on their faces. Just so excited that they witnessed history here with the 5th Super Bowl parade.
Okay, we understand the players are going to speak once they get off the duck boats. Well, we're hoping anyways. That's the hope.
Yeah, and fans are making their way over towards City Hall, hoping that they're gathering around there near City Hall, hoping that Tom Brady, maybe the Coach Belichick, will take the microphone and say a few things to fans.
The cheerleaders are going down the street here, and then the fans are just getting in behind them. They want to walk the route like everyone else with the duck boats as they drove by, and now they're taking selfies and just keeping the party alive down here. You're looking right now at the duck boats. They're starting to come off at the finish to today's rolling rally. Hopefully get some players here, and we'll see what happens.
And how perfect that the snow stopped, the rain stopped.
Because at about, 11:10, this didn't get started until about 11:35. So at about 11:10, 11:15, it was almost whiteout conditions.
Huge snowflakes.
So if you were here, you could see through it, but it was work. And then, as you said, things started to clear up. Precipitation really started to abate. And here we are.
And,
you can see for miles, and that's good because we had a lot coming at you.
All the fans were so patient. Everyone got along, even though they were packed in shoulder to shoulder. Just part of that family atmosphere that we've been talking about all morning long.
Well, that is part of it. And, that people are doing the smart thing and doing the right thing, and that's good. Boston police, of course, out in full force. And the mayor and everyone had talked about this prior, saying, it's like Barry Sanders of the Detroit Lions, who's famous for celebrating like you've been there before. And that's what they asked the fans to do, and they've obliged. As far as we know, things have gone very well. Little delay today, understandable. I mean, we were in traffic coming up 93.
Oh, the traffic was brutal this morning.
You'd think they have a police escort, though, that they could get through. But when you have gridlock, you have gridlock.
Right.
It's going to take time. So the bottom line is they got here in time for a parade where everyone was on, pins and needles waiting for them around that corner, wanting to celebrate, wanting to jump right in.
Aki, you have covered sports for many, many years. How would you rate what happened on Sunday and what you witnessed?
Well, I'll tell you, there's so many. It's almost, I don't want to put them all together and try to pick one because it's tough. I mean, Orr's goal in 70. I mean, that was incredible. Flying through the air the way it all happened. Vinatieri, the Red Sox winning. Carlton Fisk's home run in 75. There's so many great moments. But with the Patriots, I'm just, again, I go back to what Butch and I were talking about. To have 3 incredible endings like you have with a Vinatieri kick to win it all in the first one, and then you have Butler's interception at the goal line, and now what we saw, the greatest comeback in Super Bowl history the other night. Tough to pick one. So let's just enjoy them all, right?
And, Julian Edelman, one of the things that he said that was very poignant, I thought, was that the game was like a microcosm of their season. They had to come back from behind. They had all these setbacks that they had to overcome, and they had to keep using that mental toughness, keep believing that they could do it. And I just thought that was so well said, just such a great description of the season and of the year.
Yeah, it was indeed. And I think, a lot of the offense, and rightly so, the offense gets a lot of the credit. But if you look at the defense on this team, I don't think anybody picked them to be as good as they were. And it was something we talked about in the postgame with some of those players. The fact that you start off with your quarterback, arguably the best in the game, right? For a lot of people, he is the best in the game, clearly here in New England. But he's suspended for 4 games. So now the pressure's on that offense. You've got young quarterbacks who have to step in. So the defense says, hey, listen, we can't, give up points. We can't. We don't know what the offense holds. But they get through it. They do a good job. And then they get challenged again midseason when their best player gets dealt to the Cleveland Browns. So you have that to deal with. They overcome it. They overcome it because they pull together. So they're overcoming adversity. They're doing the job. And they get the job done.
And they are Super Bowl champions. We are going to take a quick break, but stay with us. Our coverage of the Patriots Parade continues here on Fox 25.
ChampsOnly.com presents the must-have book on the Patriots football dynasty. champs, the New England.
All right, everybody, you are watching live right now the Patriots Victory Parade. Will we be seeing Tom Brady? Will he be speaking? Will Coach Bill Belichick be speaking? We'll find out in just a little bit. You're watching live right now on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. Super Bowl 51 champions. They were only down 25 points. They came back and won it.
Up top right here.
At City Hall Plaza.
Yes, and if that's the case, because they get off the duck boats and make their way up there, we're hoping they might give a shout out to the fans down below.
A lot of fans sticking around, hoping that they will hear from their favorite players. And just what an incredible parade it was. I mean, the confetti flying, we saw the owners, we saw the players, that intimate, up-close moment that many fans have never had before.
Right,
I mean, it was
fantastic.
incredible.
It really is. It never gets old, as we say. And, you know, for a lot of the fans here, it's their first time. Some kids who've skipped school wanted to come out, wanted to see this. Parents said, okay. And they made it here, and they made a memory that they're going to keep forever. And, you know, it's something that here in New England we've had several of. But I'm always impressed by the fans who come early and stay late and want to be a part of this and don't want to let go, don't want the season to end. But, you know, this is something that they are talking about as they leave. And somebody you stood next to who is a total stranger becomes your friend, the fellow fan.
And I was just so impressed by how kind everybody was. I mean, you know, it was cold, it was early, they were packed in so close to each other, but everyone got along great, and as you said, they made some friends along the way.
They did. You know, it's interesting, up here on the deck here, Vanessa, in the past we've had Patriots owner Bob Kraft challenged to dance with the trophy, which he did. Tom Brady to dance, which he did. Some of the more epic moments of the Patriot rallies of the past have taken place on that stage right up there.
And Boston police are there doing a little crowd control up front. Kind of makes you think that the players might speak.
Yeah, we're thinking so. I mean, they're really starting to assemble out there. Probably going inside a bit, I would imagine, to warm up, and then they'll come out en masse after that. And certainly if they do, we're going to bring it too.
Brock, it was just an electric morning. I mean, just so much energy out here from all the fans.
And there you can see they're starting to make their presence felt out there. Cheering them on. Let's listen in for a second.
One thing I know about Pat Nation, y'all one vessel. One vessel. We all together. We all together.
That is Malcolm Butler with a microphone. So yes, here we go.
They said we couldn't do it!
Devin
They are having a ball.
chiming in as well. Defensive backs.
You know, it's funny. Some of the guys will just grab the mic and yell and scream.
What up, Pats Nation? It's Eric Rowe right here, and we got 5 rings, boy! Yeah!
Eric Rowe with 5 rings for the organization, as he said. And they're going to stop by a hot mic. They're making a hot time here in Boston.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, this is pretty just a free flow, you know, unscripted. If they feel the urge to take the mic, they're stepping up and doing so and talking to Patriots Nation.
You never think that's going to happen.
And the fans are going nuts.
And they're calling it sounds like Brady.
And he's getting the crowd on fire.
They're getting the crowd fired up for Brady, we hope.
Well, it sounds like the crowd's seeing someone maybe up on stage that we don't see quite at the moment, but these guys know where to go. You know, it's a chance to deliver a message, deliver thanks.
You know, it's funny, they know the game plan by now. The minute the last touchdown came.
You know, Ak, you were there for the media night in Houston, and the players said over and over how much they appreciated the fans.
What's next? What's next?
There's Jimmy Garoppolo. He was taking it all in with his phone right there. And he was able to take a look, but he looks like he's going to pause on talking.
He's on his phone.
Oh, they tried to get him. Let's see.
Because he's got a huge career ahead of him.
Will Jimmy G be back here next year? That's the big question.
That is. Just think the pressure he was under, and he really stepped up when the Pats
certainly did a great job and really increased his market value for not only himself but for the Patriots as well if they wanted to make a deal. Oh, Malcolm Butler back on the mic.
All right, there's Logan Ryan. Let's listen to what he's got to say.
Hey, 2 years ago, the Butler did it. But this year,
Logan Ryan at the mic now.
Down 28-3, we all did it. Patriot Nation did it. Turn up. Come here. Come here. I got another friend with me, Nate Ebner. First time Olympian and NFL champion in the same year. Only one person on the planet ever did it. That's Nate Ebner. Shout out USA, 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 USA.
Olympian, Super Bowl champion.
USA, USA. Love y'all. And I'm out.
Of course, Nate Ebner had a concussion, so suffered that in the AFC Championship game, unable to play in the Super Bowl. Was dressed, was there.
What a music game, man.
What a year for him, huh?
You know, I love hearing him say down 25 points.
Okay, all right, okay.
Dancing.
Well, it looked as if we were going to hear more from Malcolm Butler.
And you got to think they're going on adrenaline by now. I mean, they had the late game, then they partied late into the night and celebrated, then they took the plane back home. And, you know, they were up early for the parade.
Yeah, it's been an exhaustive schedule. Of course, you know, they had the demands of family coming in and then being sequestered and then playing the game of their lives. And coming off the victory, of course, they're sky high. And the next day, they've been up all night. They had a great party out there in Houston after the game. And not far from where the actual event took place itself, the football game was right about, I'd say maybe 500 yards in terms of outside the parking lot and leaving, right near the Astrodome as well. So they partied long into the night. Probably slept a little bit on the plane coming back yesterday. Then they had the reception you guys covered here on Fox 25 when they landed, went out to Foxborough. Let's listen into some more.
Let's go, baby.
Let's see, did you talk about surprise players?
Well,
Let's go!
we're not going to talk. All right. Nope.
One more time. Let's go! Man, y'all family, like, for real, though. Like, this a family right here, man. Look at this. Y'all family, man. We a family. We family. Hey, we need every free agent to sign back. Yeah. Let's do it again. Hey, number 5 looks good, but how about number 6? Let's go get number 6.
Deb McCourty cheering the crowd on, saying 5's fine, but how about getting number 6?
Let's go for 6.
Nope, 1 for the second hand.
Check it out.
It's interesting to see Malcolm Butler as well, who's up there earlier and still doesn't want to leave the stage, as you can see right here. When you think back, his heroics in the last Super Bowl at the goal line with the interception against Seattle, and a guy who was little known, and a guy who was actually working at Pizza Hut at one point, and then got back into football and was able to make it not only to the NFL, but into the NFL's biggest game, on the NFL's best team,
on the
to come
biggest
up with the
stage.
biggest play on the biggest stage.
And then Tom Brady
And he's clearly comfortable with the stage now.
He loves it. And Tom Brady ended up giving him the truck, right?
That's right. And James White, who I did not see today, he was down in Disney. Tom Brady said yesterday at his press conference, he said, I got the MVP award, but really James White deserves this award.
And so I think he's going to give him the truck as well, right?
I would think so.
I think I had read that. It just goes to show how classy Tom Brady is. He's just such a genuine guy. He rose above Deflategate. Never, even this entire week of Super Bowl week, did he say anything negative about Roger Goodell. Every time that he was asked by the media, he deflected and said, I'm focused on winning. I'm focused on winning the game. I'm focused on the future. And I don't think every professional athlete would have carried himself that way and handled the situation the way he did. He handled it with a lot of grace.
He certainly did. And somewhat in today's day and age and social media, and sometimes players have a platform, they want to make a speech, they want to make a point. He chose not to. He was pretty old school in that effect, that he said, what the bottom line is, I'm going to do my job, do what I do best, let my actions speak for themselves. And in the end, he came out victorious, and it was humble pie for Roger Goodell in the NFL.
Amen.
When they had to present that trophy, not only the Lombardi trophy, but yesterday, Goodell handing that silver football for the MVP award.
Chanting for Brady. Jimmy Garoppolo taking the mic.
Let's take a listen.
Calling out Brady.
Oh, he's looking to get the Brady. Now that's wonderful. Jimmy Garoppolo firing the crowd up to get.
Will we get Tom Brady out here? If it happens.
This place is going to go nuts.
This place is going to go nuts, and the top's going to pop off. This is pretty informal, what we're seeing here, clearly. Not orchestrated or scripted at all. Who knows? Who knows who's going to appear? There's have a black curtain and everybody come front one at a time. I understand Marty Walsh. So the mayor is up there, and Governor Baker, we hear, is up there now as well. There's Marty Walsh.
There he is.
So now you got a little formality to this thing. Now you got to understand that something's going to happen.
Mayor Walsh told us earlier in the week that he declined to take a bet with the mayor of Atlanta. He said when he's done that in the past, his teams have not won. So he said,
all right, let's listen in.
Let's listen to the mayor.
Not one, not two, not three, not four. This is number 5. How y'all feel about number 5?
Are we ready, Boston? Are we ready? Number 5, history here in Boston. We have a couple special guests here today, and I'm going to bring the first one up to the microphone. The governor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Governor Baker. Good afternoon, everybody. Very simple. In honor of the 5th World Championship by these New England Patriots, we declare today, February 7th, New England Patriots Day in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts! Are we ready to party here in Boston? Do we have the best football team on the planet? We have the best coach on the planet, the best offense on the planet, the best defense on the planet, and the best owner on the planet. Let's hear it for Robert Kraft!
Malcolm, you hold this. You know, this is number 5. And I want to tell you, there's been a lot of talk over the last couple of weeks about GOATs. And you all know we have the GOAT when it comes to player in Tom Brady. We have the GOATs when it comes to coaches in Bill Belichick. But I want all of you to know that my family and our organization feel we have the GOAT of fans on the planet. And you prove that and Dante Hightower made that stick. You all were so loud, our defense was our 12th player. But there's two fans I'd like to thank today. One is the mayor of the city of Boston who arranged all this. And he was a fan before we bought the team. He had season tickets. And then Commissioner Evans for allowing us to have this parade. How do you feel about having one more parade? Well, I'm going to call upon the man. There's no Billy Goat here. It's only Bill the Goat. Bill Belichick, the greatest coach of all time.
Oh, they told me this was wrong. Next, Brady.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for coming out today. This is tremendous. Let me tell you, these players, they worked harder than any team I've ever coached. They came to work every day, and there were no days off. 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 Go Pats!
Hey, how lucky are we to have this guy? When he says no days off, he's in there 24/7, 365. To this guy, what'd you say, Dad?
I just passed that on. That's 51.
There he is. In addition, since 2000. We've been so fortunate because we've won 5 Super Bowls. Think about it, 5. And the quarterback of each of those teams was Tom Brady. Tommy, get Brady, Tommy. Tom Brady. One more. I told you we're gonna bring this sucker home, and we brought it home. Thank you guys. We do it for you. We do it for us. Let's go! Let's go! This has been a great team, and we got most of the guys standing up here today. We're gonna enjoy this one. These aren't easy to do, but this team gave everything it had, and it took, damn, that game was hard. That game was real hard. But you know what? We're gonna remember this one for the rest of our lives. And we know you guys will too. So thank you for your support. We got your back. We know that you got our back. And that's number 5. Hell yeah, that's number 5.
Hey, where are all these trophies at? Put these trophies out. How many out here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah! Yeah! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah! Yeah! We want 6. 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 Yeah! Come on down, Beast Mode. Take that right there, Beast Mode. What's up, Boston?
Wanna know something? When we get 6, your boy right here is gonna be part of 6, baby. Let's go! Woo! This team worked so hard to be right here where they're at. I love these guys so much, and I know I wasn't part of playing the game, but please, I love being part of this team, and this is just so amazing. And you guys are the best fans ever. Woo!
really can't put it into words. We have the best fans in the nation. I couldn't have done it without my teammates. I appreciate Tom Brady, Bill Belichick, guys like Devin McCourty, Gronk, Tom. I couldn't have done it without them, man. I wouldn't be without them. I think every one of them.
Hey, if you don't know, James White!
It's not about me, though. It's about all my teammates, man. I'll never take all the credit. I couldn't do it without them. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it.
James White!
Hey, we got LeGarrette Blunt coming on the mic. LeGarrette Blunt.
We couldn't have did this without my dog, James White. James White.
Yo, this is Dion. I just want to say, James White. Let's go, baby.
Who's getting crazy tonight? Hey, say that.
Hey, Boston! Who's getting wild tonight? That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Hey, give him the 69.
Hey, shout out to the Raw Harmon, too. Shout out to the, hey, get right, dude. Hey, oh, man. Let's go, Pats. 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 Lit. All right. Yeah, really. I love you guys, man. I really appreciate it. Say something, me. Hey, Brandon Bowden about to get on the mic. Brandon Bowden.
Hey, it's BB Hawk Smash. I don't know my dog Slater at, but.
All right, folks, we are now going to be switching over to the White House press briefing, just happening now.
Also, yesterday evening, the president concurred with the FEMA administrator's recommendation to approve Governor Bryant's request to add public assistance to the previously issued major disaster declaration in Mississippi. Per the governor's request, public assistance will be added for 3 counties, Forest, Lamar, and Perry. Yesterday, the president had an amazing day at MacDill Air Force Base, where we met with leaders of both Southern Command, Special Operations Command and Central Command, and then had lunch with enlisted service members, thanking them for their service and hearing the ideas that were on their mind. The president announced his intent to make historic financial investment in the armed forces of the United States, showing the entire world that America has the back of all those who stand in defense of freedom. As he has said many times before, the armed forces are at the very center of our fight against radical Islamic terrorism, and we must protect those who protect us. The president kicked off today with a listening session of county sheriffs from around the country. The president welcomed leaders from the National Sheriff's Association to the White House and pledged to work closely with all members of law enforcement to keep the American people safe. He assured the sheriffs that the Trump administration will make every effort to stop drugs and crime from flowing into the country, put an end to the opioid epidemic, secure the borders, to keep terrorists out, and strengthen the bonds between state, local, and federal law enforcement agencies. The sheriff thanks the president for what they described as his, quote, unprecedented level of support for law enforcement and offered their full backing of his border security and immigration policies. They expressed how encouraged they've been by the pro-law enforcement atmosphere that has swept the country in the wake of the president's victory. They also presented a letter on behalf of the National Sheriff's Association thanking the president for his, quote, recent show of support for law enforcement, specifically on immigration and border security issues, end quote, and commending the president's 2 executive orders for taking, quote, significant steps to enhancing public safety. The group engaged in a wide-ranging discussion about the issues facing law enforcement, which the sheriff said was an opportunity they hadn't been given under the previous administration. The sheriffs closed the meeting by thanking the president for defending the rule of law, and the president took them in the Oval Office to honor them and show his appreciation for their outstanding work they do to keep our community safe. A list of the attendees is available for those who are interested. After that meeting, the president held another listening session on how to best fix the VA. It's a top priority for the president and this administration to ensure that veterans get the care they need when and where they need it. Tragically, many of our veterans are being failed by a system that does not work. This administration will reform and modernize the VA under the leadership of Dr. Shulkin, creating a culture of accountability that puts our veterans first. The president welcomed the group to the Roosevelt Room and expressed his intention to take whatever steps are necessary to improve health care access and quality for our heroic veterans. Ms. Tiffany Smiley, the wife of a veteran who was blinded by an IED, detailed her family's difficulty and experience with the VA's healthcare system and offered suggestions to how it could be improved. The president, VA Secretary-designate Dr. Shulkin, and a group of healthcare experts and veterans advocates, including Ike and Laura Polmetter, engaged in a wide-ranging discussion on reforming the VA so that the needs of veterans come first. The experts discussed private sector solutions and innovations that could be used to improve the VA. The president praised the Secretary-designate for his commitment to veterans and thanked the group for their willingness to serve and do what was best for our veterans. The plan to meet on a regular basis to discuss their collective efforts to improve the VA and its healthcare system. Also this afternoon, the vice president had a big day on Capitol Hill where he cast a historic deciding vote for Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos. The president believes strongly that our nation's success depends on education of our students, and Betsy DeVos has devoted nearly 3 decades of her time and talent to promoting educational opportunity. As secretary, she will ensure that every student has access to a good school, whether it's public, private, parochial, charter, or any other kind. The fact that we had to get to the point where the vice president had to be pulled in to overcome the Democrats' historic and partisan logjam of the president's qualified nominee is another glaring reminder of the unprecedented obstruction that Senate Democrats have engaged in throughout this process. The American people sent a strong message when they elected President Trump in November. They're fed up with business as usual in Washington. Democrats in the Senate should expect that voters will remember how they stood in the way of the president enacting an agenda that put him into office. Last week, I noted the president had a fair amount of cabinet-level appointees awaiting a full vote by the Senate. We're looking forward to seeing more of the president's pick to lead agencies and departments confirmed in the upcoming week, despite these childish tactics of the Democrats in the Senate, who would rather keep the failed status quo than allowing to put the president's people in place. Also on the Hill today, Judge Gorsuch continues a full week of meetings with Republican and Democratic senators. Yesterday, he met with Senators Tester and Feinstein. Today, he will meet with Senators Sass, Schumer, Crapo, and Thune. The president is looking forward to a full hearing for the judge, followed by an up or down vote on this incredibly qualified nominee. At this moment, the president is meeting with Congressman Jason Chaffetz to discuss how to work together to enact his reform agenda. Later this afternoon, the president will meet with Secretary of State Tillerson. The president was obviously pleased to welcome and confirm swear-in Secretary Tillerson in the Oval Office last week, and he's pleased the secretary is now able to bring his unique skill set and deep insights to the important work of the State Department. Following his discussion with Secretary Tillerson, the president will have calls with Prime Minister Rajoy of Spain and President Erdogan of Turkey. We'll, of course, have readouts of both of those calls when they're completed. This evening, the president will host young officers from the United States Army Special Forces qualification course in the Oval Office. As the president said yesterday, members of our military and their families are our nation's heroes. It is one of his top priorities to ensure that the men and women of our armed forces have the tools, equipment, and resources they need to execute their missions successfully. The president is looking forward to conveying his gratitude and support to these young, brave captains. Later this evening, around 6 o'clock, the Ninth Circuit Court will hold oral arguments per its order from yesterday. I want to quickly run down what we can expect to happen tonight. A career attorney from the Department of Justice will present an argument in defense of the president's order. And to be clear, all that's at issue tonight is the hearing is an interim decision on whether the president's order is enforced or not until the case is heard on the actual merits of the order. It's a simple status quo versus anti-status quo decision. This is just like the case in Boston, which started as a temporary restraining order. There, once we were able to explain our position, the court lifted the order and held that the president's executive order could take effect. As I've stated before, 8 U.S. Code 1182 gives the president constitutional authority for this executive order. It says, quote, whenever the president finds that the entry of any aliens or of any class of aliens into the United States would be detrimental to the interests of the United States, he may by proclamation, and for such period as he shall deem necessary, suspend the entry of all aliens or any class of aliens as immigrants or non-immigrants, or impose on the entry of aliens any restrictions which he may deem appropriate. We look forward to a final decision on the merits of this soon. Looking ahead, I know a few have been asking about more details on Prime Minister Abe's visit later this week. As previously announced, he will visit the White House for meetings on the 10th of February. The president has also invited him down to Mar-a-Lago, and the two leaders will travel there for the weekend. This is a testament to the importance the United States places on the bilateral relationship and the strength of our alliance and the deep economic ties between the United States and Japan. Needless to say, the president's looking very much forward to welcoming the New England Patriots to the White House to celebrate their 5th World Championship. It was obviously a spectacular game. Lastly, we have our eyes on Kabul today following the tragic suicide bombing that killed at least 19 Afghan civilians and wounded 14. Just this morning, General Flynn spoke with the Afghan National Security Advisor to reaffirm our continued support for Afghanistan and for our strategic partnership. We condemn this cowardly attack in the strongest possible terms, and we commend the Afghan security forces for their rapid response. We also reaffirm our support to the Afghan government as they work to defend their people and against enemies of peace. And with that, I'll take your questions. David Jackson.
Sean, the list of 78 terrorist attacks that you released last night, it looked like it had been prepared well in advance. I mean, was that already on hand when President Trump made his comments, or did you do it afterwards, and why did you release it?
Well, I think the answer was we had been getting questions as to what the president's remarks were. We wanted to be very clear that there are a lot of examples between 2014 and 2016 that have occurred, and many of them haven't gotten the attention that they have deserved. It's becoming too often that we're seeing these attacks not get the spectacular attention that they deserve, and I think it undermines the understanding of the threat that we face around this country. The reason that the president acting in so many of the ways that he has with executive order and otherwise, the discussions that he had down at CENTCOM and SOCOM yesterday, are because he cares about making sure that we don't have attacks in this country, that we're protected, that we're ahead of the curve. And I think what we need to do is to remind people that the earth is a very dangerous place these days, that ISIS is trying to do us harm, and that the president's commitment is to keep this country safe. And I think part of this is to make sure that the American people are reminded how prevalent some of these attacks are and how much time and attention they have or have not gotten. But more importantly, to make sure that they understand the unwavering commitment that the president has and the actions they will take to keep the country safe.
Did the list put together after his comments?
Yes.
After his comments.
Yeah. Trey.
Thanks, Sean. On the call with Turkish President Erdogan later today, does President Trump intend to discuss plans for Syrian safe zones, and does the president expect Turkey to help create those zones?
I think we'll have a readout for you on that. I don't want to get ahead of the two leaders' calls. Alexis, Real Clear Politics.
Sean, I have two questions for
Yep.
you. You were mentioning that voters are going to remember how senators voted on the president's cabinet nominees. Two Republicans voted against Betsy DeVos, Senators Collins and Murkowski. Did the president reach out to either of them, and will he not forget what Republicans did in that particular nominee situation?
I think that, look, the president's been very clear. It's not Republicans that have stood in the way of this nomination of all of these qualified individuals. It's been Democrats that have stalled over and over again, not attending hearings, trying to use every delay tactic possible. It's those people that have a problem, and I think that's the message that the party has missed on the Democratic side, which and I don't think that, wouldn't paint that with a broad brush, because I think it's Senate Democrats, frankly, that haven't gotten the message. Our team has been in contact with the entire Senate team to make sure that they understand and that they've had visits as requested. But we have been in constant contact with the Senate, the members of the Senate, their staffs. Our legislative affairs team has had an extremely robust schedule of meetings with their teams. to make these nominees available to them. But I think the broader issue, again, and with all due respect, I think it's interesting that we're focusing on the votes of 2 Republicans when you look at the spectrum of antics that have gone on in the Democrats. I mean, the tactics that they have done over and over and over again to delay, not show up to hearings, do filibuster to the extent that they can, run the clock out. It's not Republicans that have a problem here, Alexis. It's the Democrats that continue to do this.
The question has to do with the president's remarks about the Affordable Care Act in his interview on Sunday. Because he indicated in his response in that interview that he thought that the repeal and replace was going to take longer, perhaps into 2018. Can you clarify whether he is frustrated about this, what he is doing about the timing? Because, of course, voters who sent him here were anticipating that this might move faster than he was conveying in the interview.
Well, I think luckily, and you saw Speaker Ryan's comments earlier today, I think we can have this done legislatively sooner rather than later, but I think the implementation of a lot of the pieces may take a little bit longer. It's a big, big bill that the Democrats passed. As you recall, they told us we could read it after they passed it. We are now going through this to make sure that we do this in a very responsible way, to make sure that health care, which is so vital to so many Americans and their families, is preserved while we put a new system in place that both lowers costs and increases accessibility. But the president, I think, is very encouraged by the commitment and work that's going on the Hill to make sure that we get this thing replaced as quick as possible. Fred, Lucas, Fred.
Yeah. Follow up related to that. But Speaker Ryan has actually said, quoting with Obamacare, you can't quote, tinker about with the margins and repair it. You can't. It's a collapsing law. Do you agree with that? And that you can't build on what's already there? You have to get rid of the entire law?
Well, I think what we're focused on is the end solution. And I think we've been very clear over and over again that the president's going to repeal and replace it. And that what Americans will get at the end of this is a health care solution that, as I've said before over and over again, is going to give them a lower cost health solution with more options. That's what they were promised in the first place. That's when we can give. And I think the president being able to approach this in the business-like manner that he's done so successfully in the past is going to ensure that he negotiates prices, that we look at those business-like practices, force competition among states and other things that will help lower costs once and for all and provide that competition.
On Iran sanctions, does the president have any concerns about the fact that Adam Zubin is the acting Treasury Secretary in terms of implementing those sanctions?
No, we implement them. They went off without a hitch. John Decker.
Thanks a lot, Sean. As you know, the president spoke over the weekend on Twitter and criticized the federal judge appointed by George W. Bush, who imposed that nationwide restraining order. He called him a so-called judge. Is the president, as it relates to the arguments, and I know you're confident, but the arguments that will be presented this evening, is he prepared to accept an adverse ruling by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals?
Well, there's no question the president respects the judicial branch and its ruling, but I think that there's no way, I just read off the U.S. Code on that, I don't think there's any other way that you can interpret that, that the president has the discretion to do what's necessary to keep this country safe. And I think that's his concern, frankly, right now, is that when the law is such as it is, that anyone could interpret that any other way. I think he feels confident, just like in the ruling in Boston, that we're going to prevail on this on the merits of the case because it is done so in a very lawful way. Catherine.
Will the administration take a position on the Israeli legislation to retroactively legalize the thousands of West Bank settlements? Last week, obviously, you said that building a settlements may not be helpful.
Right. I think, as I mentioned last week, I don't want to get too far ahead of this, but Prime Minister Netanyahu will be here on the 15th. I think that'll be obviously a topic of discussion right now. I don't want to get ahead of that. If I can. Charlie Sperry. Yeah. Charlie.
Hey, Sean, just a quick question. Any response to the calls for impeachment by Representative Maxine Waters?
No. Hunter Walker. I mean, I would just say, look, it is, the president is doing everything he can to move this country forward, and I think whether it's the Democrats in the Senate who are trying to stall these nominees or these little political stunts on the House side, the bottom line is, I think by and large you see the support that the president is receiving for his policies throughout the country. And it's because I think people recognize, A, that business as usual is over, and that the president's commitment to both keeping this country safe, growing the economy, and creating jobs is something that is welcomed by all Americans regardless of party. I think when you see stuff like that, I think it really just shows that they really missed the message that voters sent this past November. Hunter Walker.
Thank you, Sean. CNN reportedly declined to interview Kellyanne Conway on Sunday because of questions about her credibility. Is the White House willing to offer alternative representatives to networks that refuse to work with specific spokespeople?
Well, frankly, I think that my understanding is they retracted that. They've walked that back or denied it, however you want to put it. I don't care. But I think Kellyanne is a very trusted aide of the president. I think for any characterization otherwise is insulting. I don't think if they choose not to work with someone, that's up to them. But I think we're going to continue to put out key leaders of this administration, including Kellyanne, that can articulate the president's policies and agenda. Katie Pavlich.
Allowing for the swift firing of bad VA employees?
I think the president's commitment, as you heard both during the campaign and as he's talked to Dr. Shulkin, is to make sure that we're providing the best care. And if there's things that are an impediment to that care being offered up or reformed, then he is going to make sure that we enact policies internally that make sure that people who are not doing their job, not servicing veterans, we can figure out how to expedite that process. But the idea that we're sitting around having a discussion about personnel inhibiting the care that veterans deserve really does not bode well for the reflection that we want in this country. I mean, the people who have served this nation, we should be bending over backwards to make sure that the benefits and the care and the services that they frankly earned is something that is given the highest priority and something that the president remains highly committed to. Miriam Borges. Yeah. Miriam.
Hey, hi. Thank you, Son. The president is going to speak later today with the Spanish leader, Mariano Rajoy.
Yeah.
And I would like to know how President Trump sees the relation with Spain and which are the main issues they are going to discuss in the phone call.
So I'm not going to, we'll have a readout after the call, but I imagine that they're going to talk about a shared commitment to defeating ISIS and that they'll discuss our bilateral relationship and reaffirm our commitment to it to countries. I think we will have a readout on that call with Spain, as we will with all the countries and all the other leaders that we'll talk to, and we have in the past. So I don't want to get too far ahead of it, but I would imagine that the current relationship that we have with Spain and our commitment to ISIS will be at the forefront of that. Maria Pena. Maria.
Yeah, here. Sorry.
Yep.
Thank you. It's kind of loud in here. So it's a two-part question. One, can you confirm whether or not the White House has accepted the credentials of the new Mexican ambassador, Jerónimo Gutierrez? And also, Representative Mike Rogers, I believe, this morning said that he plans to introduce a bill to impose a 2% tax on all remittances that Mexicans send to their country to pay for the wall. Would the president rally behind that bill?
So first, I would have to get back to you on the ambassador's credentials. I don't know. We can check with the Department of State and figure that out. I don't know that right off the top of my head, and I'm not going to comment. We don't put out statements of administration policy until the bill has gone through the process. Hallie.
Two questions for you. One, following up on health care. The president, as you know, campaigned for 18 months on replacing the Affordable Care Act. Where is his plan?
I think he's working with Congress. I think I just answered that question, but he's working with Speaker Ryan, Leach. I mean, you're acting like.
Specifics of it, though. Does he owe the American people something now?
And I think he's been very clear that he owes the American people a result that's going to lower costs and provide more access. That's what he continues to work with Speaker Ryan on. I think the Speaker was very clear on it, that they're having meetings both legislatively and at the principal level to make sure that this gets done. And I think, as you heard Speaker Ryan, we continue to be optimistic about getting this thing completed by this year. It's a mammoth bill, what they passed, and did it, and I think we've got to make sure that we do this right. We don't want to end up with the same result that Democrats did. They rushed it through. No one was able to read the bill, and premiums have skyrocketed. Access and options have gone down. We need to make sure that we don't do this in a way that's going to end up with the same result. John Roberts.
Question for you, Sean, though, on Yemen.
Yeah.
I did say two.
Yeah.
One of the world's most wanted terrorists is now taunting President Trump, calling him a fool after that raid.
Right.
Any response from the White House, and do you still stand by your characterization that
absolutely
it was a successful raid?
that he was not that was the raid that was conducted in Yemen was an intelligence gathering raid. That's what it was, It was highly successful. It achieved the purpose it was going to get, saved the loss of life that we suffered and the injuries that occurred.
Sorry,
The
did you
goal,
back on reporting that he was the target?
absolutely, he was not. That the goal of the raid was intelligence gathering, and that's what we received, and that's what we got. That's why we can deem it a success. John Roberts.
And I know that you believe that you have a good case on the merits to lift the temporary restraining order. If the president does not prevail at the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, will he take this to the Supreme Court?
Well, let's see where we go. I mean, I think he's made it very clear that he's.
Can I just finish?
Yeah, you can. I'm sorry.
And is he concerned that if this does go to the Supreme Court with his current 4-4 makeup, that this temporary restraining order may become a little more permanent?
Well, remember, tonight is about just a restraining order. We're not right. I understand, but I think that it's important to explain this to everyone, John, because I know you get it, and so many. But I just want to make sure. Tonight is about the restraining order. It has nothing to do with the merits of the case, and that's why I think we feel confident. The question is, does the restraining order get lifted or not? But regardless of what happens tonight, the merits of the case still need to be to discuss. And I think the merits of the case, as they were in Boston, are ones that we feel very confident on because the law is crystal clear on this. The president has the authority to do this. It was done so in an interagency process that ensured that all the appropriate people were consulted. We went through that with flying colors. I have zero concern that at the end of the day we will be fine. It's just a question of going through the process.
And I get all that, but
Okay.
as you pointed out. But if he does not prevail at the Ninth Circuit, will he take this to the Supreme
I'm not going to
Court?
get it. Let's see where it goes first. I think our goal right now is to get to a point we can argue it on the merits. We feel confident based on how the court has reacted in Massachusetts that we're going to be good on the merits. Jonathan Swan.
Sean, thanks for the question.
Yeah.
Does President Trump still plan to immediately terminate President Obama's executive amnesties?
With respect to what? DACA and DAPA? As I've said this before, we'll have further updates on that. I understand.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But just in the thing it said immediately terminate. So
I understand that, and I've said before, the president will have further updates on both DACA and DAPA very shortly. We've been very clear on immigration, what the president's priorities would be. As you heard Secretary Kelly testify in front of Congress today, there's going to be continued progress on the wall and on immigration as a whole. So we're going to have plenty of time to address this. Right now, he's trying to do it in a very systematic way, in accordance to where we find the biggest problems. And so he's been very clear in the past that those who are in this country that pose a threat to us or with a criminal record are where his priorities are going to be first and foremost, and we're going to move through the rest of folks that are in this country illegally. Sarah.
Thank you, Sean. Back to Iran, the Ayatollah Khomeini said today that Trump has, quote, helped Iran reveal the true face of America. He said Iran doesn't fear Trump, and he encouraged Iranians to march in the street against America later this week. Does the president have a response to those very aggressive comments, and does he plan to take additional action against Iran if its leaders continue to escalate tensions?
I think the president or the Ayatollah is going to realize that there is a new president in office. This president's not going to sit by and let Iran flout its violations or its apparent violations to the joint agreement, but he will continue to take action as he sees fit. The president's also made clear time and time again that he's not going to project what those actions will be, and he will not take anything off the table. But I think Iran is kidding itself if they don't realize that there is a new president in town. John Gizzi.
Thank you, Sean. On Thursday, weather permitting, the president is going to meet with airline executives from throughout the country. Two complaints from airline executives as well as the Pilots Association have been, one, that Norwegian Airlines got a special advantage, a foreign carrier permit from the Obama administration, and also that the airlines of the Emirates, the Arab Emirates, are state subsidized, and both cases are violations of the Blue Skies Act between the U.S. and the EU. Is this something he's going to address, and is he considering upending President Obama's foreign carrier permit?
Well, again, that'll be something that'll be decided when they meet, what they'll talk about. Obviously, the president's going to want to talk about economic growth and job creation, how he's enacting orders to make sure the country's safe. On the case of Norwegian, my understanding, if I'm correct, that there's a deal in which they're having 50% of the crews and the pilots are American-based. They're flying Boeing planes. There's a huge economic interest that America has in that deal right now. I don't want to get ahead of the president on that, but just to be clear, I mean, you're talking about U.S. jobs, both in terms of the people who are serving those planes and the person who's building those planes. That's a very big difference. Zeke.
I think, Sean, a few minutes ago you said that the president wanted to remind the American people of how prevalent terrorist attacks are and that the earth is a dangerous place. That kind of breaks with the rhetoric we've seen bipartisan administrations use when it comes to terrorist attacks, encouraging the American people to go about their daily lives. Does this president have a different message to the American people?
No, I think, his message to the American people is that he is fully committed to doing everything that he can to keep the country safe. And I think that there's a big difference between what you're saying and what the point that he was making yesterday. And I think that what he's getting at is he was making a point as to the exposure that attacks get. And I think that's what he was getting at, is that we see these things and they're becoming too prevalent. And that's why I think he wants to become ever vigilant, to make sure that we don't ever get lax, that we need to be reminded that places and groups like ISIS continue to seek to do us harm, and that it is his job as commander-in-chief to do everything he can to get ahead of the curve and keep this country safe. I think when you look at the poll that came out last week, and I think it was 67% of the American people agreed with his proposition to put further restrictions on people, to make sure that we have countries who are sending people to our country, that they are coming here for peaceful purposes, and that if we can't guarantee those countries have the proper vetting and systems in place when they are outbound to the United States, then we need to do what we can, and he will do what he has to as president to make sure that this country is safe. And that I think the point that he was making was not to put fear in anybody, but to rather reassure them that as president of the United States, he is taking every single step to do what he has to get ahead of the threats, to get ahead of the concerns. So we're not looking in the rearview mirror thinking, what should we have done, what could we have done? That we're preventing lives, whether it's the raid in Yemen, the law that he's enacting, that he's going to do what he can to make sure that this homeland and our people are protected and safe. Mara.
Thank you. I just have two questions, one on a tweet and one on healthcare. When the president tweeted, if something happens, blame the judge and the court system, did he mean if a terrorist attack is committed by somebody from these 7 countries, or any terrorist attack should be blamed on the judge and the court system?
Well, I think the point that the tweet is pretty clear, but I think his point is that kind of dovetails what I was just saying to Zeke. He's doing everything he can, and he walks into office. There are 7 countries that the Obama administration has already identified as not having the proper systems in place to guarantee our safety. And I think his immediate reaction is to do what he has to do to make sure that we're not looking back and saying, you know what we should have done? We should have made sure that we had stricter vetting in place for those 7 countries. So he took immediate and decisive action to make sure that this country and our people were protected. That's what he's talking about, is making sure that we don't have a regret that a month from now, 2 months from now, or a year from now, we hadn't done something to protect people. And so he acted as quick and decisively as possible to make sure that we put the systems in place to protect our people. And that, I don't think there's any other way to read that. Yeah, Lynn.
Question on healthcare. Can I just get my second question?
Of course.
You just said he'll negotiate prices, and that's something he
No,
ran
no,
on. He ran on negotiating prices for Medicare, drug prices. And I just want you to clarify where he is on that, because when he met with Big Pharma the other day, before the meeting, he said, we have no choice, we have to get prices down.
Right.
After the meeting, he said he would oppose anything that makes it harder for these companies to bring their drugs to market, including price fixing by Medicare. So is he for Medicare negotiating drug prices or not?
He's for it, yes. He wants to make sure, absolutely.
Okay.
The president's clear. I mean, when you look at the cost of, not just drug costs, the U.S. government has not done, I mean, you look at what, frankly, the easier way to look at this is what other countries have done, negotiating costs to keep those down. As drug prices continue to escalate, that drives up healthcare costs for every American, but particularly there's a huge burden on America's seniors, who are so much more reliant on drug prices. And I think, and in many cases, you have people living on a fixed income, and healthcare costs, rising healthcare costs, and prescription drugs continue to be a burden on their ability to live out their lives in a much more enjoyable manner. And so his commitment is to make sure that he does what he can, and I think rather successfully uses his skills as a businessman to drive him down. Margaret.
Can you clarify 2 things? One,
Sure.
Secretary Kelly, when he was on the Hill today, said that the administration right now is not looking at adding other countries to this temporary travel ban list. Is the White House still giving itself room to add some countries to that list?
Well, I think what his point was is that right now he's not doing it. You have to look at his testimony in context. I think he went through the fact that we're still in this review process. that he is committed to making sure that we look at all other countries. But as of this moment, that there's no immediate desire to add to that. But he is looking at all of the other countries, the procedures that we have with them, the systems we have in place to check them. And so nothing is final until the end of the review period.
Still,
Yeah.
But I had a second question.
I'm sorry.
So you said still leaving room to do that. Something that the president continues to say as a phrase, and I'm hoping you can define it for us, is that this is about testing who truly loves America and making sure that those enter the country are those who truly love America. How do you quantify that? What is the president thinking of? Is that a specific test? What does that mean?
No, I mean, look, I think I think the president's, goal is to make sure that people aren't coming here to do us harm, that they're going through the proper extreme vetting in cases where we don't have the information required to make a good judgment on them based on what their country is willing to provide, that we are taking the proper and necessary steps to protect our people. But he doesn't. If someone's coming here to do us harm or to espouse things that would give us a good indication that they're not coming here for the right reasons, then we need to do everything we can to A, vet them, and B, unless we're 100% certain, keep them out of the country. It's a background check. But again, I wouldn't just, it's not. I mean, it is, to the extent that we can, it's going to be extreme vetting is what he's talked about. That it's not going to be just letting someone in on a quick check. If there's any cause for concern, he wants to go to every step possible to make sure that people who are entering this country are doing so because they want to come here for the right reasons and for peaceful reasons. Yeah.
Thank you, Chan. On Korea, South Korean knows about Trump is a very good friend of theirs. And what will be the most important part of his policy toward South Korea?
What, please?
What was most important part of Trump's policy toward South Korea?
Most important part of the policy.
Thank you. He had a conversation the other day, and we look forward to filling that conversation. I think obviously the threat of North Korea is the most prominent issue that faces South Korea in our alliance right now. He wants to reassure the South Korean government, the Blue House, that we are going to do what we can to make sure that we stand with South Korea and that we prevent any further hostile actions from North Korea. So I think that the safety of our country, of South Korea, of the region are going to be clearly the greatest focus of this. Yeah.
Question. John Christopher, Talk Media News. When the president submits his budget, is he committed to pushing Congress to approve sufficient funding for all American students to have either an outstanding public school education or the public funding for them to reach an outstanding private school education?
Look, I think the president's talked extensively about education during the primary. That it's whether it's an associate's degree, a bachelor's degree, PhD, or vo-technical education, that we've got to give students these days the options they need for the workforce. That a vo-tech education in some cases is what's in the interest of students in terms of their success and giving them the skills to work on cars or become a computer engineer or whatever. But as we head into as we look towards the future, we've got to make sure that we're preparing our students to have the skill set that they need. And it's also the retraining aspect of that, that as people get older and certain industries start to turn the corner because of technology, that we're allowing people the opportunity for retraining to give them the skill set that they need to re-enter the workforce and continue to be productive. So I think, as you will see, look, we literally will swear in the Secretary of Education hopefully later this evening, which we will let you all know, probably around the 5 or 6 o'clock hour. But that will be something that he's going to continue to have a conversation with Secretary DeVos about, something that she's made clear. And it's unfortunate that we haven't been able to have this conversation sooner because it was held up for so long. But I think that's something that Secretary DeVos will be speaking a lot about the education funding and skill set and opportunities that we give not just our children, but people older in life who are looking to get back into the workforce through another avenue.
How about the K through 12? How about the youngsters?
Right. I think we'll have plenty of time to discuss the president's budget as we get closer, as he sort of develops that. Today, we're excited that Secretary DeVos will get sworn in and we can begin to formulate that. Thanks a lot, guys. Have a great one. Take care.
Did you get a chance to watch the Saturday Night Live?
Right there, folks. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Sean Spicer just wrapping up. We are being told from Sean Spicer that Betsy DeVos will be sworn in later today. We'll have that for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com as well for you. We do want to show you now from a little bit earlier this morning, Donald Trump meeting with county sheriffs from across the country. Let's all take a look at that.
Law enforcement, a big subject in the campaign, and a subject that was very well received. You have no idea how respected you are, sheriffs and, generally speaking, leaders of law enforcement. Anybody involved in law enforcement, you have no idea how respected you are. You don't get the honest facts from the press, but you don't know how respected you are, so I just want to say that up front. I'm honored to welcome the National Sheriff's Association. Your leadership is here, and I know the great job you do. I've known you and followed you for a long period of time. Your efforts and your officers are outstanding. I know so many sheriffs from my area, some in particular, and they're great friends and great people. I just want to let you know that our job is to help you in law enforcement, and we're going to help you do your job. We're going to expand access to abuse-deterring drugs, which a lot of you have been talking about. They're out, and they're very hard to get. Stop the opioid epidemic. We've got to do it. It's a new thing, and honestly, people aren't talking about it enough. It's a new thing, and it's a new problem for you folks. It's probably a vast majority of your crimes, or at least a very big portion of your crimes, are caused by drugs. We're going to stop the border. We're going to stop. We're not going to have the drugs pour in from the border like they have been. We will work with you on supporting your long-standing efforts to strengthen the bonds between the communities and the police, which is very important. It is sort of a new phenomena to a certain extent, and it's happening more and more. And some great results are when you can strengthen the bonds. We're committed to securing our borders to reduce crime, illegal drugs, human trafficking, especially in border counties. We have a lot of the border counties represented. We're also committed to working with law enforcement to stop terrorist attacks. You've been reading about that and seeing about that. They want to take a lot of our powers away. Some people with a lot of the wrong intentions. And we've got a lot of bad people out there. And Dana, I just want to thank you on behalf of the government, on behalf of our country, for leading a strong, strong effort in the courts, and we really appreciate it, believe me. Because as you know, we don't have an attorney general. We have somebody who's phenomenal, Jeff Sessions. He's going to be there hopefully soon. But I believe it's about a record for the length of time that they've delayed the cabinet. These are cabinet members that are phenomenal people, and we haven't had representation, and now we have excellent representation, fortunately, in Dana, and Jeff will be with you very shortly, hopefully. But we're having a hard time getting approvals, and it's only a delay tactic. It's all politics. One person came up to me, a senator, Democratic senator, came up to me the other day and said, Jeff Sessions is a fantastic man. He's fabulous. He's a friend of mine. He's a great, great man and a great talent, and we're lucky to have him. I said, oh, great. I guess that means you're voting for him. No, I won't be doing that. He said, politics doesn't allow me to do that. I thought it was a disgrace. If the press talks loud and hard enough, I'll have to tell you who said that to me. You don't want to hear who said that. I'm shocked. I didn't think you'd care. But I'll probably tell you, actually. But anyway, so we're going to be very tough on crime. We're going to be very tough on the drugs pouring in, and that's a big part of the crime. We're going to be very strong at the border. We have no choice, and we're going to be building a wall. We're starting very soon. General Kelly will be working with a lot of you, and he's fantastic. He was one got approved very quickly, along with General Mattis. He's very, very outstanding, and I very much appreciate that you're here today. And Sheriff, I really thank you for leading the effort. Your reputation's fantastic, and it's a great honor to know you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we can go around. We'll let the press stay for a little while, unless you'd rather leave. Would the press rather stay? You know, just so you understand, there's a new phenomenon. You're on live television all over the world right now, so don't get nervous when you speak, okay? But I don't think these things have ever taken place before, but you are on live television, so if you don't want to say anything, you don't have to. But if you do, I think it's a good thing to say. So maybe we'll just go around the room.
Well, Mr. President, thank you so much for having us here. I'm Sheriff Carolyn Welsh from Chester County, Pennsylvania, and proud to say Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth that put you over the top, November 8th. Very proud of that. We don't stop bragging about that.
You were great support.
Thank you. And I just want to thank you for, during the campaign and since the campaign, being such a strong, courageous supporter of law enforcement. On the federal level with the Border Patrol, on the state level, in the counties, municipalities, boroughs, and particularly with the elected sheriff of the counties. Because we are the sheriff, we are the people's representative, and we are elected by the people, and we greatly appreciate your strong and continued support.
Thank you, Carolyn. There's a new sheriff in town.
That's right.
I hear there's so much data. They always use, there's a new sheriff in town. So anyway.
Sheriff Harold Evanson, Rockwall County, Texas. We appreciate your support very much. Our county's probably about 85% Republican.
Right.
So it was pretty easy for
They
you
were
in our
very
county.
nice. I agree. They were very nice.
Being in a border state, I have been to the border in Texas any number of times, been to the border in Arizona. I clearly understand the problem we have. And previously, when we go to the border and hear what the ranchers and sheriffs have to say, those border sheriffs and border ranchers, it was 180 degrees from what we heard from the previous administration. And
So
we're
you're seeing a big difference.
We're very proud to have you as president.
And that's only 2 weeks, okay? It's, you know, a very short period of time. I'm hearing it from a lot of people. People are calling in, and people I know that are in the area, they're saying it's like day and night. Because we're not playing games. We're not playing games. We're stopping the drugs from pouring into our country and poisoning our youth. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Mr. President, I'm Jonathan Thompson. I'm the Executive Director and CEO of the National Sheriff's Association. Let me tell you the difference of 6 months. I sat in this room, in this chair, and I was pleading, I was begging for help. Today, you invited us here to your home. You're offering help. You're delivering on that offer. And on behalf of our members across the country, thank you.
Thank you very much. It's so nice. I appreciate that.
You bet.
Mr. President, Rich Stanek, Hennepin County, Minneapolis, Minnesota. First off, thank you very much. As Ms. Conway said, next time up by 3 points in my state.
Okay.
Put it over the top.
Well, we
Secondly,
almost won your state. You know, we weren't supposed to do very well in your state, and we lost by 1 point. I say if I went there one more visit, we would have won. We would have won Minnesota, but it was very close.
Thank you. Many of us have you back, Mr. President.
Thank you.
And I just want to say that, you know, you hit on two topics that are near and dear to my heart. The first is opioids, right?
Right.
I had 144 people that died last year as a result of opioid overdose. 31% increase over the year before. We need help. 80+% of those drugs come from south of the border. Everybody knows it. I know you will do something about that.
I will. It's already being done. Believe me, it's a big, big difference, and we will do that. And you do have a big problem. And you have a big problem with the refugees pouring in, don't you?
Yes, we do, sir. And all we're asking is what you're doing, which is let the courts decide, do what we've been doing. The rule of law is strong, and the proper vetting of individuals is really important to us.
Well, you know, the vetting is much, much tougher now, and we need this court case. It would be very helpful to keeping the wrong people out of our country. You understand that better than anybody. So
I do,
I
sir.
think we're going to have some good results. It may take a little while. And, you know, this is a very dangerous period of time because while everybody's talking and dealing, a lot of bad people are thinking about, hey, let's go in right now. But we're being very, very tough with the vetting, tougher than ever before. So,
Sir, I chair the Homeland Security Committee for the National Sheriff's Association. We heard from General Kelly yesterday. His message was right on the mark about this, carrying out your directives, and we appreciate that.
that used to be a political position, you know, what General Kelly's doing right now. Homeland Security, if you remember, it's like a political position. Not anymore. Now it's, in my opinion, one of my truly most important positions. So he's doing a great job. Thank you very much, Sheriff.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, thank you. It's such an honor to be here. I'm Danny Glick, Sheriff, Laramie County, Wyoming. You know, there's so many issues that you'll hear going around this table. One of the ones that probably isn't, people don't realize, is EPA decisions that have affected our coal industry, our oil industry in the West. But beyond that, it increases the number of people that are jobless and thus increases our crime statistics. And it's starting to overwhelm us. We're very small out there for the most part, and we don't have the numbers of deputies, officers in law enforcement that can sometimes keep up with this. I appreciate what you've done and what you're planning in the future. I think it was very well publicized, and I just appreciate being here today.
Thank you, Sheriff. And I will tell you that the EPA, you're right. I call it, it's clogged the bloodstream of our country. People can't do anything. People are looking to get approvals for factories for 15 years. And then after the 15th year, they get voted down after having spent a fortune. So that's going to end. We have one of our really great people, as you know, Scott, is looking to be approved by the Senate. We're still waiting for that one, too. It's a disgrace what's going on. But as soon as he gets involved, we're going to unclog the system. And by the way, people are going to get rejected, but they're going to get rejected quickly. But for the most part, they're going to be accepted when they want to do it. We're going to bring the jobs back. And your state was very, very good to me, as you know. I mean, they were very, very good to me, and I appreciate that. And just tell the people we're going to get the system unclogged, and we're going to get it up. As you know, I approved 2 pipelines that were stuck in limbo forever. I don't even think it was controversial. You know, I approved them. I haven't even heard. I haven't had one call from anybody saying, oh, that was a terrible thing you did. I haven't had one call. You know, usually if I do something, it's like bedlam, right? I haven't had one call from anybody. And, you know, we've got a lot of jobs. In the Keystone case, we have potentially 32,000 jobs almost immediately. And then, as you know, I did the Dakota pipeline. And nobody called up to complain because it was unfair. Years of getting approvals. Nobody showed up to fight it. This company spends tremendous hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, and then all of a sudden people show up to fight it. It's not fair to our companies. And I think everyone's going to be happy in the end, okay? So I appreciate it very much, Sheriff. Great honor to have you here. Thank you. And say hello to the people. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. President. I'm John Layton, the Sheriff of Marion County, Indiana, which is...
You never met our great vice president.
I'm very proud of this man. And we as sheriff, this is, to me, it seems like it's unprecedented. I look back into the history of the NSA long before myself, and I could never find where not only the president, but now the vice president as well, has invited us into your house to share some concerns of ours.
And in about 10 minutes, you're going to see the Oval Office, too, which is, that's the other thing. You know, people have had meetings here. I had the car companies, the biggest companies, Ford, General Motors, Fiat, and they were in this room often. I said, oh, so you've seen the Oval Office? No, we've never been invited to see the Oval Office. You know where the Oval Office is? 10 feet in that direction, 10 feet.
Looking forward to it.
And you know what, when they said these are the biggest people, no, we're going there. These are the biggest people. So they were never invited to the Oval Office, and they're only 10 feet away. You would think they would be invited, but you're going to see the Oval Office, okay?
Thank you, President. One of the main concerns with not just my office of sheriff, but across the nation is mentally ill in the jails. And the people that are being, really, for lack of a better term, warehoused in our jails across America because we don't have the facilities necessary to take care of them on the outside. And it ends up a lot of these people go to jail because the public or the police officer happens to be mad at them at the time instead of they need to be in the jail,
right?
For very good reason. So we just appreciate you having the back of law enforcement. We do all feel that, as anyone with a badge knows, that you do have our backs, and that we're looking forward to years of harmony and taking care of business for the people we serve.
I appreciate it, and I will say that in the recent election, law enforcement is with me. I mean, the numbers were staggering. Staggering. It wasn't like, gee, it's 51-49. Believe me, it was through the roof. Law enforcement and military also.
Absolutely.
I think generally people in uniform tend to like me. Explain that to me. Dana, explain that to me. I don't. So, Sheriff, thank you very much.
Thank you,
and I do miss your former governor?
We do.
You have a good new governor.
Governor Holcomb is
Right.
holding down the fort for us.
Well,
Big shoes for him to fill.
Mike Pence has been fantastic.
Yes, he has.
Dana, I want to thank you for your service. Amazing the way you just stepped into the breach and have done such a good job. And let's see what happens with the court case.
Mr. President, thank you for the privilege to serve you in the Department of Justice and the American people. I'm very, very honored by it. And I want to thank all the sheriffs here, but I guess our local and state partners, it's very important to federal law enforcement and all the agencies. And I know that Senator Sessions, and we're looking forward to him getting to the department, will make that an important priority, and he wants to strengthen that bond that we have with them, because it's very, very important to law enforcement.
Yes, well, thank you very much. And one of the things that you know better than anybody is that we had a very good victory in Boston. So I said to everybody, why don't we use the Boston case? Why aren't we using the Boston case? Because the Boston victory was great, but it's statutorily and some difficulties.
Judge Gorton, who wrote that decision, had a very good analysis where he referred to immigration law, and I thought it was a terrific opinion.
Yeah.
And I think it's the right opinion.
And a highly respected judge, too, so I appreciate it. Thank you, Dana, very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, I'm Sheriff Page from Rockingham County, North Carolina. I think you do very well in North Carolina. And
North Carolina.
And I just want to say that we appreciate you being where you're at. The first responsibility of government is protecting its people. As we, as elected by the people, and you're elected by the people, we got that. When you said there's a new sheriff in town, we relate to that. You're about the rule of law. We haven't seen that in many years, and we appreciate that. And I'll tell you something, when General Kelly was speaking yesterday for the sheriffs, he was telling us about, I saw something I haven't seen before. He went to the border, he looked at the assets, and he asked the law enforcement down there, what's going on and what can we do to help fix this situation down here? So you've got a good team, you're putting together a good team, you've got support of sheriffs from across the country, and we appreciate what you're doing.
Well, thank you. And a funny story, so when General Kelly was just sworn in, now Secretary Kelly, and I said, do you want to have dinner tonight and we'll talk? Sir, I'm heading to the border. I said, I like that better. We don't need dinner. I said, I like that better. So he's right on the ball. He's going to be fantastic. Just everybody says the same thing. Thank you. That's very nice. I'll tell him.
Good morning, Mr. President. Dave Mahoney. I'm the sheriff in Dane County, which is Madison, Wisconsin. I want to thank you for inviting our nation's sheriffs into the White House. You know, as the only elected law enforcement leaders in our community, we are the most engaged in our community issues and concerns. And I think it's important. I think there's a strong message when the President of the United States invites our nation's sheriffs in to talk about those issues that are of importance in our community.
Has this ever happened before with the sheriffs?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Never happened.
Never, no, sir.
And yet the murder rate in our country is the highest it's been in 47 years, right? Did you know that? 47 years. I used to use that. I'd say that in a speech and everybody was surprised because the press.
All right, folks, we are going to a live event that is happening right now on Capitol Hill. Nancy Pelosi and others will be speaking about the Affordable Care Act. Let's take that live, everybody. You're watching Fox 10 News Now Stream.
Good afternoon. I want to thank everyone for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, we have parents, advocates for children, concerned members of Congress gathered today to firmly oppose the Republican attempts to undermine health care for our nation's children. As we were considering the Affordable Care Act, I introduced legislation that would have created a comprehensive benefit for all of our nation's low-income children, recognizing the importance of robust, comprehensive health care early in life. This benefit package was already available for children covered with Medicaid, and I wanted to ensure that they would not lose that benefit and that newly covered children under Medicaid could also benefit. That package of benefits is called EPSDT, Early and Periodic Screening, Diagnostic and Treatment, and covering the services, all of the services that children need for proper health. When the Affordable Care Act passed, 95% of America's children have health covered, and all those on Medicaid get EPSDT benefits. The children benefit in a number of ways that are often not recognized. For example, the ACA improved access to pediatric vision screening. We know that children with untreated vision problems can't read. It's estimated as much as 80% of a child's learning occurs through his eyes or through his ears, so expanding pediatric vision coverage was vital to children's educational experience. The ACA also ensures that health plans cover mental health services that can lead to safer schools. We know that left unmet mental health problems are linked to costly negative outcomes, such as academic and behavioral problems, delinquency, and future dropping out. The ACA protected 17 million children who have pre-existing conditions, such as asthma. Children that suffer from unmanaged asthma or allergies have to struggle in the classroom, and so it's vital that they get the proper care. These improvements are working in tandem with school-based services that are often provided by Medicaid, such as specialized services for students with disabilities and occupational and speech therapy. And so any repeal of the Affordable Care Act or block granting Medicaid would have the effect of jeopardizing these important services. ACA repeal alone would leave over 4 million children without coverage, doubling the uninsurance rate. Cut to Medicaid, whether through per capita caps or block granting, would also threaten the school-based services that put our children on the right track. As a ranking member on the Committee on Education and Workforce, it is clear to me that these attacks can be far-reaching, not only jeopardizing the health of our children, but also jeopardizing their potential. And so we have a choice. Do we go forward or do we go backwards? Clearly, we should build on the progress of the ACA to continue to cover more children with better benefits and not take a backward step by repealing the Affordable Care Act or repealing it without any replacement in sight or block granting Medicaid. And now I want to introduce the distinguished leader who led the fight to enact the Affordable Care Act and is now leading the fight to protect it, the Democratic leader, Nancy Pelosi.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member Scott, for your leadership. You have gathered us here, you, the ranking members of the committees of jurisdiction, your committee, Education and Workforce, Ways and Means, and Energy and Commerce, and we'll be hearing from them. We have some very special guests here today, so I'm going to be very brief in my remarks by saying I associate myself with remarks of Ranking Member Scott. He covered the territory very, very well. But I do want to tell, I think nothing speaks more eloquently to the need to save the Affordable Care Act than stories. The fight for the Affordable Care Act is the fight for children like Zoe Madison Lynn, born with severe congenital heart defect in May of 2010. She faced her first of 3 open heart surgeries when she was 15 hours old. And by 6 months old, she was halfway through her lifetime limit her insurer placed on her care. Without the ACA, Zoe and her family faced a harrowing future, not only using up all of her lifetime coverage before preschool, but carrying the burden of pre-existing condition for the rest of her life. With the Affordable Care Act, Zoe is protected. The Republicans are throwing all of that in doubt. And as our ranking member said, millions of children would be without coverage, more than doubling the number of uninsured by 2019. We stand strong to protect the Affordable Care Act. We want to keep America healthy. Republicans say they want to make America great again. They want to make America sick again. We will not stand for that. We will fight this fight. And one of the reasons we will fight this fight is the story of Daisy Brown, who will tell us her story, her moving story about her son and her family. Daisy, thank you for being with us today.
No problem. Good afternoon. My name is Daisy Brown, and I am the mother of an 18-year-old son who was diagnosed with autism on the autism spectrum at age 3. He has received his entire educational experience through the D.C. public school system. When his diagnosis was presented in the 1st grade, he began receiving Medicaid-funded support, speech and occupational therapies throughout the DCPS. I am proud to report that my son will receive his high school diploma this June 2017. June 2017. Excuse me. As an advocate for my son, I can attest that he would not have been able to qualify for his diploma without therapeutic services he received while attending the public schools in the district. In recent years, these supports were provided through the Medicaid funding under the umbrella of the ACA. Oh, goodness.
Tell you what we're going to do.
Oh, that's wonderful. That'll be.
There's a reasonable accommodation.
Thank you, Representative Poirier. Thank you so much. At present, I serve as the chairman of the DC Developmental Disabilities Family Support Council, as well as the chairman of the HSCSN Health Services for Children with Special Needs Parent Advocate Leader Support Group. As an advocate for children and adults with all levels of disabilities, including myself, I am becoming increasingly concerned with the direction that the new administration wants to take to dismantle the ACA. I would encourage the president and the majority in Congress to really consider their children and families before taking any actions to decrease or defund the present Medicaid supports that are currently in place in the city's school systems. Thank you.
Now recognize the distinguished Democratic whip who was instrumental in passing the ACA and part of the fight to keep it going, Steny Hoyer.
For those of you who didn't get the reference, I was also involved in the passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act, and that was a reasonable accommodation. And Daisy, you did a wonderful job. This is why we're here. This is why we're here. These young people who said, well, this is why I'm here. Aren't they beautiful? Aren't they wonderful? Aren't they important enough to fight for? I want to thank Nancy Pelosi, who was, in fact, the leader of the adoption of the Affordable Care Act. Those of us who served with her and worked with her, and she was the Speaker, I was the Majority Leader. It was, I know, for Nancy and for me, our proudest moment as legislators, because it affected every American. Every American. Unfortunately, some people have been deluded into thinking that the Affordable Care Act affects only those who are in the market. But they don't mention pre-existing conditions. It affects every American. Daisy talked about that. These children, one or more, may have a pre-existing conditions, and before the Affordable Care Act, they would have been left out. That's why we're here. Bobby Scott, thank you very much for your leadership in making this happen. As Leader Pelosi said, everything's been said, and we want to hear the stories. But I want to also congratulate, and I am so proud to be on the platform with Marian Wright Edelman. Children, you do not know it, but Marian Wright Edelman is the best advocate for children in America, and has been for a couple of years. My remarks were edited for public, so I'm proud to be here with all of you. We don't want to make America sick again. I have 3 great-grandchildren and 3 grandchildren, and they're going to be sitting in a school. Some of them are already sitting in a school, and I want the child in front of them healthy. I may not know that child. I may never see that child, but I want them healthy. And I want the child to her right and the child to his left and the child behind them healthy. Because if they're healthy, my grandchild and great-grandchild is more likely to be healthy. This is about all of us. We don't want to make America sick again. We want to make sure the Affordable Care Act is made even better. And we're prepared to make it better, but we are not prepared to have our Republican colleagues eliminate the protections given to all Americans by the Affordable Care Act without a replacement. We'll make it better with them, but we will not allow them to repeal this security that the American people now have. Now, I'm very pleased to introduce one of the leaders in the passage of the Affordable Care Act and one of the leaders in making sure that the Affordable Care Act is continues to be available to the American people. Frank Pallone, the ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee. Frank?
Thank you, Steny. And I want to focus on Medicaid and children. And as Steny said, when I look here and see all the kids and I see their parents, I always say that, you know, the reason that we care about kids and we care about Medicaid as a program to help children have good health care is because we realize that they're the future and that it's, you know, so important. I remember when I first came to Congress, I think we used to have a special committee, Nancy, on children, if I'm not mistaken. And people would always say, oh, you know, the politicians didn't care about kids because they didn't vote. Well, I never thought that was true. But the fact of the matter is we really have to emphasize these young people and make sure they have good health care and not only coverage but good benefits. And Medicaid provides that. One of the problems with ACA repeal is that it would repeal the Medicaid expansion, which has made such great strides in covering kids. I don't want to talk too long, but I just wanted to give some statistics about that. We know that when the states expanded Medicaid, due in part, you know, to the Medicaid expansion, we now have the highest rates of insurance coverage for children in our nation's history. 95% of all kids in 2015 had health coverage. In fact, between 2013 and 2015, we had the largest two-year decline on record in children's uninsured levels, with the majority of children gaining coverage either through Medicaid or the Children's Health Insurance Program, the CHIP program. And of course, under the ACA, children can be on their parents' health insurance until they're 26 years old. They have access to all kinds of preventative care the way their parents do as well. And we know, though, that there's still more to do. So when the leaders here, both Nancy Pelosi and Steny Hoyer, talk about what we want to do, which is improve upon the ACA, make even more kids covered, we know today there are still 5.3 million uninsured children in our country, 2/3 of whom are eligible for Medicaid. A lot of that has to do with the fact that some states haven't expanded Medicaid under the ACA. So we want to build on the progress of the ACA. We don't want it repealed. We don't want it to go back. And you know, when I listen to my Republican colleagues saying that they, you know, want to repeal the ACA or cut Medicaid, you know, this is what we've been hearing in the Energy and Commerce Committee at the hearings that we've had in the last 2 weeks. My response to them is, look, just look at this practically. Don't be ideologues, because that's what they are. They're just being ideological. They don't like government programs. They don't like Medicaid because it's a government program. Forget all that. Think about these kids and think about what happens to them practically if you repeal the ACA or you cut back on Medicaid. That's what we care about. That's what everyone should care about. And I know that that's what you care about. So thank you for being here today. Now, I have the honor of introducing our next speaker, who is Beth Matty. She's the president of the School Nurses Association. I see a lot of school nurses here in the audience. Thank you for what you do. Thank you, Beth.
Well, thank you. You know, we know that nationally 48% of children rely on Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program, or CHIP as we know it. I am a school nurse, and I know that health and education are inextricably linked. Let me tell you about two of my students. I met David 3 years ago, shortly after he entered the high school where I worked. I was called to the upstairs hallway where he was sitting on the floor with his hoodie over his head, just huddled down. As I got closer, I realized that this 16-year-old young man, was crying. He was sobbing, having extreme chest pain. I learned he had sickle cell disease, and his current symptoms told me that he was having a sickle cell crisis. He went to the hospital by ambulance for what turned out to be a 2-week stay. At that time, David was spending just about 2 weeks out of every month in the hospital. My goal was to increase the time that he spent in school and keep him out of the hospital. His goal was to graduate with his peers. I was able to coordinate his care and give him the medication he needed to extend the period of time that he spent in school. I cannot imagine what would happen to David if he was denied Medicaid or CHIP because of a per capita cap, or if there were restrictions placed on him by a block grant. David would not be in school at all if he did not have the access to the treatment and medication he needs to manage his sickle cell disease. CAPS and block grants for Medicaid and CHIP affect real children and adolescents. They are not numbers on a spreadsheet. It affects kids like Olivia, a shy little eight-year-old girl with curly blonde hair. She's got a beautiful smile, but she has asthma, and so she takes daily medication to control her asthma. But if she doesn't take her medicine, she could have an asthma flare. And there are periods when she doesn't take her medicine. And what happens, her airways tighten up. Her airways clog with mucus, and it limits the exchange of air in her lungs. The oxygen level in her blood begins to go down, which affects her cognitive ability, and she has trouble paying attention in class. She doesn't sleep well at night when this happens, and her teacher says that she falls asleep in class during the day. Olivia participates in the Children's Health Insurance Program for health care. CHIP frees her parents from having to make the choice between buying medication or buying groceries. The National Association of School Nurses wants students like David and Olivia to be in school, where they should be, in the classroom learning, not in the hospital in pain or unable to pay attention in class. Our students are an investment in our future. It is imperative that funding for medication continue without the per capita caps or block grants, and that CHIP be reauthorized. School nurses want children healthy, safe, and ready to learn. Thank you. Now it's my honor to introduce Representative Richard Neal.
Thank you. So let me give you a statistic that is perhaps the most compelling today. 100% of the children in Massachusetts are covered. That's pretty stubborn. And so you rightly ask, well, how was this done? Well, it was done because Senator Kennedy and Governor Romney, the unions, the business community, and advocates all came together and adopted a series of provisions that have made it work. 97% of the people in Massachusetts have health insurance. And in terms of polling, it polls close to 80% in terms of customer satisfaction. So the hospitals accepted their role, and across the board, the American Medical Association accepted their role, and everybody decided that in this unified effort, we were going to make it work. And it works today extremely well. So I also want to share this with you because it's important, as the statistics were outlined here today, that 80 million people in America, in some shape or manner, receive a Medicaid benefit. That's almost 1 out of 4 Americans, because it links us together by generation. For these children here, early intervention. For those who need and families that desire nursing home care, that's Medicaid. This is Medicaid. It links us generationally, because in our youth, we all pull the wagon, because in our aged years, we might have to sit in the wagon. And that's the way the national principle is supposed to work. I also have something that you might get a kick out of. I represent Merriam-Webster, the last word, as we call it. And the lexicographers there have been very busy these days, because there's new words that emanate all of the time. But I want to share one very important word that's new to the lexicon, and you can think of it today. The ACA has worked bigly. And now it's a pleasure for me to represent to you, in terms of introduction, the ranking member, John Yarmouth.
Thank you, Richie. Good afternoon, everyone. You know, we've told a lot of stories here, and it's important to tell these stories because while there are lots of statistics we can mention, and we will do that too, every one of those statistics is one of these people, one of these beautiful children in front of us. My story from my district is a young woman named Anna Riggert. And Anna was diagnosed with pancreatitis when she was 12 years old. She's had, since that time, she's now 22, 26 different hospitalizations. Her parents were thrilled, rejoiced when the Affordable Care Act was enacted, because they knew that at that point, they wouldn't have to worry about her past when she turned 21 and was no longer eligible to stay on their policy, and that she would never be denied coverage after that. Her dad, Steve Riggert, was just diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. And he understands his diagnosis, and he lives in mortal fear every day that everything that they have worked so hard for will be lost if the Affordable Care Act is repealed. And she will lose Anna will lose the protections that she has under that act. Every one of these has stories from every part of this country. And that's why we are so committed to maintaining the protections of the Affordable Care Act. But it's not just the threat of wiping out Medicaid. As a member of the Budget Committee for the last 8 years, I've seen year after year after year the Republican budget proposals that would strip away protections of all sorts of people in our vulnerable populations, all at the price of tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans, for increased spending on defense. All of that comes out of SNAP programs, WIC programs, TANF programs, all of the things which provide the safety net in this world for people who need a leg up. So we're fighting on multiple fronts now to make sure that this country remains the compassionate country it has always been. We are going to do whatever we can to save Medicaid. In my state alone, 63,000 children would lose coverage if Medicaid is block granted, if the ACA is repealed, and more would lose coverage if there were a block granting of it. We would lose, according to one analysis, 45,000 jobs in the state, $30 billion of economic activity over the next 5 years, and almost 400,000 people would lose health care coverage. That scenario is played out in every congressional district in every state in the United States. That's why it's so critical that we do everything we can to save the Affordable Care Act. And now I get to introduce another person who has a story. She's our mom, Amy Crone.
So I'm one of the faces that you can put to the statistics. I'm Amy Crone. I'm from Columbus, Ohio. I'm a member of Moms Rising, and I'm mom to my son Alex, who's 14, and my daughter Addie, who's 11. So my story today is about my daughter. When Addie was 6, she was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disorder that causes the pancreas to stop producing insulin. So this means that every time Addie eats, she needs an insulin injection. She also has to prick her finger up to 10 times a day to test her blood sugar. Type 1 diabetes has nothing to do with lifestyle, and there is no cure. Addie will live with this disease for the rest of her life or until a cure is found. In 2012, my husband's position at his company was eliminated very suddenly. He lost his job with very little warning. Although the Affordable Care Act had been passed at that time, it was not yet being implemented. Because our health insurance was through my husband's employer, I began the process of shopping for health insurance through private companies. My first time shopping for health insurance was an eye-opening experience, to say the least. Because they referred to Addie's diabetes as a pre-existing condition, virtually no one would offer us coverage at any cost. It was shocking to me. I didn't know that denying insurance coverage to someone was even a possibility. I expected maybe higher premiums. I did not expect to be denied altogether. I thought, they can do that? Well, they can, and they did. It was a terrifying time. It made me realize how vulnerable Addie and anyone living with a pre-existing condition is to the power and the whims of insurance companies. Luckily, my husband did find a new job. We went back on private insurance, but that feeling of vulnerability has never quite gone away. I knew that the ACA prohibited companies from being able to discriminate against people with pre-existing conditions, but I never fully understood what that meant until it affected our family. Once the ACA was fully implemented and health plans were available to be purchased, it gave me great peace of mind to know that if anything ever happened to one of our jobs again, we now had a safety net. Knowing that Addie would never be denied insurance because of her type 1 diabetes was an amazing sigh of relief for our family. At least that's what I thought. Today, that safety net isn't looking as strong. I'm worried and I'm scared. I'm worried for Addie and for everyone living with any kind of pre-existing condition. Type 1 diabetes does not care about politics. But I hope one thing we can all agree on is that we all want to keep our children healthy, and that all of us will do whatever we need to do to protect them. That's why I'm a member of Moms Rising, and that's why I'm here today. And I thank you for letting me share my story with you. I think last but certainly not least, I have the honor of introducing Marion Wright Elderman from the Children's Defense Fund.
Thank you. Thank our leaders, our speakers. Thank you. We're not going to go backwards. And we just are determined that we are not going to go backwards for our children. It's a disgrace that this country has not taken the leadership in ensuring all of its children and threatening that. And I don't think there's any member of Congress who would not like to have their children or grandchildren insured. And we don't want two classes of children. What's good for their children is going to be good for ours. They will not repeal that ACA. And we are going to protect a half century of struggle. Medicaid age by age and income by income, and then CHIP. And we've got to protect the whole system. And we are proud to announce that 95% of all these children are covered. We still got implementation things, and I can't bear the lottery of geography. The child in Massachusetts can have what a child in Mississippi. A child is a child is a child. And this country needs to come and live up to its creed that everybody is equal, and that everybody's entitled to sort of have a healthy and good start in life. And so I think that the main thing is just say we're just not going to go back. And we don't want to touch that ACA unless there's a replacement that I hope is better in place. The other and that we are going to protect Medicaid and CHIP and the right of disabled children and the poorest children to get the coverage they need. What we want for our own children is what we should want for other people's children. We've already heard the cost effectiveness of investing. This is not just a health issue. A child who can't see or hear the teacher, has an undiagnosed attention deficit disorder, is not going to learn. They're going to drop out of school, or they're going to be unable to get into the military because they're not able to pass the standards that we want. This is a national security issue. It is an economic security issue, that a child gets what they need to be healthy and then to be educated and then to be able to serve and contribute and work in this society. So I just want to keep coming back to the fact that we will hold on. We will not go back. I don't know what we crazy grandmothers are going to do. But we're just not going to go back. We're just not going to go back. And so we should just determine to do whatever we have to do. I just want to end with a quote from Albert Camus, who was speaking at a Dominican monastery in 1948, and he said, "Perhaps we cannot prevent this world from being a world in which children are tortured, but we can reduce the number of tortured children." And he described our responsibility as human beings, if not to reduce evil, at least not to add to it, and to refuse to consent to conditions which torture or hurt innocence. "I continue," he said, "to struggle against this universe in which children suffer and die, and so must every one of us. Only then will the cries of the prophets for justice and peace become a lasting reality." I'm so proud of the progress we've made. I'm so proud that we're now at 95%. We're going to keep it. We're going to finish having a comprehensive benefit package. And one of these days, every child, regardless of whether they're in Mississippi or Massachusetts, is going to have a floor of decency to grow up with America. So thank you for your leadership.
Give our speakers another round of applause, particularly the stories that we heard. Any members of the press have questions?
Well, before you do that, can we acknowledge our other members who are here? Mike Doyle of Pennsylvania on the Energy and Commerce Committee who fought for this bill. Raul Ruiz, a new member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, a doctor from California. Bill Foster from Illinois, a scientist himself, and just speaks so eloquently about every aspect of it. Sandy Levin was here earlier. He had to go, but he was an important part of passing the legislation as well. And we have one of our newest members of Congress from, come introduce yourself, come Delaware, because she's a freshman member, and I want her to have the center stage.
Thank you, Leader Pelosi. I am Lisa Blunt Rochester, and I am from the great state of Delaware. And I am really proud to be here with my colleagues because this is probably one of the most important things. I've never even run for office before, but I was compelled to run, looking at what is happening across our country. And I'm really honored to be here with Marion Wright Elderman, who, for me, I started off as an intern caseworker in 1989. and to be here with such great people. I'm very proud, but especially this school nurse was the school nurse for my two children, Alex and Alyssa Bradley, who are now 28 and 30 years old. So, not that you're older, but they are. But again, I think if nothing else, we need to take away from this that it is about the children. But as Steny said, it's also about every single American. This touches every single American, and I'm just proud to be a part of the Democratic caucus that's fighting to make sure we don't go backwards. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Ranking Member, before I yield back to you, Betty McCollum of Minnesota, who is here, a leader on this issue.
Does the press have any questions? Frank, you want to?
Well, look, we will work with the Republicans, but the bottom line is they can't be repealing the Affordable Care Act. And I've said this over and over again with them. We want to build on the Affordable Care Act. We do not want it repealed. And we don't believe that they have any replacement on hand. We certainly haven't seen anything in the hearings in the Energy and Commerce Committee. So we'll work with them on anything, but the bottom line is no ACA repeal.
Well, if I just may answer that, one of the goals of the Affordable Care Act were threefold. One was to expand coverage, to include many more people, to improve benefit package for everyone, not just the 20 million, as Steny mentioned, but the 155 million people who get their insurance through the workplace. No pre-existing condition as a discrimination against them, no lifetime limits, when your child is 26, he or she can stay on your policy until they are 26. Being a woman is no longer a pre-existing condition, and insurance companies must spend 80% of the money they take in on your health care, not on advertising or CEO pay and the rest of that. So if they want to improve on that, then we have something to talk about. But as Marion Wright Edelman said, we're not going back. We're not going back. So I think there's never been a bill that's passed Congress that we couldn't say, maybe we can change it a little bit when we see the implementation. Have you ever heard of a bill that, whether it was Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, Civil Rights Act, Voting Rights Act, there's always been an improvement waiting in the wings. So again, if they want to expand the coverage more, lower the cost more, or improve the benefit package while at the same time holding the insurance companies to the 80%, we're happy to talk to them about that.
No other questions? Give our panelists another round of applause for all the good work. Wait a minute. Was there another question? Yeah, okay.
Well, I'm just concerned because, frankly, I don't see any effort to replace the ACA with anything at all. In other words, my fear is they would want to repeal it, and there'll never be a replacement because the right wing, the Freedom Caucus, is not interested in a replacement. So, yes, we have to be concerned about everything because, as you say, you know, it's not only a question of coverage, but it's a question of guaranteed benefits package that's very generous at this point. And if you start talking about replacements that eliminate a lot of these benefits and have skeletal plans, which is what I'm afraid of, then a lot of things aren't going to be covered, which is why I say no repeal.
I think it's important to note that this goes beyond health care. When we set forth to do this, if everyone in the country had decided that he or she loved her coverage and loved her insurance company, which, as you know, was not the case, but some of the witnesses here were telling us about how it was. Where's our mom? How it was when you had a pre-existing condition and the rest. But if there were no other reason to do it except cost, the cost to individuals, to families, to small business, to corporate America, to the federal, state, and local government, the costs were unsustainable, and they were ever increasing. especially if you had a pre-existing condition or something like that. So we had to do it to lower cost, and we did. And the rate of growth of the cost of medical care in our country and insurance is at the slowest rate of increase it has been in the 50 years they've been measuring that. But the other point of that is this is something that has created 4 million jobs, which will go away. It will again raise cost, lose jobs, hurt communities by having hospitals, which are major employers and health providers, and that. So it has an economic piece to it too. And by the way, it is tied directly, as members have said, to Medicare and Medicaid. So when you're talking about young people and challenges that they have, the Medicaid piece is very, very important. And I might just add one piece that applies not just to young people, but older people. The opioid epidemic is a major one in our country. And the governor of Ohio, a Republican governor, John Kasich, has said, thank God for Medicaid, because it's going to help us address the opioid epidemic. So this thing is very far-reaching. As Frank Pallone said, it's an ideological point that they have. They don't believe in a government thing. They think that Medicare should wither on the vine, that Medicaid is block grant and capped. So this is a fight that we have for the good health of America. And as Steny said in his remarks, it's about so much more. But what could be more important than the health of our children? But it's their good health, the economic security of their families, a safe environment in which they can thrive, a world at peace in which they can succeed, and pension, Medicare for their grandparents, so that their families can focus on them rather than on their grandparents. So it has so many reasons why we should do this, and that's why I thank Bobby and the ranking members, Neil and Pallone, for calling our attention to what this means to children. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Richie, for what you've done.
And the problem with repeal, as you can point out, a lot of people, they'll be disadvantaged. 30 million people will lose their insurance. But also, you can mess up insurance so that nobody will be able to buy insurance. That's why we can't tolerate a repeal without a replacement that's better. And I think that's why a lot of them are noticing that if they were trying to repeal with no replacement, they would mess up the insurance market so badly that they wouldn't want to have anything to do with it. That's why they're slowing up. And I think until they can come up with a replacement, which at this point looks unlikely, if they had had a replacement, you'd have seen it in the last 6 years. Where it's unlikely that they'll be able to do anything.
Once again, let's thank Marion Wright Edelman for honoring us.
Thank you.
These children have been remarkable.
Yes. Good kids.
Boy, they really have.
Good kids.
I just wanted to say, I'm honored to stand on this stage with you. I've always admired you. Thank you.
Nancy Pelosi and other House Democrats speaking on Republican plans to dismantle Obamacare. Speaking of Nancy Pelosi, her home state, California, this video coming out from California Live, a mudslide destroying a home in San Rafael, California. San Rafael, California, mudslide destroys a home. These are live images coming in right now. As you know, storms hitting California have resulted in heavy rain, which ultimately can lead to mudslides, which in this case destroyed a home in San Rafael, California. This is the Bay Area of California. This story coming from the San Francisco Gate. High winds whip Richmond San Rafael Bridge, blow over a UPS truck. That's right, because of high winds, a UPS truck was actually knocked over on a bridge this morning. Wind speeds of up to 50 miles per hour were recorded in some places in Northern California. You're looking at a live look at San Rafael, California, where a mudslide has destroyed a home. Again, as rain soaks the Bay Area, combination of the storms and strong gusts of wind and lightning have resulted in some tricky conditions. A mudslide closed Highway 17 near Scotts Valley. Again, all of the rain and flooding causing mudslides, mud, rock, and several large trees covering the roadway. You can see this live image, a mudslide destroying a home. All right, and we showed you some storm damage from the Bay Area of California. I want to take you now to New Orleans, Louisiana. Live images coming in of the storm damage just outside of New Orleans, where tornadoes have touched down. These are live images coming in on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Again, damaging tornadoes hit Louisiana, including the New Orleans area. Dozens of injuries reported, according to the New York Daily News. A powerful tornado decimated parts of New Orleans with widespread property damage and dozens of injuries. We know severe storms moved through Louisiana and Mississippi on Tuesday, leaving a path of destruction in the south, as multiple tornadoes were confirmed by the National Weather Service. Now, according to the mayor of New Orleans, there were dozens of people injured, with at least 2 of those injuries being more serious injuries. However, no deaths reported as of Tuesday afternoon. And again, early this morning, tornado watches were in effect over large parts of Louisiana and Mississippi as a line of severe storms moved across the region. Again, the tornado watches were in effect for the metro areas of New Orleans and Baton Rouge. And as of earlier this afternoon, the National Weather Service confirmed that 3 tornadoes touched down in southern Louisiana. A meteorologist with the National Weather Service says one touched down in the eastern part of New Orleans, another touched down near the town of Donaldsonville, and another in the town of Killian. Now, local media showed images of some of the severely damaged buildings in eastern New Orleans. These photos include down power lines that were strewn across the road. Officials say at least 7 homes were damaged in Livingston Parish, Louisiana. One official said that 2 of the houses were completely destroyed. One eastern New Orleans resident spoke with the Associated Press. He said his whole neighborhood showed storm damage, but his house escaped a tornado with a near miss. He said, quote, "It's bad. I've never seen it this bad." Adding, "As far as I can see, treetops are off, power lines down." This resident, whose name is James Thomas, says that he saw the twister coming, grabbed his motorcycle helmet, and ran into his bathroom. He says the room went pitch black. He heard hail on the window and came outside afterward to see a damaged trail of about 20 to 40 feet from his house. Again, parts of eastern New Orleans are looking like a disaster area following a line of severe weather that just blew through the city. The storm flipped over cars, tore roofs off homes, ripped through a gas station canopy, broke tall power poles off their foundations, flipped a food truck upside down, and left a couch resting improbably on a pile of debris in the middle of a road. One driver was trapped in his truck by power lines that wrapped around the cab. Now, as the storm blew over New Orleans, the sun could only be seen on the faraway horizon below dark gray thunderheads that seemed to turn the day into night. Now, Sean Spicer, White House press secretary, did comment on this situation, saying the White House is monitoring the severe weather going through Louisiana. He added that President Trump is aware of the situation and is going to be reaching out to the local and state officials throughout the day. Sean Spicer said Trump also concurred with the FEMA administrator's recommendation to approve Mississippi Governor Phil Bryant's request to add public assistance to the previously issued major disaster declaration for his state. Spicer said that in accordance with Bryant's request, public assistance will be added for 3 counties in Louisiana. Those 3 counties are Forest County, Lamar County, and Perry County. Now, the mayor of New Orleans reports substantial damage in eastern New Orleans after an apparent tornado touched down in the area. He said there are initial reports of dozens of minor injuries and 2 more serious injuries. A spokesman for the emergency medical service described most of those injured Tuesday as, quote, walking wounded, end quote, with minor cuts and scrapes. According to city officials in New Orleans, about 10,000 homes were without power. There are also reports of gas leaks in the area. The police chief says they've closed Interstate 10 eastbound. For those of you familiar with the area, specifically the portion of Interstate 10 from Downman to Interstate 510 and westbound from I-510 to the Downman exit. That covers most exits that would go into the affected areas. The police chief has urged people to stay off the roads and out of the affected areas. The police chief, Michael Harrison, also said that patrols are doing house-by-house searches in the neighborhoods to make sure no one's trapped by falling debris or other damage. Now, one resident Yoshikia Brown lost everything to Hurricane Katrina, and now she's lost everything again due to this tornado. 3/4 of her home in East New Orleans is collapsed. She says her living room and front bedroom are gone. Luckily, her 2-year-old son and 3 dogs have survived. Brown says her home was insured, but she's still not sure what to do next. And despite being struck twice by disaster, she's telling herself that something good has to come from this. And the Cheney family of East New Orleans survived this tornado, but just barely. Kimberly Cheney was trying to record it when her mother pulled her inside just in time. 4 of them huddled in a middle bedroom as the twister hit, knocking down part of the roof and blowing out the windows. Cheney said that all of the family's cars were totaled, and her niece is worried because her computer was damaged with her homework stuck inside. She says that she told her, quote, "It's a natural disaster. Your teacher will understand," end quote.
Also, New York, I do have IFB in, so I can hear Chef if he's referencing anything specific.
And for those of you just joining us, I want to recap some of the information we know thus far regarding the tornado damage in New Orleans. Parts of eastern New Orleans looking like a disaster area following a line of severe weather that just blew through the city. The storm flipped over cars, tore roofs off homes, ripped through a gas station canopy, broke tall power poles off their foundations, and flipped a food truck upside down. One driver was trapped in his truck by power lines that wrapped around the cab. Eastern New Orleans resident James Thomas says his whole neighborhood shows storm damage, but his house escaped a tornado with a near miss. Thomas says he saw the twister coming, grabbed his motorcycle helmet, and ran into his bathroom. Now, the mayor of New Orleans reports substantial damage in the eastern New Orleans area after this tornado touched down in the area. The mayor says there are initial reports of dozens of minor injuries, as well as 2 more serious injuries. City officials say about 10,000 homes are without power. There are also reports of gas leaks in the area. Part of Interstate 10, eastbound and westbound, has shut down. They've shut down the portions where most exits would go into the affected areas. The police chief has urged people to stay off the roads and out of this affected area. Police patrols are doing house-by-house searches in the neighborhoods to make sure no one's trapped by any falling debris or other damage.
It is. East New Orleans, New York. We're in East New Orleans. Yep. Two minutes, copy, thank you. Girls? What's the name of your school? The school? Schaumburg? $30, thank you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay guys, I want to cut away from these live images of the tornado damage. I do want to show you this video that I have. It's circulating online. A tornado turning over an 18-wheeler in eastern New Orleans. I want to go ahead and show this video to you. Stand by. Again, tornado flipping over an 18-wheeler. Look at the security. Wow. You can see it in the background over there. Flipped over as a result of the tornado. We'll play it again. Pay attention to this 18-wheeler right there. A powerful tornado hitting eastern New Orleans. Let's take you back now to some of that live video of that tornado damage in Louisiana.
Fox! Fox! Yeah, I got you. Hey guys, sorry, I'm trying to keep my mic muted so it's not too noisy in there. You guys Fox? So am I. Okay, cool. It's Jeff Burton out of the Atlanta Bureau. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys are interested or not. There's a Fox local affiliate reporter here. Do you guys want her at all? Or does that...
Again, for those of you just joining us, you're looking at a live look at eastern New Orleans tornado damage. Multiple people injured. 2 people seriously injured as a result of a tornado that touched down. A total of 3 tornadoes touched down in the Louisiana area. As you can see, residents in the area surveying the damage in their neighborhood. All right, this news coming in from the Associated Press, the latest information on the tornadoes that touched down and wreaked havoc in southern Louisiana. Hours after a tornado struck eastern New Orleans on Tuesday, hatchet-wielding firefighters walked up and down the debris-strewn Chef Mentor Highway, checking businesses and homes to make sure no one was missing or trapped. "I'm homeless now," said Malcolm Ballard, 65 years old, outside the heavily damaged Royal Palms Motel. Inside, his room was ransacked. The furniture and carpet, soaked by rain that poured in after the storm, blew open the door and broke the windows. At least 2 other confirmed tornadoes touched down in southern Louisiana, wiping houses from their foundations, downing power lines, and leaving 10,000 homes without electricity before moving across the Deep South. Dozens of injuries were reported, but no fatalities. Now, the New Orleans mayor said at least 2 of those people injured were seriously hurt after severe storms brought hail, high winds, and twisters to the city. The storm flipped over cars, tore roofs off homes, ripped through a gas station canopy, broke tall power poles off their foundations, and flipped a food truck upside down. It left a couch resting improbably on a pile of debris in the middle of a road and trapped a truck driver as power lines wrapped around his cab. Now, the wall of severe weather lit up radar and prompted tornado warnings across the region. The National Storm Prediction Center in Oklahoma said 2.7 million people in parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama would be at the highest risk. Press Secretary Sean Spicer said that the White House was monitoring the severe weather and President Trump would be reaching out to local and state officials throughout the day. Kevin Ballard, a 56-year-old, came to check on his older brother at the damaged motel, but his own injuries turned out to be worse. He was at an auto repair shop when the apparent tornado hit, collapsing the shop around him. He had bruises and cuts on the back of his head and neck. Kevin Ballard said, quote, "I was standing in the front of the building at first and I seen something black twisting. Tires and everything fell on the back of my neck and hand." Another resident, Yoshikia Brown, lost everything in Hurricane Katrina in 2005. And now she's lost everything again. 3/4 of her home in New Orleans East is now collapsed. Brown said that she was at work when she got a weather alert on her phone. She looked at the weather map and realized it was her neighborhood, then drove home to check. On the way, her brother called her and said, "Sister, your house is gone." Brown didn't believe it, saying, quote, "I lived in between two blighted properties. One of those would have been gone before my house. It wasn't real until I walked up. I could see into my living room. I can see into my front bedroom. It's just gone, like the movie Twister." Luckily for Brown, her 2-year-old son and 3 dogs survived, and her home was insured. She says she's not sure what she's going to do next, but she added that something good has to come from this. Now, other twisters struck down near the town of Donaldsonville and in the town of Killian, according to the National Weather Service. At least 7 homes were damaged in Livingston Parish, northwest of New Orleans, while other minor injuries were reported.
As far as the injuries, and as a firefighter, one of the firefighters going door to door in homes here at the school.
Now, many of you guys may be interested in the radar as well. So what we're going to do is a little bit of picture-in-picture. We're going to keep the tornado damage in the large portion of your screen, but we also want to give you guys a quick look at the radar images coming in, courtesy of Fox News.
Copy.
Here's a quick look at the radar. You can see the New Orleans area here. Mobile, Alabama right here. This is video. This is how the radar has been the last 12 hours. Again, radar documenting the weather activity in the south in the last 12 hours. New Orleans, east being dealt a massive tornado.
It's an elementary school. Schaumburg Elementary.
The latest news via foxnews.com. At least 3 confirmed tornadoes hit southern Louisiana today, causing major damage as a wave of severe thunderstorms swept through the region. Danielle Manning, a meteorologist with the National Weather Service, said that one tornado touched down in the eastern part of New Orleans, while another touched down near the town of Donaldsonville, and a third was reported in the town of Killian. The large tornado in New Orleans touched down northeast of downtown along Interstate 10 and Chef Mentor Highway. Images from the area showed severely damaged buildings with downed power lines strewn across the road. At least 2 people suffered serious injuries, and about a dozen others suffered minor injuries. We know fire crews are going door to door in the neighborhood to check for people, while utility crews are on scene responding to a number of gas leaks.
Hey guys, it's RIM 242 checking to see if you see.
James Thomas, a resident of eastern New Orleans, told the Associated Press that his whole neighborhood shows storm damage, but his house luckily escaped the tornado. He said, quote, "It's bad. I've never seen it this bad. As far as I can see, treetops are off, power lines are down." Now, this resident said that he saw the twister coming, grabbed his motorcycle helmet, and ran into his bathroom. The room then went pitch black. He heard hail on the window and came outside afterward to see a damaged trail of about 20 to 40 feet from his house. Now, NASA also tweeted about this storm. They said in a series of tweets that the tornado in eastern New Orleans impacted one of their facilities, but only minor injuries were reported and that their employees had been accounted for. Again, tornado watches covered large parts of Louisiana and Mississippi, and the line of severe storms prompted multiple tornado warnings. Officials say at least 7 homes have been damaged in Livingston Parish, Louisiana, which is located northwest of New Orleans. This according to the Deputy Emergency Management Director, Brandy James. She added that of the 7 homes that had been damaged in Livingston Parish, 2 of them completely destroyed. Now, these tornadoes are part of a storm system that are moving across the Deep South. These tornadoes lit up the radar monitors and prompted multiple tornado warnings from Louisiana to Alabama. The system also brought hail, high winds, and obviously twisters to the New Orleans area. One of the warnings described the threat as a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly twister. White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer told reporters that President Trump plans to contact officials in the hardest hit areas. Now, residents in Louisiana have posted photos on social media. Some show a gas station largely destroyed, a hotel with a part torn away, power lines fallen off of buildings, and roofs ripped off homes. One resident told a local news station that she somehow survived uninjured after her RV was picked 3 feet off the ground and then slammed back to the ground. She said that she has no place to live now, adding that she was waiting for assistance from the Red Cross. The Louisiana Governor, John Bel Edwards, has declared a state of emergency because of the storm damage that occurred this afternoon. I want to go ahead and look at some of the tweets out there, some of the viewer-generated video from this storm. You have this video right here, posted on Twitter. You can see the debris in the air. Look at that. Again, a tornado sweeping through New Orleans east. A total of 3 tornadoes touching down in southern Louisiana. Look at that damage. You can see vehicles being thrown across as a result of the storm. The caption for that video, the damage that wind and water can do is unimaginable. Praying for my city and those who were directly affected by the tornadoes. That was a video posted on Twitter. Hendrix Brown sharing this video of the tornado, saying New Orleans earlier. Let's go ahead and watch this clip. Again, we are just showing you some of the video posted on Twitter, some of this tornado video that residents were able to post online, video that they shot themselves. Again, multiple injuries reported. You can see all the debris flying in the air. Another photo posted of the damage in New Orleans East. The aftermath of the New Orleans tornado today. This posted from a Twitter user. Let's go ahead and watch this video. Lots of videos posted online of the aftermath of this devastating storm. Look at that gas station. So much damage as a result of the tornado that struck New Orleans East. Here's a photo of a child looking at the damage in New Orleans. Another photo of the tornado itself in the New Orleans area. Let's go ahead and play this video for you. Massive, massive tornado. Again, this is resident submitted video found on Twitter. We want to thank all the viewers that are tuning in, not only on YouTube, but also our thousands of viewers watching on Facebook right now. We do have live images of the tornado damage here. But for those of you who have not been able to peruse the internet, we wanted to also show you some of the video shot earlier. Again, resident submitted photos and video. Look at that. Absolutely devastating. This Twitter user saying, praying for New Orleans East, hope everyone survived the tornado. Here is another video of the tornado. All right, everyone, we're going to take you back to those live images coming out of New Orleans East. Again, tornado damage, devastating images to look at. Dozens injured, 2 people seriously injured as of right now. No fatalities reported. And while we continue to bring you these live images of the tornado damage in New Orleans East, I also wanted to share with you our radar images that are coming in now in the corner of your screen. You can get a look at the massive storm that swept through southern Louisiana, making its way through Mississippi and Alabama and into Georgia. I do want to acknowledge many of our viewers that are tuning in on Facebook. I know many people leaving comments of support and prayers. Freddie Burse saying, praying for you all. Luana Kyle sending her prayers from Texas. Lillian Lagos praying from Arizona. Denise Diamond Sweat sending prayers from Illinois. We have April Perkins tuning in from Milwaukee, sending her prayers. Donley Lamb sending prayers from Florida. Lily Hebert saying hugs and prayers are said and will be said. I'm hoping no one died and that recovery will be fast. I do want to go ahead and read a few more viewer comments coming in on Facebook. Rosie Sneed sending her prayers from Georgia. Joy Machasek praying for all from Texas. Easter Jones praying from Atlanta. Joanne Allen sending prayers from Arizona. And Dorothy Bowley sending her prayers from Mobile, Alabama. And for those of you just joining us, you are looking at a live feed of the tornado damage in New Orleans, East Louisiana. Again, a total of 3 tornadoes touched down in southern Louisiana today, resulting in dozens injured, 2 people seriously injured. As of now, no fatalities have been reported. The governor of Louisiana, John Bel Edwards, viewed the damage during an aerial tour and declared a state of emergency. Press Secretary Sean Spicer said the White House was monitoring the severe weather and that President Trump would be reaching out to local and state officials throughout the day. Hours after a tornado struck eastern New Orleans on Tuesday, firefighters walked up and down the debris-strewn Chef Mentor Highway looking for anyone who was maybe missing or trapped. One man who spoke with the press said he was homeless now. He spoke outside the heavily damaged Royal Palms Motel where he was living. That man's name is Malcolm Ballard. He is 65 years old. Inside, his room was ransacked, the furniture and carpet soaked by rain that poured in after the storm blew open the door and broke down the windows. His brother, Kevin Ballard, came to check in at the damaged motel, but it turns out Kevin Ballard's injuries were far worse than his brother's. Kevin Ballard was at an auto repair shop when the tornado hit, collapsing the shop around him. He had bruises and cuts on the back of his head and neck. He said he was standing in front of the building at first. That's when he saw something black that was twisting. Tires and everything fell on the back of my neck and head, he said. Yoshikia Brown has her own tragic story. She lost everything in Hurricane Katrina in 2005. Now she's lost everything yet again. 3/4 of her home in New Orleans East now collapsed. She was at work when she got a weather alert on her phone. She looked at the weather map and realized that it was her neighborhood. She drove home to check, but on her way home, her brother called her and said, "Sister, your house is gone." Brown didn't believe it. She said it wasn't real until she walked up to her home. That's when she could see her living room. She could see her front bedroom. It was just gone like the movie Twister. Fortunately for Brown, her 2-year-old son and her 3 dogs did survive, and thankfully her home was insured. She said she's not sure what to do next, but she's optimistic, saying something good has to come from this. Okay, guys, we're going to continue to monitor our feed of the tornado damage. If we get any other interesting shots, we'll take you back to New Orleans. In the meantime, though, we do want to bring you back to Arizona. We have these live aerials of a confined space rescue underway right now. A confined space rescue. This is 122nd Street and Rio Verde Drive. A person reportedly needing to be rescued. This is 122nd Street and East Rio Verde Drive in Scottsdale, a confined space rescue. Again, we have very limited information. We have reached out to both police and the fire department to get additional information. We are under the impression that a man is trapped in there, as this incident is being described as a confined space rescue in Scottsdale. A man trapped. Rescue officials on scene to help this man. Again, you're looking at a live look at a scene at 122nd Street and East Rio Verde Drive. This is in Scottsdale, Arizona. We have very limited information right now. We are being told it's a confined space rescue. It is believed that a man is trapped down there. Looks like our feed has frozen for just a second. Skyfox is on the scene. We'll continue to monitor the situation and bring you live coverage here on Fox 10 News Now. Again, this incident only being described as a confined space rescue. It is believed a man is trapped and that rescue crews are on scene to safely rescue him. I know many viewers tuning in are asking for more details regarding the story behind this rescue. We have very limited information right now. Our assignment editors are communicating with both Scottsdale Fire and Scottsdale Police to get more information. Looks like this rescue is underway now. You can see rescuers working there to rescue a man who we believe is trapped inside that green box. Again, guys, you're looking at a live feed. Rescuers with the Scottsdale Fire Department working their way through this construction site. Again, a man, we believe a man, is trapped at the construction site. It is a confined space rescue, 122nd Street and East Rio Verde Drive in Scottsdale, Arizona. And for those of you who are local to the valley, I want to go ahead and throw this map on the screen so you get an idea of where this rescue is taking place. You can see it is in northeast Scottsdale, way up there by Pinnacle Peak, East Rio Verde Drive, and north 122nd Street. Downtown Phoenix down here, downtown Scottsdale here, and then all the way up here is where this confined space rescue is taking place. We're going to take you back now to those live images, courtesy of Skyfox. We're hearing reports that the individual trapped is stuck 40 feet below the surface. We are hearing reports that the man was trapped 40 feet below the surface. Again, these are live images coming in courtesy of Skyfox. I know some viewers asking what type of construction site this is. We don't have a lot of information right now. But I will relay the question to our assignment desk and work to get you guys that information. And for those of you just joining us, I want to give a quick recap. You are looking at live aerials coming in courtesy of Skyfox, a confined space rescue. What that means is they are rescuing someone who is trapped in a confined space. It is our understanding that a man is trapped at this construction site at 122nd Street and East Rio Verde Drive, Northeast Scottsdale. Firefighters, rescue crews are on scene, and we are bringing these aerials for you guys live here on News Now. All right, for those of you just joining us, you can see in the top portion of your screen more than a dozen rescuers on hand to help with this confined space rescue in Scottsdale, Arizona. A man trapped quite a ways down at this construction site. Many of you guys wondering what's taking so long. Obviously, rescuers are taking their time. They have to be careful. We don't know all the facts right now. Rescuers doing their best to rescue this man safely. Again, we know a person is stuck below the surface in northeast Scottsdale. This incident at 122nd Street and Rio Verde Drive. The man is believed to be stuck in that green enclosure at the construction site. You can see more than a dozen rescue workers on scene to assist with this confined space rescue in Scottsdale. I'm Samia Khan. I've been narrating this coverage for you over the course of the last half hour. Mary Kate Gaffney will be joining you to continue this confined space rescue coverage here on Fox 10 News Now. Okay, guys, real quick, just want to give you an update before I head out. We are getting an update from Scottsdale Fire Department. We learned that this rescue call came in around 2 o'clock, so just about an hour ago. Scottsdale Fire was contacted about this incident that took place at this construction site. We know the worker was in a 15 by 15 foot hole. That worker fell off a ladder and broke his leg. He is now about 40 feet down. The fire department has a plan to get in there and package him up. A technical rescue team will extract him, and they will be on scene for a while. Again, this call came about around 2 o'clock, just about an hour ago. The worker was in that 15 by 15 foot hole. The worker fell off a ladder, broke his leg. He is about 40 feet down. Scottsdale Fire does have a plan to get in there, package him up. Technical rescue team will be on hand to extract him, and it looks like the rescuers will be on scene for a while. And as I mentioned, this wraps up my coverage. Mary Kate Gaffney will be joining you in just a couple minutes here on Fox 10 News Now to continue our extensive coverage of this confined space rescue in northeast Scottsdale.
All right, everybody. Well, I appreciate you watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and just bringing you the latest on this breaking news event that we all get to watch live here from the news chopper. Here's what we know. Here's the latest. So a rescue call came in at about 2 o'clock. The worker was in this 15-foot hole, fell off a ladder and broke his leg. He's about 40 feet down right now, and they're trying to get together a plan to get him out of there. Rescue teams are there right now, as you can see on the scene, to try and extract him from this situation. Crews are still working to safely bring this person out of what appears to be sort of a green construction box area in this large dirt hole that you're seeing. So we're going to get you guys some more information. Hopefully he'll be okay, but we're going to keep you guys updated here. Again, I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and you are watching live with us right now on the Fox News Now stream. Also want to mention that they have to have crews there as well to monitor the air quality in the hole. And then they have to have rescue teams on backup for the initial rescue teams in case anything happens. This is a very dangerous situation. Again, that man 40 feet down there now, he fell off a ladder and broke his leg. Hopefully he will be okay. We're watching this live together right now from the news chopper as rescue teams work very hard right now to extract him safely. All right, you guys, looks like they are using something to try and extract this man right now from this green construction shaft that you see here. Again, this call came in about 2 o'clock. This worker was in a 15 by 15 foot hole, fell off a ladder and broke his leg. And right now he's about 40 feet down. Looks like they are trying to figure out a way right now to get him on this stretcher and pull him up because he has broken his leg. We'll see soon if they're able to extract him safely. There was a similar situation that happened like this in 2016 in Los Angeles where a man fell in a 50-foot hole, and what they had to do was lower a radio and a harness to the man, and they sent fresh air into the hole using a confined space ventilation system. Now that's what they had to do for that man. In that situation, we'll see what they're doing here live right now. As you see, this man fell 40 feet, broke his leg. This is a 15 by 15 foot hole that you're seeing here, a construction site. Gotta give it up to these guys that are out there all day working and putting their lives at risk. Hopefully he will be okay, but it looks like they have a plan here to extract him safely. Again, though, we do know his leg is broken. Hopefully they can get him up here comfortably. You're watching live with us right now on the Fox News Now stream. This happening near Rio Verde Drive right now in the Arizona area. You're seeing this live from the news chopper right now. Again, you can imagine the difficulty this man must be having down there right now in terms of how much air is down there. Again, a situation similar to this that happened in Los Angeles. They had to actually lower a ventilation system to this man that fell down a 50-foot hole back in 2016. Kind of a similar situation. They lowered a radio and a harness to the man and sent fresh air into the hole using a confined space ventilation system. We'll see if they do something similar in this situation. But we are watching live right now as these rescue crews are working diligently to save this man. Again, he fell 40 feet today. This call came in around 2 o'clock. It's 3:18 here in Phoenix. We're just waiting to see if he can be extracted safely from this scene. You're watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. Now, situations like this are not uncommon when you're working with heavy machinery on construction sites like this. Another similar situation happened in Ohio earlier this year, where the man fell down a 16-foot hole, and it took 15 rescue workers to finally get him out, and that took about 45 minutes. They pulled him out. He was alert and talking with rescue crews. So this situation, again, this is happening. This was called in about 2 o'clock. It's 3:21 here now in Phoenix. This happening live right now in the Scottsdale area near Rio Verde Drive. Again, that rescue situation that I told you about in Ohio, that only took about 45 minutes. It took 15 rescue workers just to get him out. This one, you can see there's dozens of rescue workers on the scene. This has gone on a little longer than 45 minutes. As you can see, we've been streaming this for about an hour and a half now. And again, this guy fell down much farther than the one I explained to you in Ohio. This guy fell 40 feet, and this is a 15 by 15 foot sort of hole there that you see, that green contraption there that he fell down 40 feet. Can you imagine falling 40 feet? The guy broke his leg. He fell off his ladder. So now rescue crews are on the scene trying to get him out as safely as possible. And you got to think, how much air does he really have down there right now? So hopefully he will be okay. Because in another situation that I explained to you guys that happened in Los Angeles, they actually had to lower a ventilation system to the man so that he could have fresh air. So hopefully this situation turns out okay. Hopefully they are able to get him some fresh air and get him out safely. I did see just a few minutes ago they lowered a stretcher down because his leg is broken. They're going to try and hook him up to that and get him out safely. So we appreciate you guys watching with us here live on the Fox News Now stream. More information is coming in every second here as we show you this live from the news chopper. Appreciate you watching with us. Also want to mention it's pretty sunny, as you can see, 73 degrees here in Phoenix right now, so you've got to imagine how hot that worker must feel down there in that confined space. Again, 40-foot fall. Broke his leg after he fell off his ladder. You gotta give it up to these guys out here every day working on these dangerous construction sites, risking their lives every day, and these rescue workers as well, trying to safely extract him. Again, it's about 70 degrees here in Phoenix right now. It's about 3:24. We've been streaming this for over an hour and a half. And those other situations that I described to you, the one in Ohio, the guy only fell 16 feet, and it took the workers about 45 minutes to get him out, and he was okay, but it took about 15 rescue workers and 45 minutes to finally get him out. This one has been going on for over an hour and a half now, and you can see dozens of rescue workers on the scene for this as well. Hopefully he has enough air down there. As we told you, a situation that happened in Los Angeles, they had to actually lower a ventilation system to give the guy fresh air in that confined space. So we'll see here how they handle this situation. They are working hard. We did see earlier they lowered that stretcher because the man has broken his leg, so they're going to try and get him out as safely and comfortably as possible. All right, you guys, looks like they're bringing possibly that worker up. We see that stretcher. Let's see if we can get a closer look from the chopper here if the man is on that stretcher there. Looks like they've got him. Yeah, so they had to lower that stretcher because he had broken his leg from that 40 feet fall. So they were able to get him on that comfortably. Hopefully he'll be okay. Let's see what the workers decide to do here as they bring him down off this stretcher. Again, this is in the area of Scottsdale near Rio Verde Drive. You can see right now they've just rescued that man out of that green contraption there, and workers now are attending to him. Again, we do know he has broken his leg. Unknown at this time any other injuries that he might have suffered from while down there. Again, we streamed this for about an hour and a half, so he was down there for quite a while. We'll keep you guys updated on his condition here. But good news, it looks like they were able to get him out on that stretcher. No way he could climb out himself because his leg is broken. He fell 40 feet, you guys, from the ladder. So let's see. They're transferring him now, picking him up here. Got to give it up to these construction workers and the rescue crews here, risking their lives every day being out at these construction sites. This is not uncommon. There's dozens of situations that I've found online of construction workers being trapped inside different holes and different accidents that happen at construction sites where they can be stuck down there for hours with very little air. So let's watch live here from the news chopper as they attend to this guy. Again, it took about an hour and a half to get him out of this 40-foot drop that he fell in the Scottsdale area. We'll keep you guys updated on his condition. Again, we do know his leg is broken, but I'm sure that there are some more injuries that he had when he was down there. Appreciate you guys watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Appreciate you guys watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and we just showed you the rescue of that worker who, again, fell 40 feet in that green contraption there. You can see right there, that green box there. He fell off his ladder, 40 feet down, broke his leg, and it's been about an hour and a half. Finally, you can see all the rescue crews on the scene there were finally able to get him out. They put a stretcher down into the hole there and pulled him out safely. They've put him in the ambulance. Again, we do know he has a broken leg, but unsure at this time any other injuries he might have suffered during that fall. We'll work to get you guys some more information on his condition. But again, we do know that he was just extracted and rescued from that scene. Again, this is live out of Scottsdale from the news chopper near Rio Verde Drive. All right, you guys. Well, we just streamed live for you that travel ban, or I'm sorry, not the travel ban, the rescue. Coming up is the travel ban, an argument over that. Again, I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney. Appreciate you watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. If you're just joining us and wondering what's going on, we just showed you a rescue. Actually, let's take you back. We get to see the emergency vehicle and the emergency crews there as they just loaded him in. This guy fell 40 feet down a construction hole, broke his leg. It took about an hour and a half, but crews were able to get him out safely on that stretcher. Again, all we know for right now is that he broke his leg. He might have suffered other injuries. We will keep you guys updated on his condition. It's about 3:40 here in Phoenix, Arizona, and as we reported earlier for you guys, it's about 73 degrees here, very sunny as you can see, so you can imagine just how hot he was, just 40 feet down after that fall with a broken leg as well. Gotta give it up to these construction workers and emergency crews that go out there every day and risk their lives for us, doing these tough jobs. That is the ambulance vehicle that he has just been put in. Took about an hour and a half to extract this guy safely from the scene. The call came in around 2 o'clock, and it's about 3:40 here now in Phoenix. It was a 15 by 15 foot hole, but the fall was 40 feet down. Appreciate you guys watching with us as we bring you the latest information on this breaking news. Again, we stream breaking news events from all over the U.S., but this one just happened to be here locally in the Scottsdale, Arizona area. Coming up here in just a few seconds, you guys, I'm going to have Fox 10 anchor Carrie Lake to discuss the latest on President Trump's travel ban. because in just about 15 minutes we're going to have a live audio play for you guys of the oral arguments coming from the Ninth Circuit. They'll be hearing arguments from both sides today on that travel ban. Okay, looks like actually right now they're moving this guy from that ambulance to the chopper. Get him there faster. Usually in situations like that, we know that they're in critical condition, so must be more than just a broken leg that he is suffering from right now. Again, we did see earlier they put him in that ambulance, but now they are taking him out and putting him in the emergency chopper. All right, you guys, so I've got Fox
Hi,
anchor
everyone.
Carrie Lake up here with me.
I haven't been up here for a while.
It's
I've
nice
missed
to have you. We've
And
all missed
there's
you.
so much news going on. I mean,
know.
as you know, you're doing this 24 hours a day pretty much.
Yeah.
And you know what's interesting? President Trump has been so busy doing so many things, and you know, some people love what he's doing, some people really don't love what he's doing, but everyone seems interested in it. I've never
know.
seen so many people, regular people who normally aren't into politics, who normally don't follow things, who are laser beam focused into what's happening right now.
People are very passionate about it.
They are,
Yeah.
and they're watching. You know, they're watching. He comes out to speak. They watch what he says. They're watching the confirmation hearings for his cabinet members. This is fascinating. What's
Yeah.
happening, and I really do. You know how I feel. I hope that Americans can kind of come together, whether they voted for President Trump, whether they voted for Hillary Clinton or whomever they voted for, and no matter how they feel about some of the policies he's enacting, I'm hoping that Americans can come together and at least try to work toward making things better for so many people who are struggling.
Sure,
And kind
yeah.
of put their political differences aside. But we'll see. That remains to be seen, right?
I think people either love to watch him because they love him, or they love to watch him because they see it as sort of a train wreck in the making, and
Yeah.
they think he's ridiculous. So they want either way. Haters and lovers watch him, you know, because
Right.
they just want to see what he's going to do
But
next.
the great thing is people are much more involved and much more aware of what's happening. I mean, people are talking about Congress, they're talking about executive actions, they're talking about confirmation hearings in Supreme
I
Court,
know.
and where federal judges can now get involved and kind of throw a wrench in things.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't even realize that a federal judge could
They can-
basically stay an executive order. I mean, that's pretty fascinating that a judge
Yeah.
in Washington state can throw a wrench into this whole executive order or executive action and stop it in its tracks. So we're learning so much along the way.
You think the
And-
president can just do anything, but it's a little bit harder than that.
Well, we're about to find out if the president, and that's what the argument's going to be today. Doesn't the president have the power to say, we want to put a hold on immigration from certain countries, or does a judge in Washington State have that power? And basically,
We'll
the issues came up, I believe, from a claim in Washington and Minnesota. People were complaining that it was affecting their business, that it was affecting schools, that kind of thing. So it's going to be really interesting. And I understand that we are going to be able to hear what's happening.
Yeah, so I have that stream up. They're going to stream it from the Ninth Circuit website, actually, and that's coming in about 9 minutes and 55 seconds. We'll be able to hear the audio of both sides arguing over this, which is pretty exciting stuff.
Very cool.
Yeah, so people think it's unconstitutional on one side, and then the other side thinks it's just purely for safety.
You know what I think? I think that depending on who you support politically, if for people who are really opposed to this, had President Obama come out and said, people, I really need to put this temporary hold on immigration coming from other countries because of what's happening in this world, I really do believe, and if people look down into their soul, if President Obama would have come out and they were supporters of President Obama, they would rally behind him and say he needed to do this, he knows what's best, he's got information that we maybe don't have access to, because you get to realize the president has access to top secret information about things that are happening, and I think they would have supported it. But the very fact that it's a president they don't like, they're not supporting it.
Yeah, I think that people think that President Obama was more qualified and had more knowledge when it comes to making presidential decisions, and I think whenever Trump signs an executive order, there's protests the very minute he signs it. They just don't believe that the choices he's making are great. And
I think it depends who you ask, though. Some people didn't think that President Obama was very qualified to make decisions.
Yeah, it depends on who you ask.
There are people who thought he was a terrible president, and there are people who thought he was the best president ever. So
I think
it's
that
become so political. You can't like separate people's backgrounds, their thinking, the way they voted from how they view this president and this administration.
Well, what's interesting is the 7 countries that were banned are the countries that President Obama named as countries of terror. So he's the one that named him these places, and Trump's just putting the temporary ban on it. Again, not agreeing with it or disagreeing with it, but I thought that was interesting. Steve Kraft brought that up to me. That
maybe we should go over some of the little tidbits for people who are getting. Now, when do we go to this? By the way,
7 minutes and 50 seconds.
So we've got 7 minutes, and Mary Kate and I are going to kind of take turns going through some of the factoids leading up to this. So last week, of course, the president put in effect. It was actually 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago. This executive order basically saying that we are going to temporarily halt the refugee program, which put a pause on it from Syria and I believe Iraq. And we're also going to halt immigration from and visas from 7 countries that were predominantly Muslim. And last week, the Washington State Attorney General sued the president, arguing that the ban is unconstitutional. The federal judge hearing the case said he agreed that the ban was temporarily lifted, meaning people from those countries can now enter the U.S. So we've had about 3 or 4 days where people can enter now against the president's will.
Right.
And we're going to have the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals hear this case. This is a pretty liberal bench, the Ninth Circuit.
And this is a good breakdown of it, too. January 27th, Trump signed that executive order.
Thank you.
January 30th. I know, the stuff that I put at the top is, this is probably easier. And then January 30th, the Washington Attorney General, Bob Ferguson, filed a federal lawsuit claiming the order was unconstitutional. Right. And then on February 3rd, the judge in Seattle granted a temporary restraining order. Trump tweeted, "The opinion of this so-called judge, which essentially takes law enforcement away from our country, is ridiculous and will be overturned."
Right, and that was the big, everyone was, all up in arms about it.
But it's interesting to see people against the president and the president actually being sued and a restraining order being put on a decision he made. So about 6 minutes we'll be able to hear both sides of the argument.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm sending a text out here on a story I'm working on.
We're always working on things here at Fox 10, you guys. You got a lot of special projects and stuff going on, and
I know there's so much going on. I've got one coming up tonight, which I'm looking forward to, and you'll be seeing it if you tune in tonight at 9.
Yay.
So we're waiting right now for the attorneys on both sides, and I guess the Justice Department will be defending the president, to basically make their case. This is going to be fascinating because I think so many people I think a lot of people who support Donald Trump, maybe they aren't travelers, maybe they don't get out and about and travel much, and some do. And to them, there might be some people who think, well, what's the big deal if we pause this program? Isn't it better to rather be safe than sorry, and not let somebody who has nefarious ideas or plans from coming in? And then you have people who say this is completely unconstitutional. We're a country based on immigration. I'm really looking forward to hearing if there's an argument made that we lay people haven't thought of.
I'm excited too, because all we see is he signs the order and then we see protests. I'm looking forward to hearing factual arguments on each side of why this is good and why this is bad. Because it's only been signed for a week and people are, take it down immediately, and he hasn't really had time to even explain why he wants this to happen.
And if you were going to guess, and you work in politics or law, to think that a judge in Washington State would be the one to stop this program, I have to admit, I was actually shocked when I heard. I thought, really? It was a judge in Washington who was able to halt this program completely and stop it. So I thought that was a pretty interesting turn of events.
And then Trump tweeting
and it happened
at him
right again, just as Trump's executive order to stop this kind of immigration happened on a Friday and kind of surprised everybody. The judge's order from Washington State happened on a Friday before anybody could do anything. And here we hit the weekend, and very little could be done until today. And this might end up having to go to the Supreme Court. And, of course, everyone's looking at Judge Gorsuch. I've got to get used to all of these new names.
I know. Neil
Gorsuch, and will he be approved? Will he be confirmed? This could be one of the first cases he hears.
Yeah, so that should be interesting as well. I mean, so much going on. We had Nancy DeVos all night and all this morning, those debates, and much going on.
And she was approved. Is it starting right now?
Looks like it's going to be starting in just a few seconds.
So we'll check back in a little bit later. Should we turn it up? Are we hearing any sound?
Let's hear. Let's see.
Okay, I wish we could put something else up here besides just that slate.
Hopefully they'll put a nice picture up for us eventually. If they don't, I'll pull up something else for you guys
to... Or maybe bring it down here and show that part so people...
Yeah, let's show this part. At least you guys can see.
Yeah. So you can see what's going on. Yeah. We're
So,
live on Facebook.
we are live on
So we
Facebook.
are awaiting the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals to take up the case before them. And this is a case, the state of Washington versus Donald J. Trump. And it all stems on this travel ban or suspension, temporary suspension of immigration and visa holders coming in from 7 predominantly Muslim nations, and also preventing or stopping and blocking temporarily the refugee program from Syria as well. And is it unconstitutional? Does the president have the right to decide who comes into this country? We are about to hear what the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals thinks. I believe it's a 3-judge panel on the Ninth Circuit who will hear this oral argument today in state of Washington versus Trump. And this is the appeal of a temporary restraining order against President Trump's temporary ban on entry into the U.S. by certain classes of aliens. A lot of people call them immigrants. And we're just kind of waiting to see what happens. We're not going to be showing video. That's not permitted. But we will be hearing the oral arguments. I believe they call in on the phone.
Yeah.
And can you imagine you're one of the most important arguments you make as an attorney, and you're speaking to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and you're doing it on the phone?
Over the phone. I hope they all have good service. And
exactly.
Hopefully no one's doing it on their cell phone or anything like that.
If it were me, it would be my cell phone in my car, and it would drop, which still happens to me all the time.
While you're trying to eat and drive at the same time.
Right.
We're multitaskers
and
here.
Drink your coffee or whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
So, one
away.
side saying it's unconstitutional, you can't do that, it violates the rule of law. And this is what Judge Ferguson said. And, of course, the president disagrees, and the Justice Department will be making the arguments on his behalf, saying the president absolutely has the right and the authority to make these kinds of decisions. It is his job, and it is his right to do so. this all stems from that January 27th really surprise executive order that the president kind of dropped on a Friday afternoon that stunned so many people, and it did cause a few snafus at airports around the country. Most of the problems, I think, were caused, there were so many protesters at the airports that caused some slowdown, but I think they said less than 200 people really got caught up and delayed that day.
Yeah, Tim Kaine came to that airport where a lot of it was happening, and he said there's got to be a better idea than this. And a lot of people were saying, well, what about President Obama's 6-month ban that he put into place? And he said, that's completely different than what President Trump is asking for, which it is a little different. So that's true.
There's so much politics being
so
played.
much.
I mean, I wish that we could just kind of wash our brain of what our leanings politically were. I wish America could do that and just take every issue and look at it from what makes sense, but there's so much politicizing going on, sadly, in our country right now.
Yeah.
As we saw today with the confirmation of DeVos, Becky DeVos, it was 50-50, and we needed to have the Vice President, Mike Pence, go in to be the tiebreaker. We are just really split in this country right now. Are we hearing anything yet on this?
Oh, looks like we are hearing something now.
Okay,
Let's
so
turn
we're
the
going
sound
to...
up.
Special Counsel to the United States Assistant Attorney General. Mr. Flenge, are you on the call?
I'm here, thank you.
Great. And for the state appellee plaintiffs, we have Noah Purcell, the Solicitor General from the Office of the Washington State Attorney General. Appearing from Washington, Mr. Purcell, are you here with us on the call?
I am, yes.
Thank you both. Counsel for each side will have a total of 30 minutes, including any time that the appellant's counsel wishes to reserve for rebuttal. Counsel is responsible for keeping track of their own time, especially because they can't see the clock. I can see the clock and the judges can see the clock, so we'll try to help you, but you need to track your time as well. When you speak, attorneys, please state your name before you speak, as well as when you get back up for rebuttal. And also, please listen very carefully for questions coming from the panel, as you won't be able to see them indicating an intention, so they will have to interrupt you. So listen for that. A reminder to everyone, we are streaming this argument live through our website. It's also streaming live on various news outlets. We will post a recording of the audio as soon as we can after the session on our website. What you will see on the screen, if you're looking at a screen while you're listening to this, is you'll see who is the name of who is speaking. So we will try to keep up with that, both with respect to the attorneys who are arguing as well as when our judges are speaking. Okay, I'm going to call the session to order, and counsel, please wait for the presiding judge to open the session before you actually begin. The United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit is now in session.
Good afternoon. The case on our emergency motion docket today is State of Washington et al. Versus Donald J. Trump et al., case number 17-35105. This is Judge Friedland presiding by telephone. Judges Canby and Clifton are also on the line. We thank you, counsel, for your very helpful hearing today on short notice. As you have heard, you'll each have 30 minutes. And I will try to help you with your time because I know you can't see a timer like you would in the courtroom. But if you could also please try to watch the time yourselves, that would be great. With that, we will hear first from the government. Mr. Flenge, please proceed.
May it please the court. I'm August Flenge with the Justice Department here on behalf of the United States. I'd like to reserve 5 minutes for rebuttal. The executive order at issue puts a temporary pause on entry for individuals from 7 countries that Congress and the last president determined, in a similar context, pose special risks in terms of terrorist infiltration into our country. Those determinations were made in 2015 and 2016, based either on a congressional determination or statutory factors, including Their foreign terrorist organizations had significant presence in the country, or the country served as a safe haven for terrorists. The order also temporarily halted refugee program. This judgment was well within the President's power as delegated to him by Congress, and it is constitutional, as the court in Boston in the Halal Kalam recently held. Under Section 212F, Congress has expressly authorized the President to suspend entry of classes of aliens when it is necessary or when otherwise it would be detrimental to the interests of the United States. That's what the President did here. And the President's determination that a 90-day pause was needed for the 7 countries at issue here in order to ensure adequate standards, and that's language from the order, for visa screening was plainly constitutional. The district's court's order, which contained no assessment of the legality of the order, was in error, and we encourage the court to stay. A key factor in the order and its temporary nature was the President's determination that there was a need to review existing practices for screening foreign nationals who apply for visas.
This is
the order
Canby. If I can interrupt for a moment. You're asking for a stay of the temporary order of the district court. No matter which way we rule on your stay, presumably that appeal of the order remains in place. Is that correct? Or are you trying? Sometimes I get the impression from the papers that we're trying to argue the merits of that appeal itself rather than the merits of the stay.
Yes, Your Honor. There is some overlap, but yes, we are at this point just asking for a stay pending review by this court. Of course, the standards are pretty similar since both would look at the traditional injunction standards. With respect to those standards, I do want to say there are 2 kind of significant irreparable injuries that we are citing in support of our request for a stay. The first irreparable injury has to do with the assessment of risk that the President made in balancing our interest in welcoming people into this country with our interest in making sure our procedures are secure so that the risk of terrorism is acceptable. The President struck that balance, and the district court's order has upset that balance. This is a traditional national security judgment that is assigned to the political branches and the President, and the court's order immediately altered that.
Have you offered any evidence to support this need that you're describing for the executive order, or are you really arguing that we can't even ask about whether there's evidence because this decision is not reviewable?
Sure. The order itself includes findings. Those findings recognize the crucial role that screening presents in the visa process. They recognize that numerous foreign-born individuals have been convicted or implicated in crimes since September 11th. It recognizes that deteriorating conditions in certain countries create further problems. So the order created a pause so that the screening process could immediately be reviewed to ensure it's adequate.
Has the government pointed to any evidence connecting these countries with terrorism?
These proceedings have been moving very fast. The strongest point on that is that in 2015 and 2016, both Congress and the administration made determinations that these 7 countries posed the greatest risk of terrorism. And in doing so, restricted visa waiver to people who had even traveled to those countries over the last 5 or 6 years. The executive order relies on that determination, and that is, I think, the strongest type of reliance, where the President is relying on Congress's determination that these are countries of concern, and Congress's procedures to identify countries of concern based on significant terrorist activity in the countries.
This is Judge Clifton. I understand the concept of that, but it's pretty abstract, and it's not like there haven't been processes in place to take some care with people coming from those countries. Indeed, those are the determinations in the statute and by the prior administration you're pointing to. Is there any reason for us to think that there's a real risk, or that circumstances have changed such that there would be a real risk if existing procedures weren't allowed to stay in place while the new administration conducts its review?
Well, the president determined that there was a real risk. That's why the president determined that the best course was a temporary, it's a short halt in entry for 90 days while these procedures are looked at. And that's understandable. The president comes into office with an obligation to protect the national security of our country. The president understands, and it explains in the order, that these visa screening procedures are crucial. And the president understands that Congress identified these 7 countries, as well as in 2016, the president.
Justice Judge Canby, of course, in naming those 7 countries, what Congress did was to provide that people coming from those countries had to get visas. In other words, they couldn't just come into the country without a visa. And that permitted, of course, the usual investigations before you give somebody a visa. And in the transcript of the hearing in the district court asks the representative of the Department of Justice, you're in the Department of Justice, how many federal offenses have we had being committed by people who came in with visas from these countries? And the ultimate was the answer was there haven't been any.
Yes, Your Honor. These proceedings have been moving quite fast, and we're doing the best we can. I can
You're saying that the proceedings are moving fast, but you appealed to us before you continued in the district court to develop the record. So why should we be hearing this now if it sounds like you're trying to say you're going to present other evidence later?
Well, I was just about to at least mention a few examples. There have been a number of people from Somalia connected to al-Shabaab who have been convicted in the United States.
Is that in the record? Can you point us to where in the record you're referring?
It is not in the record. There has also been other examples, but again, you're correct. These are not in the record. The reason we sought immediate relief and a stay is because of the district court's decision overrides the president's national security judgment about the level of risk, and we've been talking about the level of risk that is acceptable. As soon as we are having that discussion, it should be acknowledged that the president is the official that is charged with making those judgments. I'd also like to
So are we back
talk
to
briefly.
are you arguing then that the president's decision in that regard is unreviewable?
Yes, there are obviously constitutional limitations, but we're discussing the risk assessment.
What are the constitutional limitations that the government acknowledges?
I would more say that the plaintiff has asserted various constitutional limitations. And I think the case that is most on point as far as constitutional interests are Mandel and Din. And in those cases where you have a U.S. citizen raising a claim, the court looks only at the U.S. citizen's constitutional claim, and even then looks at whether the decision is facially legitimate and bona fide. The executive order here meets that standard easily. It relies on...
In both of those cases, though, specific statutes by Congress that set forth specific criteria that were then applied factually were at issue. the president is not applying any specific criteria from Congress here, is he?
Yes, the president is. The president is applying Section 212F, which authorizes the president to suspend entry of classes of aliens if their entry would be, quote, detrimental to the interests of the United States. It now, the Supreme Court recognized that Congress and the president share the act of exclusion of aliens is a fundamental act of sovereignty that the Congress and the president, they're within the powers of Congress and the president. So our point would be that there's limited review, and the executive order, at most limited review, and the executive order easily passes that test. And that would only be true if there's a...
Review, what kind of limited review do you acknowledge is appropriate?
Again, we're not acknowledging any review on the facts of this case because of a lot of standing and other problems with the state bringing the claim. What we acknowledge is that Mandel conducted a limited review to see that the decision was bona fide and legitimate.
Haven't there been allegations here of bad faith? And doesn't Mandel and Din, the concurrence in Din, envision that that's something that we would need to look at?
When reviewing executive order of the president under Section 212F, the review should be confined to the four corners of the document to determine if the decision itself and the executive order's findings have any issues with respect to the standard. And again, I'm sort of far ahead of our position. This would be if there is a party in the U.S. with standing to raise their own constitutional claims, and there are problems at each step of that analysis. The state of Washington doesn't have these kind of constitutional interests. The state of Washington can't bring a parens patriae suit on behalf of its citizens in this context. And
let me interrupt you for a second there. There's some talk in the Supreme Court cases of quasi-sovereign interests. And, for instance, a state might have an interest in clean air. And when it sues to protect its air, it's necessarily acting for its citizens. The state itself can't smell air. It can't see air. It has to be acting on behalf of its citizens when it brings a case like that, yet there seems to be authority for the state to bring that kind of a claim.
Well, the problem in the immigration context, and actually more generally, is a third party can't challenge visa denials or revocations. The claims that the state is bringing are essential.
Sure they can. Look, I mean, the whole point of the Din case was that Din himself, or rather Din's husband, couldn't challenge, but she could. And 3 justices of the court were prepared to throw it out at the first step, but the other 6 justices were not. They took up the claim. Why isn't the state of Washington in a comparable position, say, as the proprietor of the state universities, having the same kind of interest that the scholar plaintiffs did in Mandel?
Well, the problem is because the state's asserting a parens patriae theory where
that's not the only
well, they're also asserting their own interests as proprietors of the university and otherwise, tax revenues.
Yes, but let me finish with the first theory, and then I'll get to that. The parens patriae theory assumes you're asserting the rights on behalf of the beneficiary. But there's well-established law that in the immigration context, the sort of third-party interest, and the case O'Bannon describes this, is not something that can be asserted. I'd also
I suggest that Kerry versus Din asserts exactly that. I mean, in Kerry versus Din, the plaintiff, Din, was the wife of the person who was excluded. So the person who was excluded may not have had any rights that he could assert directly, but his wife was allowed to.
And the state doesn't have the sort of constitutional rights that the wife in Din had. The wife in Din was asserting her own.
No, why isn't the state's right the same as the scholars in Mandel? Mandel was a foreigner. He might not have had rights, but the court took the case up because the people who argued they wanted to be able to hear him, the various universities to which he'd been invited. Well, the University of Washington, Washington State invite people. Why doesn't the state of Washington have the same standing that the scholars did in Mandel?
Again, you have to look at sort of the right of the state, and I guess I was discussing the right of the state on behalf of the people that it's bringing suit on behalf of. It's sort of collapsing the inquiry.
I understand you're moving away, or I'm dragging you away from the parents patriae theory. Just speaking for myself, I agree with you on that. The state can't do that. But the state has also asserted a proprietary interest, in particular as the owner and operator of the universities. And it seems to me they line up very much as the way the plaintiffs in Mandel did.
Well, on that point, our claim is that it doesn't have a judicially cognizable or legally protected interest in third-party immigration benefits.
But that's exactly the same case that was raised in Kerry versus Din. And the majority of the court didn't say that. That was an immigration case. Mandel was an immigration case, both involving visa denials. And yet the court took them up.
Sure. Then we have to talk about what the constitutional interest of the state entity is. And it's well established that there's no due process.
Let me stop you there. Why is it limited to the state entry? I mean, in Din, she wasn't asserting her own rights; she was asserting her husband's rights. In Mandel,
no, she was asserting her. Sorry, Your Honor.
It was her right as the wife, claiming the loss of consortium and so forth. But the visa denial was to her husband. In this case, the state of Washington is claiming that it's going to hurt the university if it's not able to have these people come to the university. That sounds very much like the same kind of right that was asserted in Mandel.
Well, hurting the university isn't enough now that we've turned on to the actual challenge. The state has to have a constitutional interest, because in Din it was the constitutional interest of the U.S. citizen spouse that the court was looking at. And if you get behind,
what was the constitutional interest in Pierce versus Society of Sisters, where the school was allowed to assert the rights of the students and their families?
That was a case where, if I remember correctly, the university was acting on behalf challenging a state law where that affected its students. There you would have constitutional interests for the students at the school. Here, aliens would not. I do want to turn to
isn't that the merits question? So why can't we reach the merits question through the third-party standing asserted by the universities and the states here? The universities are part of the states.
Well, I think it all gets tied up together a little bit because of the well-established authority that a state entity can't assert these kind of rights. And even on the merits, I would like to point out that the executive order relied on the congressional and administrative determination of years ago of 2015 and 2016. So it's not an order that discriminates in a way on the basis of religion, and there would not be a valid equal protection. I do want to, before I run out of time, go ahead.
No, that's all right. Could the president simply say in the order, we're not going to let any Muslims in?
That's not what the order does here.
I know
And
that.
the order relies on...
I know.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Could he do that? Could he do that?
That's not what the order does.
Would anybody be able to challenge that?
That's not what the order does here. I do really feel, I do want to get to one key point.
Well, we'd like to get to an answer to that question, because it speaks back to the standing issue. If the order said Muslims cannot be admitted, would anybody have standing to challenge that?
I think Mandel and Din give a route to make a constitutional challenge if there were such an order. It would be by a U.S. citizen with a connection to someone seeking entry. This is a far cry from that situation.
Can you explain
I'm not sure I'm...
Is there a purpose in standing doctrine? I mean, standing is supposed to ensure adversity. Is there any purpose for your argument that we shouldn't recognize this lawsuit by the states and we should instead wait for an individual to bring the same claims? What's the purpose of that?
Well, there needs to be a concrete, legally protected interest that's judicially cognizable, and the people. I mean, across the country, there are many lawsuits where there clearly is standing. There are people impacted by this order, and there are cases across the country where we don't have these type of standing arguments. But in this case, we have it. There's a lot of law that says states can't step into the shoes of their citizens in this context. We have the sort of proprietary interests are very diffuse, and if we credit them, there would be almost no limitations on standing. I think in that context, it doesn't make sense to extend standing jurisprudence to cover this kind of situation. But I'm not sure I'm convincing the court, so I want to make one really key point with regard to the injunction, and that is that it is overbroad and should be immediately stayed to the extent it is overbroad, even if the court thinks some applications of the order are problematic. The state has admitted that people abroad without prior U.S. contacts do not have rights that can be asserted by them, and we agree. In the district court, the state said our claim is primarily focused on the people who are here or who have been here and left. And on appeal, the states went further, explaining, quote, this case, by contrast to cases on entry, involves longtime residents who are here and have constitutional rights, end quote. That is the nature of the state's claim. The injunction goes far beyond that.
The states are claiming that the executive order violates the Establishment Clause. If that's true, and it can't meet the standards that the Establishment Clause would impose, then wouldn't it be invalid on its face?
Your Honor, the state has said that their case, quote, involves longtime residents who are here and have constitutional rights, end quote. That is from their brief at page 10.
But if some of
If
those
that is
rights
the
are
scope of their,
Establishment
if
Clause
that is
rights,
the scope
then,
of,
if some of those rights are Establishment Clause rights, then can't an Establishment Clause claim be made by one individual and invalidate the whole thing? I'm not sure why that's responsive.
the scope of the injunction, whether it's nationwide or anything else, should be limited to the scope of what the state itself says it is kind of representing through its various theories of standing. Issuing a broader injunction violates the principle that an injunction should only be as extensive as is necessary to fully remedy the claims of the parties.
This Judge Canby, don't any of the declarations indicate that the state universities invite foreign scholars to come to the state, make presentations, come for a time, go back, and that they wanted to continue doing that, which means there probably would be future invitations to scholars who do not yet have a connection with this country.
I believe there are some declarations along those lines, but I am describing the actual statement of the extent of their suit that they made in the brief to this court. And to the extent that is the relief they seek, this court should immediately stay the relief that extends broader, and that is to people who have never been to the United States and Section 5 of the order, which is the refugee provision and applies to people who haven't been here yet and don't have those relations with the university and don't quote involve longtime residents who are here and have constitutional rights. I'm into my rebuttal time, but I would strongly encourage the court, even if it has concerns with the government's position, that it immediately stay the portion of the injunction that applies outside the boundaries of the U.S. And extends beyond people who have been who are in the U.S. or who have been in the U.S. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Purcell?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court. I'm Washington State Solicitor General Noah Purcell on behalf of the states of Washington and Minnesota. Your Honors, it has always been the judicial branch's role to say what the law is and to serve as a check on abuses by the executive branch. That judicial role has never been more important in recent memory than it is today. But the President is asking this court to abdicate that role here, to reinstate the executive order without meaningful judicial review, and to throw this country back into chaos. The court should decline that invitation. This afternoon, I'd like to first discuss why the court should reject defendant's motion on jurisdictional grounds, and then explain why, even if the court does consider the motion, the court should reject it on the merits. So, starting with appealability, defendants have pursued the wrong remedy by seeking a stay in this court rather than mandamus. Of course, so defendants have filed a notice of appeal and then a motion for stay pending appeal.
This is Judge Clifton. Why should we care?
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
is it your position a district court, suppose a district court issued an order requiring all the public schools in the state of Washington to be closed because of some concern about a flu epidemic, and did it in the form of a TRO, and said the TRO would only last less than 14 days. Are you suggesting mandamus is the only form of relief available?
Well, Your Honor, I first want to answer why you should care, if you don't mind, before, because I do think it makes a big difference for two reasons.
You're basically saying we shouldn't look at it, and it's hard to me to envision an order this sweeping that shouldn't be subject to some kind of appellate oversight.
Your Honor, I'm not at all saying that you shouldn't look at it. Not at all. I'm just.
You've got a TRO that, by its terms, I mean, we've now received the proposed schedule, and the district court has entered an order, so we know already that this TRO is going to stay in place for more than the 14 days contemplated by Rule 65. So why shouldn't we view this as an injunction?
Well, for several reasons, Your Honor. First of all, in the cases where this court has treated a TRO as an injunction, the timeline of the order was vastly longer. In the SEIU case that the defendants have cited, the order lasted 4 months. Here, the order will be fully, the district court explicitly called the order a temporary restraining order, ordered a very quick, ordered the parties to confer and agree on a briefing schedule, and briefing will be complete within 14 days of the entry of the order. It could have been completed faster if the government hadn't filed this appeal and forced us to spend quite so much time on this. And the judge, I'm sure.
Time today as you want, but I'd suggest that this might not be the topic that's most important. But
fair enough, Your Honor. I would just say mandamus. The only point I'd make is that mandamus does allow review. It's just an extremely strict standard. And the important point also is that if the court treats this as an appealable order, then that's what the ultimate appeal of the ultimate ruling will be of. Whereas if the court properly treats this as a mandamus decision and sends it back to the district court will have the opportunity to enter a more full preliminary injunction when the district court understands that that's what it's doing, when that's its intent. And that will be what the court can ultimately review, as opposed to reviewing what the court clearly intended to be a temporary restraining order.
Yes, Judge Canby, in your view, if we left this order in place, would there then be a preliminary injunction hearing in the district court?
Absolutely, Your Honor. Absolutely. The parties have agreed to a briefing schedule. The preliminary injunction motion will be fully briefed by a week from Friday. I'm confident that Judge Robart will schedule a hearing and rule quickly after that. I'd also point out that the 14-day limit is for ex parte temporary restraining orders by its text. This one, part of the problem with treating this as a temporary restraining order, Your Honor, is that if the defendants are right that any time the court enters a temporary restraining order after a hearing and receiving briefing, it's treated as a preliminary injunction, that's a terrible rule to create for district courts, because it discourages them from hearing from the other side before entering a temporary restraining order. But Your Honors, I do certainly want to move on to the merits. I don't want to spend all your time on this. And of course, if this is treated as a motion for stay, we obviously still believe that the court should reject that motion. And the most simple basis for that, of course, would be the lack of irreparable harm. I heard Your Honors again pressing counsel for a statement of what the irreparable harm is, and still no clear factual claims or evidentiary claims of what that irreparable harm would be from a stay. And in fact, it was the executive order itself that caused irreparable harm to our states, to Washington and Minnesota and our residents, and to many other states and people, as described in the many amicus briefs that have been filed. So of course, we believe that the federal government has shown no irreparable harm from reinstating the status quo prior to the executive order.
What's the irreparable harm to the state of Washington?
From the executive order? Well, we detailed a number of irreparable harms, Your Honor. We had students and faculty at our state universities who were stranded overseas. We had families that were separated. We had longtime residents who could not travel overseas to visit their families without knowing that they would be able to come back. We had lost tax revenue. We had...
If we don't agree with your parents' patriae theory, then in balancing the harms and thinking about the standards for a stay or for a TRO, are we limited to looking at the proprietary interests of the state itself, or can we look beyond that, even if we reject the parents' patriae theory, or do you need the parents' patriae theory to expand the harms that we can consider?
I don't think the parents' patriae theory is essential, Your Honor. We've argued two independent grounds for standing. One, the proprietary harms that we're suffering, and one, the parents' patriae. So the court could certainly choose.
Right, so say we agree with the proprietary theory for standing. Does that have any implications for what we can then consider when considering the factors for a TRO and for a stay? Or is it just a way to get standing and then we can consider anything in the public interest that affects the public interest?
I think it would primarily just go to standing, Your Honor, because I think the harms, well, maybe you would then consider the harms, the other harms in the balancing of equities and the public interest factor of the test, I suppose, as opposed to in the standing test, but certainly those harms would not become irrelevant. And again, it's now, at this point, it's really the federal government that's asking the court to upset the status quo. Things have slowly gone, are returning to normal, to the situation before the chaos of the executive order, and it's the federal government that's asking the court to upend that status quo again. And Your Honor, I think it's fair. Counsel for the government repeatedly sort of tried to limit the nature of our claim by quoting from our brief, and I think that misrepresents our claims to some extent in a way that's important, because the point we're making in the brief there about longtime residents is that this case is different from Mandel and Dinh in an important way, in that the federal actions here affect longtime residents who have been here. Now, that's not all it affects. It also affects people who are trying to visit them. It affects those people trying to visit their families. The Establishment Clause violation affects everyone in a sense that well, as the court knows, the case law is quite clear that Establishment Clause violations on their own show irreparable injury, and we of course believe that claim is very strong. So just on the merits, the state has shown a strong likelihood of success. The federal government certainly, the states, have shown a strong likelihood of success, and the federal government certainly hasn't met its burden on review of showing a likelihood of overcoming that showing.
Judge Canby, as far as the Establishment Clause claim goes, the government takes a position, I think, that in weighing the validity of your Establishment Clause claim, you're confined to the four corners of the instrument. What's your comment on that?
Your Honor, I think the case law shows that that's wrong. I think it was Judge Clifton who pointed out, or Judge Friedland, I'm sorry, or maybe both. Kerry versus Dinn says exactly the opposite. This court's decision in Cardenas says exactly the opposite. That if the plaintiff makes plausible allegations sufficiently supported of bad faith, the court can look behind the motives. And in those cases, just to be clear, those were cases where the case had to do with excluding an alien who had never been here and had no right to be here. So if anything, the court should take a harder look at the real motives in a case where there are significant impacts on people who do live here, who've been here for many years, who are longtime residents and who clearly are entitled themselves to constitutional rights of due process and equal protection, unlike in Kerry and Mandel, where really it was, the rights being harmed were of the people overseas. It was the people here who were asserting them.
Well, we can be very careful about that. The assertion that the court took up the claim only because, in the case of Kerry versus Dinn, Ms. Dinn was a U.S. citizen. Of the number of people affected by the executive order, do you have any information as to what proportion would fit within the category of Washington residents or lawful permanent residents or people with visas? I mean, I suspect it's a small fraction.
I'd make 2 points on that, Your Honor. First of all, we are at the pleading stage. We have not had an opportunity. We filed a complaint and a motion for temporary restraining order, and so for standing purposes, all the plausible allegations in our complaint are treated as true. Now, we've alleged that there are thousands of people in Washington, thousands more in Minnesota, who are originally from these countries who are not yet citizens here. We know the way the order was originally interpreted, excuse me, Your Honor, defendants originally interpreted the order and said that it covered lawful permanent residents. We know that there are roughly 500,000 lawful permanent residents from these 7 countries in the United States. Now, they've changed their mind about 5 times about whether it applies to those people in the time since the order issued, and now they say that it doesn't. But at the time the state filed its complaint, they had not yet made their position clear about that, and I would say that that argument is not moot yet, because under the voluntary cessation standard, until they change the order to make that crystal clear, that claim, they can't just say, well, now we say it doesn't apply to them, so don't worry about it. I mean, that's 500,000 people who are in the United States who overnight, at least according to the government initially, lost their right to travel, to come in and out of the country, to visit their relatives. And several people...
Why shouldn't we limit the order, the temporary restraining order, reach to those people who you've got a strong case for, like the LPRs? Why should the temporary restraining order reach beyond that? That seemed to be the government's principal argument, that it was overbroad. Why isn't it overbroad?
For 3 key reasons, Your Honor. First of all, limiting the order in that way would not address all the harms the order is causing. So, for example, it would not remedy the order's violation of the Establishment Clause, which harms everyone in our states, as well as our states themselves, by favoring one religious group over another. It also would not fully remedy the order's violation of the Equal Protection Clause, because the order relies on discriminatory animus to deny some of our residents who are here the ability to receive visits from their friends and family while allowing others to receive those visits, and so on. So it wouldn't address all the harms. The second point is that our U.S., as in Dinn, the U.S. citizens who are here who are related to these folks overseas do have rights, and it would not address their rights at all to limit it that way. And then finally, Your Honor, I just say that defendants have not explained how they would workably implement the narrower order that they're now proposing, which they didn't really propose in any way before. Their approach would require some sort of system for quickly approving travel and reentry by thousands of people from the affected countries who live here, who study here, who work here in our businesses, and who often have to travel for work or to visit family. And they just have not credibly described how they would be able to do that, even if it were able to address all of our harms.
In evaluating your Establishment Clause claim, should we apply Larson or Lemon?
Well, Your Honor, we think we prevail under either test, but we think this case is closer to Larson, because in Larson what you had was a facially neutral law. It did not mention any religious denomination by name, but it did focus on religious groups, and the result of it was to distinguish between them in a way that favored some and not others. And that's exactly what we have here. We have an order that on its face doesn't mention any denomination, but that we have alleged, and there is strong evidence already to support, is intended to favor some religious groups over others. And that is exactly the situation in Larson. Now, I know the other side is saying if it doesn't mention a particular denomination on the face of the document, then Larson doesn't apply, but that's not what Larson itself says. In Larson, the law did not mention a denomination. But again, we also think that we prevail under the Lemon test, which is explained in some detail in our district court briefing. We did not, unfortunately, have space really to explain that argument as well in the briefing to this court.
If we were to agree with you about Larson, is there any reason to consider your equal protection claim, or are those two claims essentially redundant?
I think if you agreed with us about Larson, there would not be any need to reach our equal protection claim. I think that's fair.
Well, let me ask about the, I'll call just religious discrimination claim to reach both the equal protection and establishment clause claims. And I'm not entirely persuaded by the argument, if only because the 7 countries encompass only I think a relatively small percentage of Muslims. I mean, do you have any information as to what percentage or what proportion of the adherents to Islam worldwide are citizens or residents of those countries? My quick penciling suggests it's something less than 15%.
I have not done that math, Your Honor, but to be clear...
And given that all those countries are countries that have been previously tagged as subjects of concern about terrorism, granted, it's because of perhaps radical Islam sects, so there might be a religious motivation behind the terrorism, but I have trouble understanding why we're supposed to infer religious animus when, in fact, the vast majority of Muslims would not be affected as residents of those nations, and where the concern for terrorism with those connected with radical Islamic sects is kind of hard to deny.
Your Honor, the case law from this court and the Supreme Court is very clear that to prove religious discrimination, we do not need to prove that this order harms only Muslims or that it harms every Muslim. We just need to prove that it was motivated in part by a desire to harm Muslims. And we have alleged that...
How do you infer that desire if, in fact, the vast majority of Muslims are unaffected?
Well, Your Honor, in part you can infer it from intent evidence. I mean, there are statements that we've quoted in our complaint that are rather shocking evidence of intent to discriminate against Muslims, given that we haven't even had any discovery yet to find out what else might have been said in private. I mean, the public statements from the President and his top advisors reflecting that intent are strong evidence, certainly at this pleading stage, to allow us to go forward on that claim. And again, you know, with no type of discrimination claim requires you to show that every single person of that category was harmed by the action. You just have to show that the action was motivated in part by a desire to harm that group. And that's exactly what we believe.
Can you point me to any situation where the proportion affected were less than 15%?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I haven't thought about. As I said, I had not done that math before the argument. I have not thought about the case in those terms because.
Well, let me switch to the other part of it. I mean, do you deny that in fact there is concern about people coming from those countries, separate and apart from what their religion might be, because as Congress and the previous administration have concluded, those countries are a concern from a terrorist perspective?
Your Honor, Congress had determined that those, and the executive had determined that those countries, as I think it was you who put it, should not, get a waiver from a visa requirement. That is eminently different from a complete ban on travel to this country.
Do you assert that decision by the previous administration and by Congress was religiously motivated?
No, Your Honor. No, we are not asserting that at all.
It would be possible to identify these countries as a source of concern and possibly as the subject of special treatment without having religious motivation or discriminatory intent behind it.
Well, Your Honor, but cases like McCreary from the U.S. Supreme Court make very clear that in assessing Establishment Clause claims, an action that could have been perfectly legitimate if done with proper intent is not legitimate and is unconstitutional if done with a desire to favor one religion over another. McCreary makes that very clear. It literally says the exact same action could be acceptable if done for some reasons and not acceptable if done for others. And here we've alleged very plausibly with great detail that this was done to favor one religious group over another. And so we should be allowed to go forward on that claim, even though, yes, we're not denying that these countries could have theoretically, and in fact were previously chosen for some lesser level.
It's not just your allegation
review.
at this stage. You've got to demonstrate a likelihood of success. So what is it that should lead us to conclude that you've got a likelihood of success of being able to prove the religious animus you allege?
Well, Your Honor, for starters, that the president called for a complete ban on the entry of Muslims, and then
is this that ban?
No, we're not saying that this is a complete ban on Muslims entering the country. Obviously, I mean, they realize that I mean, this is well, what his advisor said on television was that he was asked for a way to implement a narrower thing that would be legal. And but the point is that that was clearly a motivating what we have alleged. And again, yes, it is. We do have to show a likelihood of success, but at this stage, the case law is clear. Our plausible allegations are taken as true for assessing that likelihood of success. And
wait a minute, that cannot possibly be true. We are supposed to take your word for it. The fact that you make an allegation of the complaint and that equals likelihood of success, you don't really mean that, do you?
Well, Your Honor, what I mean is that we have assessed, we have alleged.
You can allege anything. Do I have to believe everything you allege and say, well, that must be right? That's not the standard.
You've actually supported these allegations with exhibits, haven't you?
We have supported many of our allegations with exhibits, yes, Judge Friedland, we have, and I do think that's important. We have presented an enormous amount of evidence, especially considering, again, that the time between our filing, our complaint was filed a week ago Monday, together with the temporary restraining order motion, together with the declarations. So unlike cases, we've had extraordinarily little opportunity to actually gather and present evidence in the district court.
We faulted the government for exactly the same thing. Don't tell us you need more time because the government brought the stay motion. Well, don't tell us you need more time. You're the one that sought the temporary restraining order. Either you have the evidence presented in the record or you don't. I mean, don't tell us maybe you'll gather it later. If you can't demonstrate a likelihood of success of what you've got in the record so far, and maybe you can, I'm not saying you can't, but so far I haven't heard a lot of reference to evidence and a lot more references to allegations, and I don't think allegations cut it at this stage.
Well, Your Honor,
This is Judge Kennedy. If the motion before us is a motion for stay, who has the burden of showing likelihood of success?
At this point, Your Honor, it is the federal defendants who have to show that they are likely to succeed on appeal. We had the burden at the district court of showing a likelihood of success on the merits, but the stay standard is very clear that it's the party seeking the stay that has to show a likelihood of success on appeal. And again, we believe that it would be more appropriate to treat this as a mandamus action where they would have to show a clear and indisputable right to relief. And in part, we think that because if you don't, then it's the district court's temporary restraining order that the federal government is going to maintain is the order to be appealed from ultimately. And that's just not proper given that in neither form nor substance or intent was that meant to be a preliminary injunction order. It was meant to be a temporary restraining order. The district court was very clear about that. And the district court should have an opportunity to consider the preliminary injunction briefing and issue a preliminary injunction order that could then be reviewed very soon.
Is there more evidence that is necessary, though? I mean, I think most of your claims are going to get de novo review anyway, so I don't know if we really need to wait for the district court to do more unless more evidence is going to be presented.
Our point is not, well, we do intend to file some additional declarations and evidence in the district court if given that opportunity. But I think it's also important to point out, just for fairness, the sake of fairness to the district court itself, the district court should have the opportunity to enter something that it actually thinks is a preliminary injunction order, so that to assess the evidence, to have more time to issue an order that's framed as and intended as a preliminary injunction order that this court could review. And if I guess I'd just ask that if you decide not to do that, if you decide to treat this as a preliminary injunction ruling and a stay motion, then I'd ask you to issue an opinion that treats it like a preliminary injunction ruling and that gives it the sort of consideration that you would want that reviewed with, because the other side, that the federal government has already made very clear that they intend to seek immediate review if this court denies the stay. And of course, it would be unfair to this court and to the district court to have the federal government try to take to the U.S. Supreme Court, an order that was explicitly framed as a temporary restraining order, and that the judge understandably issued urgently.
If we were to issue a reasoned opinion, would that take care of this concern, or is there a concern beyond that?
I think that would address much of the concern, Your Honor. I would ask that you do either one or the other. I mean, I do think it would be better procedurally and more in keeping with the court's precedent to send the case back to the district court to find this temporary restraining order, to allow us to put in the evidence that we would to support the preliminary injunction motion, and to allow the district court to issue a preliminary injunction ruling. But if you're not going to do that, then I do think a reasoned opinion would do much to address that concern.
Can you tell us whether your further evidence would be more about standing or more about the merits, or both?
Your Honor, I think it would be primarily just slightly more detail about standing at this point. Again, we haven't. Of course, the difficulty with a claim that's about intent is that we've made these allegations. We haven't had any discovery yet, and realistically, it will take some time to gather that sort of evidence beyond public statements. And this court has held, and so has the U.S. Supreme Court, that when a case has to do with intent, it's remarkable to have this much evidence of intent without any discovery, I think is probably the best way to characterize it. So I think that the court should keep that in mind in assessing likelihood of success.
We've taken you down to 4 minutes. Is there anything you'd like to conclude with?
Well, Your Honor, the other point, I guess there's one other point I would like to make, that of course we also have a statutory claim under the Immigration and Nationality Act, and we believe that all of our claims are very strong, that we're likely to succeed on all of them, but that is a claim that we feel very likely to succeed on, and that would also potentially allow the court to avoid the constitutional issues if it wanted to by relying on the statutory ground. The INA section, sorry?
But the statutory ground would help us only with regard to those seeking immigrant visas. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, I think that is largely correct. I think that is basically correct, that 1152 speaks of immigrant visas, and that there cannot be discrimination based on nationality in issuing those visas. And
So
by
that
extension,
really
that would not seem to help us.
That's not really a way to avoid all your constitutional claims then, right? Because it wouldn't cover everyone?
I suppose that's fair, Your Honor. It would not necessarily allow you to avoid all the constitutional issues, but I guess I just don't want to lose sight of that claim, that it is, we believe it is a very strong claim that the order violates the INA, and also I think it's important I think that's an important point because it goes to what level of deference is owed to the executive. Of course, the president is claiming that he's acting pursuant to a congressional delegation of authority, and our position is, in fact, no, he's acting contrary to what Congress has said. And even if that's not as to every single member, every single person who's harmed by the order, it's an important factor to consider in deciding how much deference to give to the executive on this point.
Well, there have been presidential orders in the past by prior presidents that treated people based on their nation. Why shouldn't that suggest to us that the statute should be harmonized in a way other than the one that you're advocating?
All of those orders have been narrower, significantly narrower than the one here,
Well,
and
principle's
included.
the same, though. I mean, if you single out Cubans because they're from Cuba, that's doing it by a class based on nationality. And I haven't heard any citation or reference to a legal challenge to that, or an argument that, I think that one was President Reagan's, that what he did wasn't appropriate. There were others that singled out individual countries. Hadn't been a challenge to that. Why should we decide that Congress, in enacting 1152, since that's the number I've been using, meant to amend or partially repeal 1182?
Well, Your Honor, 2 points. Number one, as you pointed out, there have not been cases about those issues. So there's not, while that may have been to some a much narrower practice than this. I agree that there has been some practice to that effect, much narrower than here. But again, every one of those examples involved much more narrow tailoring than we have here, and also 1182.
But the problem is the same. Can you treat people based on the nation they come from? And foreign policy or foreign affairs do all the time. We treat people from North Korea differently than we treat people from France. So I have trouble understanding your interpretation of 1152 as prohibiting what seems to be commonplace in foreign affairs.
Well, Your Honor, 1182 itself includes a number of exceptions that allow the federal government to deem people inadmissible for security-related reasons and other reasons, but not to make this sort of across-the-board, without exception policy that applies to infants, to school children, to grandmothers, to people who pose no plausible threat whatsoever to this country. So I guess I just ask the court not to lose sight of that statutory claim, especially because I do think it helps drive home that the court can review this order. The court should review this order and should give it the constitutional and statutory scrutiny that it deserves. If the court has no further questions, we would ask that you, first we'd ask that you treat this as a mandamus writ and deny it. But if you're going to treat it as a motion for stay, we'd ask that you deny it and issue a reasoned opinion doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flengy, we let Mr. Purcell go a little bit over, so I'll give you 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I just want to address a couple quick points. First, DIN. Whatever DIN says about looking at consular decision-making does not suggest that we look behind a national security determination made by the President, where that determination, the four corners of that determination, are explicitly based on the congressional determination that the countries at issue are of concern and does not go beyond that.
I thought you were using Din and Mandel as your main authority for the unreviewability, and so now you're saying those are distinguishable. I'm a little confused whether you're relying on those cases or not.
We are definitely relying on them for the limits that courts review these types of issues. I'm adding that when you have the document itself, and that is the best evidence of the intent of the President, it relies exclusively on the calls made by Congress and the administration in 2016 about the safety concerns presented by the specific countries at issue. That is the end of the inquiry and should be. In fact, the counsel for the other side cited this court's recent Cardenas decision, and there, in describing the state of the law, the court very clearly said that Congress could have enacted a blanket prohibition on I think it was describing Mandel, on communist aliens, and that is, and here we have the President making a categorical determination based on the identification of countries of concern, and there's nothing strange.
You answered the question that was asked earlier about what if the order said no Muslims. And you've been analogizing to cases that were about people who were communists who advocated overthrow of the U.S. government. And are you saying that the external evidence here that is alleged that the intent here was to ban Muslims is equivalent to that?
If there were an executive order that prevented the entry of Muslims, that there would be people withstanding to challenge that, and I think that would raise Establishment Clause, First Amendment issues. But that's not the order we have here. This order is limited to the countries defined by Congress. And let me, on the refugee point,
are that was the motivation, and plaintiffs have submitted evidence that they suggest shows that was the motivation. So why shouldn't the case proceed, perhaps to discovery, to see if that really was the motivation or not?
We're not saying the case shouldn't proceed, but it is extraordinary for a court to enjoin the President's national security determination based on some newspaper articles, and that's what has happened here. That is not that is a very troubling second guessing of the national security decision made by the president. And the notion that we are going to go back into court and
Stop. This is Judge Clifton. Do you deny that, in fact, the statements attributed to then candidate Trump and to his political advisors, and most recently Mr. Giuliani, do you deny that those statements were made?
Judge Clifton, I know. I would note that Judge Robart himself said that he wasn't going to look at campaign statements. I do, and I think that what
that's a different point. I mean, I understand the argument they shouldn't be given much weight, but when you say we shouldn't be looking at newspaper articles, we're all on the fast track here. Both sides have told us it's moving too fast. Either those kind of statements were made or they're not. Now, if they were made, but they were made not to be a serious policy principle, I can understand that. But if they were made, it is potential evidence. It is a basis for an argument. So I just want to make sure I know what's on the table.
Well, those are in the record, but I think my point is a little narrower, that in the expedited procedure of a TRO, taking this extraordinary action of halting this order that the president determined was in the national security interests of the United States is an unwise course, and it should be stayed.
If we thought there was a problem that this is too preliminary, if we let this go forward to a preliminary injunction hearing, do you have evidence that you would present?
I think we definitely would like the opportunity to present evidence back in the district court, and we also think that the scope of this lawsuit really needs to be.
Can you tell us anything about the type of evidence you would present so that we can consider that whether further proceedings are needed?
Not yet, but I do. Another point is the scope of the suit and the injunction would really need to be narrowed as the parties focus in on the actual harms. The harms that Washington has cited focus on residents of Washington, but the order goes way beyond that to the areas of the most concern of the president, people who have never been to this country yet and have no connection to Washington, no connection to the United States, and no claim of constitutional rights, either on their own or through Washington.
If I can ask my colleagues to indulge me for a moment, that does raise a serious concern on my part, and the scope of the order. Most obviously having to do with the lawful permanent residents, which the government's position now is they're not included within the scope of the order. I have to say, is there any legal authority for the counsel of the president to have power to instruct the other departments or to instruct us as to what the order means? I mean, the president can amend the order, but I'm not sure that the counsel of the president has that authority. So why is it we should be looking at this reconceived order, and why is it we should, rather than try to narrowly carve out the injunction you're asking for, and those are practical problems. I don't know how I'd write such an order. Why shouldn't we look to the executive branch to more clearly define what the order means rather than have to look through the lens of these subsequent interpretations?
Let me make 2 points there. One, the guidance from the White House counsel is the definitive interpretation of the order, and the White House counsel speaks for the president in this context. Second, in our reply brief at the very end on page 11, we had our kind of suggestion for the kind of order that would actually address the harms identified by Washington. And there I'm going to read that. At most, the injunction should be limited to the class of individuals on whom the state's claims rest. Previously admitted aliens who are temporarily abroad now or who wish to travel and return to the United States in the future. That is the core of the harm they've identified. When we're talking about an injunction entered on such a preliminary basis, it should be limited to the claims that the state is making and not issued more broadly. If there are no further questions, I encourage the court to stay the injunction or to limit it to the presentation of the state of Washington. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel, for your very helpful arguments. This matter is submitted. We appreciate the importance and the time-sensitive nature of this matter and will endeavor to issue our decision as soon as possible. Thank you again for appearing on such short notice. We are adjourned.
This court for this session stands adjourned.
So.
All right, you guys, well, you were just able to hear live that conversation about President Trump's travel ban. You could hear many arguments there. We're going to clip it. Just head to the video section on our YouTube page in a few minutes. If you missed it, you can listen to that over again. Coming up in just a few minutes, I'm going to have my co-host Mike Page up here with me to stream live for you a debate on Jeff Sessions. That's live here on the Fox News Now stream.
General of the United States. 30 years ago, a Republican-controlled Senate took the extraordinary step of rejecting Senator Sessions' nomination to serve as a federal judge. They had the courage to stand up for the principles that transcend party affiliation: fairness, equality, justice for all. Their rejection sent a message that kind of dangerous, toxic hatred has no place in our courts. I urge them again today to exert that moral leadership and to send a message that this kind of dangerous, toxic hatred has no place in our Justice Department. I urge them to set aside politics and do what they know is right. Now, I would like to read two statements that really stood out to me as I was reviewing Senator Sessions' record on civil rights. One is the powerful speech that the late senator from Massachusetts, Ted Kennedy, gave in 1986. And the other is a very moving letter from Coretta Scott King, a letter that she wrote to the Judiciary Committee that same year. So I want to start with what Senator Kennedy said. He said, "The confirmation of nominees for lifetime appointments to the federal judiciary is one of the most important responsibilities of the Senate, mandated by the U.S. Constitution. And the examination by the Senate of a nominee's fitness to serve as a federal judge is the last opportunity to determine whether the candidate possesses the education, experience, skills, integrity, and most importantly, the commitment to equal justice under law, which are essential attributes of a federal judge. Once confirmed, a federal judge literally has life and death authority over citizens that appear before him, with limited review of his decisions. Our federal judiciary is the guardian of the rights and liberties guaranteed to all of us by the U.S. Constitution, and the decisions of federal judges are constantly shaping and reshaping those rights and liberties. This committee has a duty to our citizens to carefully examine the qualifications of nominees for the federal bench and to give our approval only to those who have demonstrated a personal commitment to the principle of equality for all Americans and a sensitivity to the long history of inequality, which we are still struggling to overcome. Mr. Sessions, as the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Alabama, comes to this committee with a record which, regrettably, includes presiding over the now infamous so-called Perry County voting fraud prosecutions. In the Perry County case, the government indicted 3 well-known and highly respected Black civil rights activists on charges of voter fraud in assisting elderly Black voters to vote by absentee ballot. But for the efforts of the defendants 20 years ago, these Black citizens would not have been allowed to vote. All 3 of the defendants were acquitted on all charges in the indictments, and some of the elderly Blacks have responded to their experiences during the prosecution, vowing never to vote again. Mr. Sessions' role in that case alone should bar him from serving on the federal bench. But there is more, much more. We just received a sworn statement from a Justice Department attorney I know, which will be the subject of a good deal of questioning during the course of this hearing, who has worked on civil rights cases with Mr. Sessions over the period Sessions has been U.S. Attorney. Mr. Hebert has stated to the committee investigators that Mr. Sessions, on more than one occasion, has characterized the NAACP and the ACLU as un-American, communist-inspired organizations. Mr. Hebert reports that Mr. Sessions said these organizations did more harm than good when they were trying to force civil rights down the throats of people who were trying to put problems behind them. Mr. Hebert also stated that Mr. Sessions suggested that a prominent white civil rights lawyer who litigated voting rights cases was a disgrace to his race for doing it. Mr. Sessions is a throwback to a shameful era, which I know both black and white Americans thought was in our past. It is inconceivable to me that a person of this attitude is qualified to be a U.S. attorney, let alone a U.S. federal judge. He is, I believe, a disgrace to the Justice Department, and he should withdraw his nomination and resign his position. Those were the words of Senator Ted Kennedy, and I will stand with Senator Kennedy, and like he did, I will cast my vote against the nomination of Senator Sessions. Coretta Scott King also wrote to the Judiciary Committee about the Sessions nomination in 1986. And this is what she wrote. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to express my strong opposition to the nomination of Jefferson Sessions for federal district judgeship for the Southern District of Alabama. My long-standing commitment, which I shared with my husband Martin, to protect and enhance the rights of Black Americans, rights which include equal access to the democratic process, compels me to testify today. Civil rights leaders, including my husband and Albert Turner, have fought long and hard to achieve free and unfettered access to the ballot box. Mr. Sessions has used the awesome power of his office to chill the free exercise of the vote by Black citizens in the district he now seeks to serve as a federal judge. This simply cannot be allowed to happen. Mr. Sessions' conduct as U.S. Attorney, from his politically motivated voting fraud prosecutions to his indifference toward criminal violations of civil rights laws, indicates that he lacks the temperament, fairness, and judgment to be a federal judge. The Voting Rights Act was, and still is, vitally important to the future of democracy in the United States. I was privileged to join Martin and many others during the Selma to Montgomery March for Voting Rights in 1965. Martin was particularly impressed by the determination to get the franchise of Blacks in Selma and neighboring Perry County. As he wrote, certainly no community in the history of the Negro struggle has responded with the enthusiasm of Selma and her neighboring town of Marion. Where Birmingham depended largely upon students and unemployed adults to participate in the nonviolent protest of the denial of the franchise, Selma has involved fully 10% of the Negro population in active demonstrations, and at least half the Negro population of Marion was arrested on one day. Mrs. King continues, Martin was referring, of course, to a group that included the defendants of recently prosecuted for assisting elderly and illiterate blacks to exercise that franchise. In fact, Martin anticipated from the depth of their commitment 20 years ago that a united political organization would remain in Perry County long after the other marchers had left. This organization, the Perry County Civic League, started by Mr. Turner, Mr. Hogue, and others, as Martin predicted, continued, quote, to direct the drive for votes and other rights, close quote. In the years since the Voting Rights Act was passed, Black Americans in Marion, Selma, and elsewhere have made important strides in their struggle to participate actively in the electoral process. The number of blacks registered to vote in key southern states has doubled since 1965. This would not have been possible without the Voting Rights Act. However, Ms. King continues, blacks still fall far short of having equal participation in the electoral process, particularly in the South. Efforts continue to be made to deny blacks access to the polls, even where blacks constitute the majority of the voters. It has been a long uphill struggle to keep alive the vital legislation that protects the most fundamental right to vote. A person who has exhibited so much hostility to the enforcement of those laws.
The senator is reminded that it is a violation of Rule 19 of the standing rules of the Senate to impute to another senator or senators any conduct or motive unworthy or becoming a senator.
Mr. President, I don't think I quite understand. I'm reading a letter from Coretta Scott King to the Judiciary Committee from 1986 that was admitted into the record. I'm simply reading what she wrote about what the nomination of Jeff Sessions to be a federal court judge meant and what it would mean in history for her.
This is a reminder, not pertinent necessarily what you just shared. However, you stated that a sitting senator is a disgrace to the Department of Justice.
I think that may have been Senator Kennedy.
And this,
although I would be glad to repeat it in my own words.
the rule applies
then I'm
to imputing conduct or motive through any form or voice to a sitting form of words includes quotes, articles, or other materials.
So quoting Senator Kennedy, calling then nominee Sessions a disgrace is a violation of Senate rules. It was certainly not in 1986.
In the opinion of the chair, it is.
So let me understand then.
And the senator is warned.
So can I ask a question in the opinion of the chair? I want to understand what this rule means.
The senator will state her inquiry.
So is it the contention of the chair that under the rules of the Senate, I am not allowed to accurately describe public views of Senator Sessions, public positions of Senator Sessions, quote, public statements of Senator Sessions?
The chair has not made a ruling as respect to the senator's comments. The senator is following process and tradition. By reminding the senator of Massachusetts of the rule.
Well, I'm asking for what this rule means in this context. So can I continue with Coretta Scott King's letter?
The senator may continue.
Thank you. I'll pick up then with Mrs. King's letter to the Judiciary Committee when the Judiciary Committee was considering not then Senator Sessions, nominee Sessions for a position on the federal bench. She makes the point, blacks still fall far short of having equal participation in the electoral process, particularly in the South. Efforts continue to be made to deny blacks access to the polls, even where blacks constitute the majority of voters. It has been a long uphill struggle to keep alive the vital legislation that protects the most fundamental right to vote. a person who has exhibited so much hostility to the enforcement of those laws and thus to the exercise of those rights by Black people should not be elevated to the federal bench. The irony of Mr. Sessions' nomination is that, if confirmed, he will be given life tenure for doing with a federal prosecution what the local sheriffs accomplished 20 years ago with clubs and cattle prods. 20 years ago, when we marched from Selma to Montgomery, the fear of voting was real, as the broken bones and bloody heads in Selma and Marion bore witness. As my husband wrote at the time, it was net just a sick imagination that conjured up the vision of a public official sworn to uphold the law, who forced an inhuman march upon hundreds of Negro children, who ordered the Reverend James Bevel to be chained to his sickbed, who clubbed a Negro woman registrant, and who callously inflicted repeated brutalities and indignities upon nonviolent Negroes peacefully petitioning for their constitutional right to vote. Free exercise of voting rights is so fundamental to the American democracy that we cannot tolerate any form of infringement of those rights. Of all the groups who have been disenfranchised in our nation's history, none has struggled longer or suffered more in the attempt to win the vote than the Black citizen. No group has had access to the ballot box denied so persistently and intently. Over the past century, a broad array of schemes have been used in attempts to block the Black vote. The range of techniques developed with purpose of repressing Black voting rights run the gamut, from the straightforward application of brutality against Black citizens who tried to vote to such legalized frauds as the grandfather clause exclusions and rigged literacy tests. The actions taken by Mr. Sessions in regard to the 1984 voting fraud prosecutions represent just one more technique used to intimidate Black voters and thus deny them this most precious franchise. The investigations into the absentee voting process were conducted only in the Black Belt counties where Blacks had finally achieved political power in the local government. Whites had been using the absentee process to their advantage for years without incident. Then, when Blacks, realizing its strength, began to use it with success, criminal investigations were begun. In these investigations, Mr. Sessions, as U.S. Attorney, exhibited an eagerness to bring to trial and convict 3 leaders of the Perry County Civic League, including Albert Turner, despite evidence clearly demonstrating their innocence of any wrongdoing. Furthermore, in initiating the case, Mr. Sessions ignored allegations of similar behavior by whites, choosing instead to chill the exercise of the franchise by Blacks by his misguided investigation. In fact, Mr. Sessions sought to punish older Black civil rights activists, advisors, and colleagues of my husband, who had been key figures in the civil rights movement in the 1960s. These were persons who, realizing the potential of the absentee vote among Blacks, had learned to use the process within the bounds of legality and had taught others to do the same. The only sin they committed was being too successful in gaining votes. The scope and character of the investigations conducted by Mr. Sessions also warrant grave concern. Witnesses were selectively chosen in accordance with the favorability of their testimony to the government's case. Also, the prosecution illegally withheld from the defense critical statements made by witnesses. Witnesses who did testify were pressured and intimidated into submitting the correct testimony. Many elderly blacks were visited multiple times by the FBI, who then hauled them over 180 miles by bus to a grand jury in Mobile, where they could have more easily testified at a grand jury just 20 miles away in Selma. These voters and others have announced they are now never going to vote again. I urge you to consider carefully Mr. Sessions' conduct in these matters. Such a review, I believe, raises serious questions about his commitment to the protection of the voting rights of all American citizens, and consequently, his fair and unbiased judgment regarding this fundamental right. When the circumstances and facts surrounding the indictments of Al Turner, his wife, Evelyn, and Spencer Hogue are analyzed, it becomes clear that this motivation was political, and the result frightening, the wide-scale chill of the exercise of the ballot for blacks, who suffered so much to receive that right in the first place. Therefore, it is my strongly held view that the appointment of Jefferson Sessions to the federal bench would irreparably damage the work of my husband, Al Turner, and countless others who risked their lives and their freedom over the past 20 years to ensure equal participation in our democratic system. The exercise of the franchise is an essential means by which our citizens ensure that those who are governing will be responsible. My husband called it the #1 civil right. The denial of access to the ballot box ultimately results in the denial of other fundamental rights. For it is only when the poor and disadvantaged are empowered that they are able to participate actively in the solutions to their own problems. We still have a long way to go before we can say that minorities no longer need to be concerned about discrimination at the polls. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, and Asian Americans are grossly underrepresented at every level of government in America. If we are going to make our timeless dream of justice through democracy a reality, we must take every possible step to ensure that the spirit and intent of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and the 15th Amendment of the Constitution is honored. The federal courts hold a unique position in our constitutional system, ensuring that minorities and other citizens without political power have a forum in which to vindicate their rights. Because of this unique role, it is essential that the people selected to be federal judges respect the basic tenets of our legal system, respect for individual rights, and a commitment to equal justice for all. The integrity of the courts, and thus the rights they protect, can only be maintained if citizens feel confident that those selected as federal judges will be able to judge with fairness others holding different views. I do not believe Jefferson Sessions possesses the requisite judgment, competence, and sensitivity to the rights guaranteed by the federal civil rights laws to qualify for appointment to the federal district court. Based on his record, I believe his confirmation would have a devastating effect on not only the judicial system in Alabama, but also on the progress we have made everywhere toward fulfilling my husband's dream that he had envisioned over 20 years ago. I therefore urge the Senate Judiciary Committee to deny his confirmation. I thank you for allowing me to share my views. Mrs. King's views and words ring true today. The integrity of our Justice Department depends on an Attorney General who will fight for the rights of all people. An honest evaluation of Jeff Sessions' record shows that he is not that person. My concerns regarding Jeff Sessions go far beyond his disappointing record on civil rights. Take immigration, for example. The Daily Beast published an article a few weeks ago entitled, "Donald Trump's refugee ban has Attorney General nominee Jeff Sessions' fingerprints all over it." Here's what the article says. To longtime Jeff Sessions observers, the chaos that unfolded in American airports on Saturday morning wasn't a surprise at all. Rather, the refugee ban was the predictable culmination of years of advocacy from two of President Donald Trump's most trusted advisors, White House senior advisor Stephen Miller and Attorney General designate Jeff Sessions. For years, Sessions and Miller, who was the Alabama senator's communications director before leaving to join the Trump campaign, pushed research and talking points designed to make Americans afraid of refugees. Press releases, email forwards, speeches on the Senate floor. Miller and Sessions used it all to make the case against Obama's refugee program was a huge terror threat. The executive order Trump signed late in the day on Friday is just the logical conclusion of their work. I started getting press releases that Miller sent on behalf of Jeff Sessions in March 2013, shortly after I moved to D.C. to cover Congress. The emails went to my Gmail and kept coming over the years, hundreds and hundreds of them. By the time he left Sessions' office to join the Trump campaign, Miller's press releases were legendary among Hill reporters. There were just so many of them at all hours of the day, and they never stopped. Some were lengthy diatribes. Some were detailed homemade charts. Some were one-liners. One was just a link to a Facebook's stock page on Google Finance with the subject line, "Does this mean that Facebook has enough money now to hire Americans?" Quote, "I wanted to put together a little book of the best emails I ever sent," Miller told Politico last June. "I spent hours and hours of research on those." Now, some of that research had serious methodological problems, according to Alex Nowrasta, an immigration expert at the libertarian Cato Institute. Quote, "Miller's work vastly overstates the threat of foreign terrorists to the homeland," Nowrasta said. He pointed to Miller's efforts to chronicle cases of refugees implicated in terrorist activity. It is true that some refugees in the U.S. have been indicted for terrorism-related crimes. Nowrasta said, but instances of refugees actively planning terror attacks on American soil, he added, were vanishingly rare. Again, quote, "Almost all the refugees that I was able to specifically identify in his set were trying to support a foreign terrorist organization, mostly al-Shabaab in Somalia, by giving them money or something like that," Nowrasta said. I don't know about you, but I think there's a big difference between sending a militia in your home country funds and trying to blow up a mall in Cincinnati. The collective effect of Miller and Sessions' messaging was to enthusiastically push a narrative that now dominates the Trump administration, that refugees and other immigrants steal Americans' jobs, suck up too much welfare money, incubate terrorists in their communities, and overall are a big problem. The conclusion was always the same. The government should let in far fewer refugees, and it should think twice about welcoming Muslims. And now, that's exactly what Trump is doing. For instance, in one Dear Colleague letter that Sessions co-authored with conservative Republican David Bratt, a letter Miller blasted out to the press list, the would-be Attorney General ripped into the refugee program. Quote from this letter, "There can be no higher duty as lawmakers than to keep our constituents and their families safe," Bratt and Sessions wrote. Yet our reckless refugee programs, lax green card and visa policies, utter failure to enforce rampant visa overstays, along with our wide open southern border, put the U.S. at grave and needless risk. Grave and needless risk. It's a view that clearly informs Trump's decision to temporarily ban refugees. And a Miller press release blasted out on November 25th, 2015, included this ominous title: U.S. issued 680,000 green cards to migrants from Muslim nations over the last 5 years. Sessions then forwarded that email to his email list on January 12, 2016, the day of Obama's final State of the Union address, and he added this note, quote, "Some numerical context for any discussions of refugee policy that may arise tonight. As further context, the top sending country for migrants are Iraq and Pakistan, according to Pew, quote, nearly all Muslims in Afghanistan, 99%, and most in Iraq, 91%, and Pakistan, 84%, support Sharia law as official law." The implication was clear as a bell. Muslim immigrants are flooding into the U.S. and they're bringing Sharia with them. Someone who agreed with Miller's assessment would do just what Trump did. Just about any time a refugee living in the U.S. was charged, implicated, or otherwise connected to terrorism, Miller emailed his list about it. Another Sessions press release sent jointly with Senator Richard Shelby also included ominous intonations about refugees and Muslims. Quote, "Congress must cancel the president's blank refugee check and put Congress back in charge of the program," Sessions and Shelby said. Quote, "We cannot allow the president to unilaterally decide how many refugees he wishes to admit, nor continue to force taxpayers to pick up the tab for tens of billions of unpaid-for welfare and entitlement costs." Quote, "The omnibus," still quoting the letter from Senator Shelby and Sessions, "would put the U.S. on a path to approve admission for hundreds of thousands of migrants from a broad range of countries with jihadist movements over the next 12 months, on top of all the other autopilot annual immigration, absent language to reduce the numbers," this release continued. That same statement also suggested that refugees were robbing elderly Americans of their benefits. Quote from the statement, "Refugees are entitled to access all major welfare programs, and they can also draw benefits directly from the Medicare and Social Security disability and retirement trust funds, taking those funds straight from the pockets of American retirees who paid into these troubled funds all their lives," Sessions and Shelby said. Now that Trump is president, those numbers are getting reduced, and fast. Another foreboding subject line from Miller showed up in reporters' inboxes on November 20th, 2015. ICYMI. Each 5 years, U.S. issuing more new green cards to migrants from Muslim nations, the population of Washington, D.C. Sessions also took to the Senate floor to argue that Muslim immigrants are uniquely dangerous. On November 19, 2015, the Alabamans said the following about Muslims, quote, "It is an unpleasant but unavoidable fact that bringing in a large unassimilated flow of migrants from the Muslim world creates the conditions possible for radicalization and extremism to take hold." In the speech, Sessions argued that the U.S. should set up safe zones in Syria where refugees could settle, instead of allowing any of them into the United States. Miller emailed reporters as Sessions spoke to highlight his argument. Now, it's Trump's position. At Breitbart, Julia Hahn covered Sessions' speech in an article headlined, "Afghanistan Migration Surging into America. 99% support Sharia law." News broke earlier this week that Hahn got a job in the White House as an assistant to Trump and senior advisor, Stephen Bannon. And on and on and on for hundreds of emails without even a whisper of flip-flopping. Trump's crackdown on Muslims and refugees shouldn't surprise anyone. He's just taking his advisor's advice. Trump's executive order sparked protests and resistance all across the nation. People across the country and around the world are standing up to say that it contradicts our core values and that it violates the law. Massachusetts is on the front lines of challenging this illegal and downright offensive executive order. Last week, Massachusetts Attorney General Maura Healey joined a federal lawsuit to challenge that executive order, and this is what she said. I'm quoting Attorney General Healey. "Harm to our institutions, our citizens, and our businesses is harm to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The President's executive order is a threat to our Constitution. Rather than protecting our national security, it stigmatizes those who would lawfully emigrate to our state. With this policy, our global universities, hospitals, businesses, and startups, and far too many students and residents have been put at risk. On behalf of the Commonwealth, my office is challenging the immigration ban to hold this administration accountable for its un-American, discriminatory, and reckless decision-making." In 2013, Senator Sessions voted against reauthorizing the Violence Against Women Act, a bill that expanded the protections and services provided to victims of sexual assault and domestic violence. There's a piece from the Bedford Minuteman that really tells the story of how sexual violence impacts Massachusetts. And this is what it said. "They are mothers, daughters, sisters, fathers, sons, and brothers."
Mr. President.
They are...
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
The senators impugn the motives and conduct of our colleague from Alabama as warned by the chair. Senator Warren, quote, said Senator Sessions has used the awesome power of his office to chill the free exercise of the vote by black citizens. I call the senator to order under the provisions of Rule 19.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I am surprised that the words of Coretta Scott King are not suitable for debate in the United States Senate. I ask leave of the Senate to continue my remarks.
Is there objection?
Object.
I appeal the ruling.
Objection is heard. The senator will take her seat.
Mr. President. I appeal the ruling of the chair, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cochran, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Corker, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Mr. Donnelly, Mr. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Mrs. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Flake, Mr. Franken, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hatch, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Heitkamp, Mr. Heller, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Isaacson, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McCain, Mrs. McCaskill, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman,
You have to make a motion to restore the...
Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott, Mr. Sessions, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden. You got to get them to stay, too.
I need to go get him to make a motion to instruct anyway.
Of course.
So, who do we need to get?
He wants to leave it, maybe.
Why isn't he here?
He walked out?
Why are we doing this?
I don't know. Mr. Young.
A quorum is not present. The clerk will call the names of the absent senators.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Brown,
It's the people who are here.
Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito,
He knows
Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cochran, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Corker, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Donnelly, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Mrs. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Flake, Mr. Franken, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Heitkamp, Mr. Heller, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Isaacson, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. King, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McCain, Mrs. McCaskill, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott, Mr. Sessions, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
A quorum is still not present.
I move to instruct the Sergeant at Arms to request the presence of absent senators and ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cochran, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Corker, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines. Thank you. Mr. Donnelly, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Mrs. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Flake, Mr. Franken, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hatch, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Heitkamp, Mr. Heller, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Isaacson, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy.
Motion to instruct.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McCain, Mrs. McCaskill, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott, Mr. Sessions, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Booker, Cantwell, Daines, Duckworth, Ernst, Fisher, Flake, Franken, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Klobuchar, Leahy, Nelson, Roberts, Rounds, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Rubio, Toomey, and Wicker.
Well, it's a yes. Yes.
Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Cochran, aye. Mr. Donnelly, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Corker, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Perdue? Aye. Mr. Grassley? Aye.
Once again, folks, you are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Right now, we are pretty much in a side panel situation. Just moments again, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell called out Senator Elizabeth Warren for breaking the Senate's rules with a blistering floor speech against Senator Jeff Sessions. Under the Senate's Rule 19, senators are not allowed to directly or indirectly by any form of words impute to another senator or to other senators any conduct or motive unworthy or unbecoming a senator. So right now they are voting on that situation right now from the provisions of Rule 19. We are watching that live right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Mr. Casey? Aye. Mr. Gardner? Aye. Mr. Sullivan? Aye. Mrs. Shaheen? Aye. Mr. McConnell? Aye. Mr. Cassidy? Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand? Aye. Mr. Manchin? Aye. Mr. Van Hollen? Aye. Mr. Udall? Aye. Mr. King? Aye. Mr. Bozeman? Aye. Mr. Burr? Aye. Mr. Langford? Aye. Mr. Barrasso? Aye. Ms. Stabenow? Aye. Mr. Young? Aye. Mr. Cardin? Aye. Mr. Moran? Mr. Blumenthal. Aye. Mr. Moran. Aye. Mr. Graham.
How you vote?
I'm with him.
Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. McCain, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Sass, aye. No. Mr. Shelby, aye. Ms. Heitkamp, aye. Mr. Alexander, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Merkley? Aye. Mr. Risch? Aye. Mr. Crapo? Aye. Mr. Cornyn? Aye. Mr. Hoven? Aye. Mr. Hatch? Aye. Mr. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Tillis? Aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Enzi? Aye. Mrs. McCaskill? Aye. Mr. Heller? Aye. Mr. Portman? Aye.
Are there any senators in the chamber wishing to vote or wishing to change their vote? If not, the ayes are 88, the nays are 3. The Sergeant at Arms is so instructed. A quorum is present. The question before the Senate. The question before the Senate is whether the decision of the chair to hold the senator from Massachusetts in violation of Rule 19 shall stand as the judgment of the Senate. Is there a sufficient second? There is a sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mr.
All right, folks, we momentarily lost the shot here. Hold on 1 second while we rework the feed.
Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cochran, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Corker, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Mr. Donnelly, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Mrs. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Flake, Mr. Franken, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hatch, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Heitkamp, Mr. Heller, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Inhofe,
88 to 0.
Mr. Isaacson, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane,
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. I think you got me. Yep. Yep. Thank you.
Mr. Kennedy,
Hey, Adam, got
Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McCain, Mrs. McCaskill, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott, Mr. Sessions, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
One vote yes.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Alexander, Barrasso, Blunt, Bozeman, Burr, Capito, Cassidy, Cochran, Corker, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Daines, Enzi, Ernst, Fisher, Flake, Gardner, Graham, Hatch, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, McCain, McConnell, Moran, Paul, Perdue, Portman, Risch, Roberts, Rounds, Rubio, Sass, Scott, Shelby, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, Wicker, Young. Ms. Collins, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Casey, Cortez Masto, Donnelly, Duckworth, Durbin, Franken, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Heitkamp, Hirono, Kane, King, Klobuchar, Leahy, Manchin, Markey, McCaskill, Menendez, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Nelson, Peters, Reed, Schatz, Shaheen, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warren, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Udall, no. Ms. Harris, no. Mr. Heller, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 43. The decision of the chair stands as the judgment of the Senate. Democratic leader.
I yield 1 minute to the senator from Maine.
Mr. President,
Senator from Maine.
parliamentary inquiry.
After this back.
The senator will state his inquiry.
In the opinion of the chair, would one senator calling another senator a liar during debate on the floor of the Senate be a violation of Rule 19?
In the opinion of the chair, it would.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senate Majority Leader.
Expired. Senator Warren was giving a lengthy speech. She had appeared to violate the rule. She was warned. She was given an explanation. Nevertheless, she persisted. I yield the floor.
The senator from California.
Mr. President, the suggestion that reciting the words of the great Coretta Scott King would invoke Rule 19 and force Senator Warren to sit down and be silent is outrageous. I move that the senator from Massachusetts be permitted to proceed in order.
The question is on the motion.
Pass the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Bennett.